Yo, chat. Everybody get in here, bro. Everybody get in here, chat. We're doing sleep stream. We couldn't get overhead to work again, unfortunately. But, we're about to get video started because I'm about to go make some popcorn. And I'm about to let the dogs out. And then we're about to chill. We're about to go to bed. So, let me get it started, chat. Everybody get in here. I'm gonna post that I'm live in a minute.
Wife often had a habit of bathing at night and staying in the bathroom for a long time to clean herself before going to bed. At that time, as usual, the wife locked herself in the bathroom, but after waiting too long without seeing his wife come out, the husband would stood outside and impatiently called his wife. Afraid of her husband's anxiety, the wife tried to finish quickly to get out and let her husband use the bathroom. Standing alone in front of the large mirror in the bathroom, she suddenly felt pressure in her heart. She felt that the atmosphere in the bathroom today was a bit quieter and colder than usual. Outside, she heard the sound of footsteps slowly approaching. The footsteps kept echoing, but she immediately realized that it was not her husband's footsteps. While she was busy observing the door outside in front of the mirror, another image of her was looking at her with horrible eyes. The young girl at first still didn't know what was happening to her. She still calmly took a towel to wipe her face quickly. But it was also at that moment when her eyes involuntarily glanced at the large mirror opposite her. She saw the reflection in the mirror that was a bit different from herself, which surprised her. She hadn't been able to determine if what she saw was an illusion or not when suddenly the person in the mirror glanced up at her and gave her a devilish smile. When the wife saw it, she panicked and screamed. Her feet quickly stepped back, her face became very pale. Then, following her inertia, she fell and hit the door. Her whole body fell and she couldn't even stand. She once again looked in the mirror to check, but the woman in the mirror had disappeared as if nothing had happened. Her husband outside heard the noise, so he rushed inside and opened the door to check. But because she was so scared, she could only stand shaking. She did not know how to tell her husband the strange story. She could only stammer unclear sentences. Her eyes were looking into the mirror for a signal. Unfortunately, when her husband appeared, those strange things ended. However, her husband thought that she was so tired that she was confused, and he took her out. But the woman was sure that someone was looking at her. When the bathroom door was closed, the strange woman immediately reappeared with a face full of intrigue. That night, the family of this young couple who had just moved in encountered a strange disaster that they had never seen before. When the wife tried to tell her husband about the horror story she encountered, the husband remained silent, his face showing contempt, and he did not believe what the wife had said. That silence made the wife feel angry. She blurted out saying goodbye to her husband, but he had just lowered his head as if silently agreeing with what she said. After a while, the two of them argued loudly with each other. The first time the husband got too angry with his wife and then loudly proposed to break up. After he finished speaking, he quietly walked out, while the wife looked at her husband silently, feeling that there was something very disappointing in her heart. That night, she stayed alone in the newly rented room and burst into tears, thinking that her husband's feelings had changed and no longer loved her as before. In the middle of the night, she sat waiting for her husband in the living room, but still did not see her husband return home. The young wife was sad. She was holding her face while sobbing. Right at that moment, from the bathroom suddenly appeared the figure of a woman gliding towards the wife, her eyes constantly looking at the wife crying on the chair. She stood beside the wife silently. Apparently, the wife didn't even know about the strange woman's presence in the room. The only thing she could do at this moment was burst into tears like a baby. The sadness just killed her heart. seeing that the woman took advantage of the opportunity, she bent down and whispered into the wife's mind extremely negative things about the love that she and her husband had for each other for so long. The wife felt that this woman was telling the truth, so she stopped crying and looked at the strange woman with a very pitiful expression. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up like two car lights and kept looking at the girl in front of her for a second. Then she gave a devilish smile, her eyes also shining scarily as if she was plotting something. The young girl was immediately hypnotized by the witch's gaze, becoming lifeless and insane, no longer aware of anything else. After that, she stood from afar, directing the young wife to do foolish things to be able to hold her husband's pity. The wife obeyed the witch's words, subconsciously went to the cupboard in the room and took out a sleeping pill bottle. But there was one thing that the wife still did not expect. That was, this wooden cabinet was actually the closet of an old owner who used to rent this room. Even the sleeping pill she found was a bottle that had been in the cupboard for a long time, that she had not cleaned since moving there. At first, she looked at the bottle in her hand with a little hesitation, but when the strange woman appeared and whispered in her ear, immediately she poured all the pills in the bottle into her hand and drank them all at once. She could feel the discomfort and burning slowly in her body. A moment later, with the effect of pills causing the girl's body to appear convulsive, saliva also flowed on both sides of her mouth. The wife immediately passed out on the floor with a cold body. The last images she saw were of a strange woman with a smile that couldn't take her eyes off her. She smiled delightfully. It seemed that this witch had been wanting this for a long time, and she was enjoying it very much.
It's time people realize HR doesn't have to be this hard. They can just use Tybot. They've built an incredible all-in-one HR platform. And employees love it too, because it gives them clarity with personal profiles where they can track PTO, give shout-outs, and get feedback that's actually helpful. Give it a try.
Stuff their stockings with a delicious treat and special edition holiday toy. Kinder Joy. Open a world of surprise.
The whole room then sunk into the cold. No one knew that the young wife was in trouble in that room. Fortunately, the husband, because he didn't call his wife, he worriedly ran home. When he arrived, his wife's body became much weaker. He saw his wife lying on the floor and immediately ran over to check on her. As soon as he arrived, he found a long-expired sleeping pill lying on the floor, a hunch that seemed to tell him something. He immediately called an ambulance and ran to help his wife up. He was so worried at the time. The wife then opened her eyes slightly when she heard her husband's call, but her body was already frozen and couldn't move at all. A few minutes later, the ambulance also appeared. The husband and a few other doctors together took the wife into the ambulance and took her to the hospital. Fortunately, the wife was discovered in time, so her life was saved, and when she regained consciousness, she told her husband everything. The husband then began to believe what his wife had said and learned about the history of the room from the people around, and then he found out that the young woman used to rent this house to live with her boyfriend. While they were living there, somehow the two of them had a big fight. Then the cold husband left, leaving his wife alone in the house. The wife then, because she was too traumatized and she thought about it, used sleeping pills that were in the house to commit suicide and died right in that bedroom. After discovering the girl's body, the building staff also cleaned it up, but the remaining belongings of the girl were still intact, which inadvertently caused the girl's soul to stay there and unable to get out. It seemed like the ghost was waiting for other women in the same situation to incite them to commit suicide in her place. Their natural way of doing things does not always change, but once they become domesticated or dominated, they will tend to do good deeds to accumulate virtue. This story is an example. I remember when I was in the 5th grade of elementary school. One day during the winter break, it was snowing outside and it was too cold to go outside. My parents were at a clothing store doing business. They were too busy to care about me that night, so I just watched TV alone at home. I was cold, so I had to burn coal in the pot to keep warm while baking potatoes and watching TV. I was so occupied that by the time the movie ended, it was dark and freezing outside. The temperature had not increased at all. I decided to eat the whole roasted sweet potato belly, so I was not hungry anymore. My parents came home very late, so I didn't wait for them. I didn't know what to do that day, as I felt very sleepy and couldn't keep my eyes open, so I just passed out on the chair. When I woke up, my parents weren't home yet, so I turned off all the lights and went into my room to sleep. Coal was still burning. It was cold. I didn't know how long I would sleep for, but I slept very well. The night was quiet. There was a sudden noise outside my room. I was very tired, but I heard the sound coming from outside the window as if someone was knocking on the door. Because I was so sleepy, I couldn't wake up immediately, and after a while, I heard the sound of chickens in the yard scattering as if someone was chasing them. I thought my parents were coming back home, so I didn't care. I just thought that they would wake me up after the meal was prepared. The strange thing was that I didn't hear them at all. And after a while, I heard another knock on the window again, and this time louder and more urgent. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep any further. I had to get up to look, and when I saw a figure standing outside the window with eyes looking at me through the bars, I was startled. It was very dark, but for some reason this man was leaning against the window. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I was sure it wasn't my parents. Seeing me staring blankly, he also didn't move. Then the figure began to slowly wave at me, as if to signal for me to go out and meet him. I did not know who it was. I thought it might have been a village friend who came to visit me. Where could I play in this cold weather, I wondered. I didn't want to get out of bed, but I had no choice but to get up and go solve this issue because that person refused to leave. I didn't know if it was because I stood up suddenly or if something else happened, but I felt sudden dizziness and fatigue. I didn't have any energy or strength to walk, but I finally managed to get out of the room. Stunningly, I stepped out, just opened the door. A cold wind was blowing and making me shiver. I felt a little bit better inside. I saw the figure standing by the chicken coop. The young man looked very thin. He looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy who seemed to be looking at me, although I didn't know that for sure. We weren't far from each other, but I couldn't see his figure or clothes, only a vague figure surrounding by the blue light. The young man was also strange. No matter how much I asked him, he didn't say a word. Seeing that, I curiously walked down the steps and walked towards him. I wanted to see who he was and what he came for, but as soon as I stepped down the stairs, I felt my whole body lose all strength, paralyzed in the snow. After falling to the ground, my face turned to the sky. I could only feel my eyes spinning. And at the moment, I saw a short figure holding a chicken in his hand. He came to my side and looked down at me slowly. Because of his short figure, when he looked down at me, we were face to face, and I finally started seeing who he really was. The young man's body proportions were strange. His body was terrifying, plus his limbs were short. Even weirder than that was that he had animal ears. and as he got closer, I saw the rest of his true form. His face was full of fluff, his mouth was pointed like a fox's nose, and his skin was yellow. I finally concluded that he was a wild ferret. The strange hairy face, less than 30 centimeters away from me, was still smiling. He lowered his head and stared at me for more than a minute. While watching me for a while, he turned around and left with a chicken in his hand. And then my vision became increasingly blurred. After he left, my eyes completely darkened and I lost consciousness. I was in a coma not long before my parents returned, and as soon as they entered the yard, they found me lying unconscious in the snow. Seeing this scene, the two of them rushed over, hugged me anxiously, and called my name over and over again. And this is when my father saw what has happened in the chicken coop. 7 or 8 chickens were slashed by their throats, and my father cursed whoever did this. After hearing my vague account, the whole family knew it was the yellow ferrets, so my dad decided to punish him. But that was not as important as I was, and my mother also hurriedly urged my father to quickly take me to the village infirmary. At the time, the infirmary was located on the premise of the village committee, and it was an old doctor in the village who examined me. After being examined, the doctor said that I was not bitten by a ferret, and the cause of my coma was carbon monoxide poisoning. Later, when my parents thought about it, and they went back to the house to get all the things, they were surprised to see that the house was filled with charcoal smoke. I closed the door that night so that the gas would not escape. I also told them that the reason I went out was that someone resembling a ferret called out to me. According to the doctor, if the yellow man hadn't knocked on the window to let me out, I would have stayed in the house and continued to fall asleep, and probably wouldn't have woken up at all. Hearing that, the next day my father immediately went to the city to buy some more chickens and placed them in the chicken coop and waited for the ferret to come and steal them as a way to repay and thank him for saving my life.
The latest appliances, big savings, right now at Best Buy. Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Now is the time to talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, visible improvement of the gut lining. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for UC that works right where you need it. And ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
One day, Mr. Chow was relatively free because there were no recent serious cases. Therefore, he had time to check some other case files. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise outside the corridor, and he assumed that something was happening outside. He stepped out to investigate, and he noticed 2 policemen escorting a tall, rugged-looking man. But both the policemen appeared to be having difficulty to control the man, since the man looked to be quite muscular and furious. In fact, the man was capable of effortlessly knocking down a police officer with a little strike. Then the man used a slight yank of his arm to knock down the second officer. At the time, Mr. Chow was still monitoring things. The one policeman said that the man was arrested for attacking others in public, and just as the man was about to run away, he looked like a tiger. He was tall and extremely agile. However, as the man passed Mr. Chow only needed to use one attack to block the man. Mr. Chow threw the man more than a meter away where the man was detained by other officers. At the time, Mr. Chow and the man were face to face. Mr. Chow couldn't believe this man to be a nasty person. Mr. Yang, on the other hand, said that the man had seriously injured a large number of people on the street. Mr. Chow was surprised. He had no idea why the man attacked so many people. He was curious about this man. Despite Mr. Chow's questioning, the policeman said that the case was within his scope, so he did not want Mr. Chow to interfere. He claimed that the case was nothing more than a fight between opposing street gangs. For no reason, Mr. Chow felt that the case was not so simple. He was very curious about the man, so he invited Mr. Yang into his room to drink tea and talk. Mr. Yang saw the curiosity and enthusiasm of Mr. Chow. He didn't want to conceal secrets any longer, so he told Mr. Chow everything that happened on that morning. At the area of manager Mr. Yang, there were a lot of children sitting outside begging for food recently, and one of them was a child who lost both legs. The child was terribly sick. He had lost 2 legs and frequently sat next to the large wall and asked visitors for money. According to the man, he saw that the child was robbed from all his belongings and money from some guy. Therefore, the man went over to confront the thief, but he wasn't in the mood to answer any of it. So the thief said insulting things and told the man to get out of the way. But the man disagreed and asked the guy to pay the child back. In the end, the thief got angry and called out a few gang members to threaten him. They started cursing and threatening him. Then they wanted to teach him a lesson. They believed it would be simple to overpower this man. But this was no ordinary man. He was able to defeat the thugs with just a few hits. He proceeded to knock them out one by one. But, in any case, he was outnumbered, which prevented his escape and ended up with him being assaulted and harmed by the pack of thugs. Even though he was restrained, he could still resist fiercely. The man was as fierce and tenacious as a tiger. The man used all means possible, from striking to biting, as he just simply refused to give up. After that, despite being injured himself, he defeated them all. Until the police arrived, he continued to beat them with no intention of stopping. The police had to try their best to prevent him from continuing the fight, after which they brought him to the headquarters. After hearing everything, Mr. Chow asked Mr. Yang if he could handle the case. Mr. Yang also said that they had seen beggars seemingly forced by a group of people, but they weren't able to investigate the location just yet. When the fight happened, Mr. Yang was afraid he would break cover and get attention from them, which could possibly make them change to another site to operate from. So the police temporarily arrested the man, and Mr. Yang also agreed that Mr. Chow investigate this case, because this neighborhood also had many other cases to deal with. After being authorized, Mr. Chow immediately went to see the big man. Mr. Chow brought him some food, and he made it clear to him that he had no bad intentions and that the police had no intention of accusing him of being a criminal. And because Mr. Chow admired the man's calm demeanor, he agreed to let him go. The man was Mr. Shen. While he was eating, he told Mr. Chow that he did not simply meet that poor child by chance. He had repeatedly dreamt of a strange child, and in his dream, the child urged him to go via a certain route to help his friends. And eventually, when he got there, he saw the other person taking advantage of the child to ask for money, so he intervened. When Mr. Chow heard this, he offered to help him with the investigation of this case, and they could accompany each other. Mr. Shen was extremely surprised and happy to hear this. He told Mr. Chow about his dream. In his dream, he saw a little boy. The boy was looking very vague, but behind him was a row of houses looking very old and shabby. There was a very large and tall brick chimney next to the row of houses. After Mr. Shin shared the details of his dream, Mr. Chow immediately thought about the place with the chimneys as described. After Mr. Shin had eaten his fill, he began to speak his mind because he grew up in the working class area, so he also knew many places like the areas in his dream. Both of them began to discuss and come up with their own theories about what was involved with the case and the dream. Mr. Chow invited Mr. Chen to accompany him to the locations they had just discussed. Although he was surprised that a police officer requested that he go with him to investigate the case, Mr. Shen did not think much about it because of the children. They mattered to him. He was thinking this as they began to drive to various locations. Along the way, both were very focused to find the place with the chimney. Suddenly, Mr. Shen recognized something familiar because the place in his dream was, of course, hazy and impossible to distinguish. This familiar place was a row of old houses built with clay bricks and had a tall chimney also made from old bricks. Their car soon arrived in front of the block, and Mr. Shen was also puzzled. But the closer he got, the clearer his memory became. The place looked exactly like in his dream. Mr. Shen hurriedly shouted for Mr. Chow to quickly stop. If they wanted to get to those houses, they needed to drive around a tall, dense lawn. Because the place was originally an abandoned area for a long time, it might be risky. As soon as the car stopped, Mr. Shen rushed out of the car and ran to the place he remembered from his dream. Mr. Shen seemed to not have time to explain clearly to Mr. Chow. As Mr. Shen suddenly rushed in, at that time, Mr. Chow also understood the situation, so he did not stop him. Mr. Chow chased after Mr. Shen towards the old houses. They were very quick to get to the exact location. The area was a row of houses built one after the other. They were very old houses, but all were uninhabited. They went around to investigate and discovered a suspicious man in front of an old house hidden behind the blocks. But as soon as he noticed someone coming, he hurriedly went inside and closed the door. Mr. Chow stopped Mr. Shen so that he didn't move, otherwise the enemy might run away. Finally, they discussed a plan to lure the enemy out of the lair in the safest way. Mr. Shen would ring the door to lure the guard out, while Mr. Chow would try to enter from another direction. Immediately, the guard had taken out his knife. He suddenly attacked from the inside. They were clearly hiding something. But with his agility, Mr. Shen quickly dodged the attack. When Mr. Shen was about to counterattack, Mr. Chow pushed down the guard from behind. Mr. Chow jumped over the wall and got into the yard as he helped Mr. Shen defeat the guy. Mr. Chow said the outside was under control as they quickly checked inside. They approached the courtyard, where they discovered an exceedingly ancient home full of chains. The door was locked from the outside, but the crying and groaning could still be heard from the inside. Mr. Shen used his remarkable strength to break through the door. The light flooded the dark room.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Many people experienced remission at 1 and even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya is now approved for Crohn's disease. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Power through the holidays with Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest-lasting AA battery.
Inside. At the point, Mr. Shen and Mr. Chow were both taken back by what they saw. Multiple children filled the house, all pale and dressed in filthy clothes, huddling on the floor with no blankets, and there was just a small amount of leftover food and water on the ground nearby. They must have been imprisoned here for a long time, since their expressions were filled with terror. The food was thrown on the ground. They had just a few potatoes and a little water, and they were all barefoot and covered with wounds. Mr. Chow calmed the children, and he told them that he was a policeman and they would all be saved. Mr. Shen went around the house to inspect. Suddenly he shouted to the surprise of Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow rushed to see what the situation was as he saw Mr. Shen holding a baby in his arms, a baby who appeared to have 2 broken legs. According to the children, the child was beaten, breaking both legs, and was often taken to the street to use for begging. But he never went to the hospital, and these days he slept for a long time without waking up. Mr. Chow immediately advised Mr. Shen that the child needed to be taken to the hospital for treatment since he didn't appear to be conscious enough. Mr. Chow and Mr. Shen hurriedly gathered all of the children and exited the home to get into the car. They took all the children to the hospital for a general checkup. Some children were almost exclusively malnourished and lacking in nutrients, but only the one with the broken legs was seriously injured. Mr. Shen saw this very child in his dream because it was now evident that the child was going to die and probably reached out in his dreams for help. Mr. Chow comforted Mr. Shen and said that the doctors report that the child was still alive and he would recover soon. Mr. Shen's face was so happy since he had feelings of sympathy for the child. All of these children would be taken to an orphanage. But Mr. Shen was unable to accept that the injured kid would end up in an orphanage. He offered to adopt the child, and he also thanked Mr. Chow for his faith in him. Mr. Chow also bid Mr. Shen farewell. Then he left, his face showing joy because of meeting a good person, that Mr. Shen. At the same time, the police surrounded and arrested the terrible people using children for their own selfish gain. This story is about a real estate agent named Higo. Today he had an important meeting with a wealthy landlord. The landlord rushed to greet him as soon as he entered the house and thoughtfully poured tea to invite him. Higo approached him shyly and inquired briefly about the mansion. 2 people talked about the contract and the commission agreement as well as the selling price. Despite the fact that the decision had been made, the owner seemed to be depressed. Higo didn't pay much attention to that. The only thing he was concerned with was the profit that he would earn. He presented the owner with a completed contract and waited for a response. Meanwhile, the mood in the living room had deteriorated. Higo felt a shivering sensation all of a sudden. The door to the living room burst open when he turned back slightly to have a look. He inquired innocently of the landlord about the state of the facilities, infrastructure, and quality of this villa in order to conduct an evaluation, but the owner was unconcerned, simply stating that he was willing to sell at whatever price Higo deemed reasonable. Higo was taken aback by this. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound outside of the corridor. Before Higo could ask what was going on, the landlord handed him the contract and explained what needed to be revised before asking when he could resume signing. Higo received the contract, carefully memorized the customer's request, and then quickly left. The owner also sent him to the door. On the way to the door, he noticed cold air coming from this house as if something strange was going on. Apparently, he had a feeling that this landlord was concealing something from him. He moved his gaze to a small corner of the living room. Some old toys for children had been left in the corner. Higo found it difficult to comprehend, but then he set aside the story about this house and strolled out leisurely. A cold breeze blew lightly on his back as he approached the gate. Higo had the impression that someone was staring at him. He then turned his head to look again at that house. When he turned around, there was a tiny shadow standing at the upper window. The face appeared of a little boy with dark eyes and pale skin. Higo looked at him with surprise, sensing that something was wrong. The landlord told him that he didn't have a wife or child. How come there was a boy standing there? But he soon discovered that his concern was futile. So Higo walked straight to the gate to continue his work, where the boy silently watched him. It was strange that he had just left the villa not long ago. The landlord called him back with a very urgent attitude, demanding that he wanted to conclude the contract as soon as possible. Higo returned to the villa for his client. He stood in front of the house and gently rang the bell, but it took a long time for the old landlord to respond. He had been waiting outside for a long time. He banged on the door and shouted loudly because his instincts told him that something bad had happened, but it didn't work. He discovered that the door was not locked while knocking. He pushed in curiously, wondering where this old man could go. Why the landlord didn't lock the door if he went out. Back into the room, he heard painful groans of the landlord calling his name. The landlord appeared covered in blood in front of him. Something slashed across his back, and he was running to Higo in fear, looking for help. He landed on Higo's body. Higo picked up the old man reflexively, asking him what had just happened. The old man hummed. Extreme panic said that someone wanted to kill him. Higo had a chance to look behind the landlord when he fell on him, but it was a lot stranger than he thought. Behind him was an empty room with no one, no footprints, and no indication that anyone other than the owner was present. He panicked and rushed the old man to the hospital. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and he regained consciousness within a few minutes. His entire body was wrapped in white bandages, and tired eyes stared at him. When Higo asked him about the incident, his eyes revealed a little sadness and remorse. The old landlord called Higo to stand closer to him, and then sorrowfully told him the whole story, beginning with a bad decision he made a year ago. He was a failed businessman at that time. The company was on the verge of bankruptcy. All of the projects he invested in had failed completely, that he ended up empty-handed. During a drink with a friend, he was tipped away to save the business, a very useful trick he picked up while traveling in Thailand. That was to invite Kumantong to worship in his home. The infant demon was a dread fetal body that was placed in a statue, then cast a spell to calm the soul so that it could stay in this world to save and bless the adoptee who was considered to be his biological parents. Because he was poor and stuck at the time, he listened to his friend and traveled to Thailand to request a statue of an infant demon to worship at home. At the beginning, everything came true. The devil provided him with whatever he desired. Money kept pouring into his pocket. His previous partners had rejected him before, now also back to collaboration. Sometime later, he met a beautiful young woman. The two quickly married. Not long after that, the wife became pregnant. The doctor on the ultrasound said it was a healthy boy. During the pregnancy, the wife always had a feeling of something very insecure, especially when she passed the altar of the devil that he placed in the house. One time the wife was passing by the altar of the Kumantong. She slightly looked up at the altar. In a sudden, she saw the demon's face changed, staring at her. She told her husband about this, but he not only didn't care.
Build a website you love with Wix.
For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
He also considered it as a joke. Because she couldn't sleep, the wife went down to the stairs alone as if someone made her do it. Just a few steps, a great force behind her slammed into her back. Panicked, she turned her head to see what was standing behind her. She saw the infant demon standing on the stairs, looking at her, killing sight in his eyes. She fell down the stairs, slamming her body into the ground. She was unconscious and bleeding profusely. After that, she not only couldn't keep the pregnancy, but she also lost her ability to become pregnant again. The couple started to fight from there. He couldn't hold on to that broken marriage any longer, so he watched her leave the house with a suitcase. Since then, his career had also taken a downward turn. Losing his wife and family was devastating enough that he was unable to maintain his career. To cope with his grief, he turned to alcohol, until one day, when he returned home drunk, he looked at the Kumantong statue on the altar and became enraged. He blamed Kumantong for his life being ruined and stuck, so he raised his hand intending to smash the bottle of wine on the demon's head in order to destroy the statue. But a ray of turquoise light shot at him before he could do anything. He slammed the bottle of wine onto his head instead. Blood splattered and his head hurt like hell. He regained his composure, looking around giddily, not understanding anything. When he looked up at the altar, he noticed that the Kumantong had transformed and now was staring at him with a soft-ghostly smile. Until today, he decided to stay at home and called Higo in order to discuss about the selling of this house. While he was speaking, a sharp knife from the table rushed towards him. He was fortunate to avoid the knife's tip, but the knife cut him deeply on one of his cheeks. He unconsciously looked up at the roof and noticed the Kumantong floating in the air. That demon was staring at him. His eyes were white and wide open, and he had a hostile expression on his face. The demon then cast a spell that caused his furniture to fly up and then threw him like a storm, rendering him unable to dodge. Higo felt panicked after hearing the story and worried about the contract with his landlord. He said his goodbyes to the landlord and then left quietly. He kept thinking about the horror story he had just heard as he drove. He walked past a mansion that was once thought to be a big catch for him. He couldn't help but be concerned when he saw the billboard in front of the house. Higo paused for a moment before taking a step closer. The infant demon was still looking at him from above, right at the window, but his smile had become more ghostly than ever.
I enjoy reading horror and fantasy novels, added with an interest in supernatural things because something unexplainable happened to me once. I experienced a horror story as a child, I had thought about it a lot over the years. This story had been buried in my heart incredibly. Before talking about my story, I would like to tell you about something that happened at my grandma's house when I was little. My grandmother's house was in the countryside and was surrounded by huge mountains. The livelihood of the people there depended on the resources of these mountains, so the villagers there often went to dig mountains. The people there extracted all kinds of rocks and sand from these mountains. Therefore, it was easy to see holes of different sizes in the areas that had been mined. When it started to rain, the holes would be full of water. People were unaware of the depth of these holes and danger that lurked inside of them. The children at the foot of the mountain often went up there to play for fun. Among those children, the one who was the bravest often chose the deep holes for swimming. A couple of kids in the village who lived near my grandmother's house decided to go check it out. But when it got dark, only the younger brother returned home. The boy told everyone that he did not know where his sister had gone. Everyone waited for a long time. It was getting dark, and the older sister still hadn't come home. The adults in the family felt very worried. They began to search for her inside and outside the village. Some people in the village at the time said they had seen the two sisters going up the mountain to play around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so they told the family about going up to the mountain to search for her. After hearing that, the adults in the family knew that a bad omen had appeared. They rushed to the quarry to look for the older sister. They started searching around the quarry and the holes. After searching for a while, the mother suddenly discovered something strange in the distance. The mother got a little closer to get a better look and saw her son's ball floating in the waterhole. With a premonition that something was wrong, the mother called some family members and rushed there to see what had happened. When they arrived at the hole and looked down, people could guess that this was the deepest hole because the bottom was not visible at all and the area of it was quite large. Once again, the mother saw something on a large rock by the hole. It was a pair of shoes, and those were probably her daughters. Immediately, a man jumped into the water to save the kid. After a long time and a lot of effort, the man was able to resurface with the girl in his arms. After being saved, the sister sadly passed away with her swollen stomach containing all the water she swallowed. The mother sadly broke down, experiencing the death of her child. Then, when the mother got home, she used a broom to sweep the house and then beat her son with it. She thought her daughter's death must have been the boy's fault, and she took it all out on him. Only at the time did the younger brother honestly explain what happened. That day, the younger brother and older sister played football very close to the hole. The ball was kicked out and the sister did not catch it. It fell into the hole. The younger brother was unsure of getting too close because of his mother's warning, so he begged his sister to go to the water to retrieve the ball. The older sister saw this and did not know how to handle it, so she had to go into the water to pick up the ball. As a result, the sister slipped and fell. Unfortunately, she couldn't swim. The older sister disappeared, and the younger brother on the shore was no longer seen. At that time, the younger brother was so scared that he rushed home without daring to tell everyone the whole truth. After experiencing these things, the holes in the mountains became dangerous places. The adults in the village often warned the children not to play near the holes. I was only in the 5th grade of elementary school. During the summer vacation that year, I was allowed by my mother to go to my grandmother's house to play. Whenever she saw me going out, my grandmother always told me not to go up the mountain and not to go near the quarry. I was at a naughty, playful age. How could I listen to my grandmother's advice? At first, I just threw rocks into the water, but soon realized that it was one of those holes. It was so deep that when a stone was thrown into it, it would no longer be visible. I threw one after another, and this time I threw it very hard into the water. Suddenly, I saw a special red carp appeared with a very large body. I didn't think much of it, but I thought I wanted to catch the fish. So I waded into the water. Meanwhile, I tried my best to be able to move forward, but I still couldn't catch that fish. Still, I wouldn't give up, and I tried my best. Unfortunately, my foot slipped and my whole body started sinking into the water. My body sank deeper into the water and I couldn't swim at all. I just struggled instinctively. But the harder I kicked, the deeper I sank. After a while, I couldn't swim anymore. At this point, I started drinking too much water, and gradually it overwhelmed me and my breath started leaving my body as I sank. I almost felt like I was about to die. And then I had the feeling that someone had saved me. I vaguely saw that it was the shape of a girl, and suddenly a very miraculous thing happened.
Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut focused Entyvio.
New Eden, a universe brimming with possibility and rife with adventure. Only the most intrepid capsuleers can conquer its many wonders. Do you have what it takes to become one with the machine? To explore the far reaches of space, carving out a name for yourself among the stars. To become a titan of industry, amassing wealth, power, and prestige as you rise above your rivals. Or to prove your worth in combat, cementing new alliances and vanquishing your foes on your path to glory. For the rare few, immortality awaits.
I was lifted out of the water. Because I was so excited and quickly climbed ashore, after turning my head to look back, she disappeared. I was really confused and didn't know what had happened. My grandfather and grandmother suddenly appeared, and later I heard her say that when my grandmother was at home, she had a premonition that something bad had happened to me. So she came to find me. And in order not to be scolded, I lied to my grandparents that I was just hanging out near the hole when a girl pulled my leg down and I almost drowned. As a result, my grandparents did not scold me, but only comforted me, saying that I still had great luck, or else I would have been taken down by the girl to take her place and be a ghost for the rest of my life. Although many years had passed, I still did not have the chance to tell the truth to anyone. The truth I had hidden for so many years. All I wanted to do was to thank the girl who saved me and apologize for blaming her, as well as all the tragedy she had to endure.
The story happened with a small family living in a rural area consisting of Mr. Hasu and Miss Ruri and their 7-year-old daughter named Na. The whole family always wanted to have a son to show off their faces to people in the village. Fortunately, this year, as Ruri already had an ultrasound of his son, she happily showed it off to her neighbors. Ruri satisfyingly touched her belly and told her neighbor that day by day she was even more excited and looking forward to the baby. Her neighbor offered a suggestion that she should be ready for anything. Besides, she had to consult a fortune teller too to wait for the good day and hold a ceremony to get her son's name. Ruri replied that only the family of her husband was superstitious, but she absolutely did not put much faith in divination. The neighbors still had the opinion that they had to abstain from giving all kinds of things for this child because the couple was having a hard time having a son in the first place. At that time, Na was playing nearby, so when listening to her neighbor's opinion, Ruri dragged her away to make conversation. The neighbors were surprised and asked, "Why did you do that?" Ruri said sadly that she was afraid to talk about the importance of her brother, and this made her feel somewhat sad about Na. Finally, the day of delivery had arrived, and Hazu's family eagerly awaited birth, and eventually, Hazu held the baby son in his arms. However, the warm atmosphere was immediately extinguished when Hazu shouted loudly at his daughter because she wanted to hold her brother. Arriving home, things started getting more difficult. The newly born son was sick with a strange disease. He kept groaning without eating or drinking. The couple were very worried. Ruri was anxious, especially when she saw the child's face deteriorating. Hazu hurriedly looked at his son and told his wife, "It is not good, my dear. If he continues to quit feeding like that, he will be malnourished." The couple hurriedly took their child to the hospital. Even though the doctor advised him that the family could be reassured and that the child had a common cold, Hazu argued that things were much more serious in his opinion. Since his son was sick, Hazu stayed awake for a few days, and the son cost a fortune to him. He wouldn't let anything happen to his son. Hazu's mother was a feudal woman with strong feudal thoughts and discussed the possibility about asking a shaman to take a look at the child with her son. She wasn't sure what was happening, and she might have some thoughts that this problem could be possibly related to demons. Hazu thought for a while and understood that what his mother said was correct. The mother went to find the famous magician and invited him to their home. She brought him in to meet Hazu. Hazu politely greeted him, politely explained the situation of the newborn child. Then he went back inside the house and called out loudly, "Mother of children, hurry up and bring our son here." Ruri slowly brought out the baby. His health was very weak at that moment. The shaman asked if the father had done anything unusual before the birth of his son. Hazu assured that he was a very gentle person and had never done any bad things. The magus looked at the child for a long time and then said that the child had a curse of death and it would be hard to save his life. The shaman went on to explain that the family had been cursed to have only one child, so that when the couple tried to have more than one child, the consequences would be dreadful. The grandmother gasped in surprise and believed in the shaman's words as she kept asking if there was a way to break the curse and save her unique grandson. The shaman sighed and said there was still a way, but they'd better forget it. The shaman glanced around and then said, "Just having one child in the family is enough." The words of the shaman were similar to the sound of lightning crashing on an eardrum. So in order to save the newly born, the only choice the family had was to throw away their firstborn. The mother was crying, hugging her daughter without letting go. She insisted that they should not believe the words of the magician. Hazu saw that his wife was rigid, so he got angry and shouted loudly, "Will you stop crying? It's come to this. We can't lose that son. He's the future of our family." Hazu tried to explain to his wife that they could not raise both children at the same time, and a son was the most important thing at present, and it was not easy for him either, as he was very anxious to choose. Then Hazu hugged his daughter and dragged her outside while the mother and daughter screamed, reaching for each other. The desperate mother shed tears for her daughter. The poor girl was sobbing in fear. She didn't know where fate would take her when she had to leave her mother's arms. However, Hasu still insisted on taking his daughter away. He gave her to a man from the next village who wanted to adopt her. That night, the small family was completely absent from laughter and talking. The atmosphere was strangely gloomy. The Hasu family and their young son slept very early. Until late at night, there was suddenly a groan coming from nowhere through the window into Ruri's ears. The occasional moaning startled her to wake up. It was clearly a child's voice, Ruri thought to herself. Then she slowly pulled back the curtains as dim light from outside flooded into the room. Suddenly, in front of the window, there was a familiar figure of her eldest daughter, who was standing silently staring into her mother's eyes. Ruri was shaken. She rolled her eyes when she saw her daughter coming home at this moment. Moreover, before her eyes was her tragic appearance. Her whole body was wet, her skin was pale, and her eyes were as white as those of the underworld. The water ran down the leg of her pants into a pool on the ground, looking as if she had just been soaked in water. Her face was devoid of emotion. Her mouth began to sputter a few trembling words calling out to her mother. Ruri rushed over to see what was wrong with the child. She panicked and asked her daughter why this mess happened. However, the answer to her mother's questions was just cold silence from the poor little girl. After a while, she stammered a few words, saying that it was true that her parents wanted her to leave. Hearing all of this, Ruri bursted into tears, hugging her daughter and apologizing with all her strength. The little girl continued to say strange words. She said that it was too late and they could never go back to the way things were. Ruri rubbed her face and told her everything would be fine. It broke her heart as she stroked the hair of her daughter, but she knew that this was no longer her daughter. The little girl looked up at her mother and told her that she had to go now. She just wanted to come here to see her mother for the last time. The mother had not yet reacted when the little girl vanished like an illusion right before her eyes. When she looked back, only her shaking hands could be seen. The mother was so bewildered and couldn't understand what was going on. She lowered her head and looked to the ground. There was still a large pool of water on the ground, which might mean that the girl's soul really returned to it and that she probably met a bad fate. When the mother looked at the gate, she found it had been opened. She rushed outside. She ran while screaming her daughter's name in madness. She was running across the village road that was
With the Verizon Visa Card, you get up to $200 cash back as a new cardholder and 4% in rewards when you shop at the grocery store, get gas, and dine out. Plus, your rewards can be applied toward your Verizon bill. Apply today.
It was dark without a person in sight. She screamed and cried even louder, knowing that something bad had definitely happened to her daughter. But all she saw was a dream. Hasu woke up holding his crying son. He tried to calm Ruri down. When Ruri woke up, Hasu asked a lot about what she dreamt about. She sadly recounted what she saw and her dead daughter with her soul appearing in the dream. Hasu didn't seem to believe it, but Ruri's attitude showed that what she said was completely uncensored. Hasu advised his wife to go to bed early. This time their family had many difficulties to face, so they had to try to overcome it all. The next morning, when Ruri was going to visit her daughter with her belongings, there was a loud scream in the yard, as a man in the next village who adopted Na came running in asking to meet the couple. Hasu greeted and asked him about what was going on as the man stammered and said, Your daughter left my home last night and I didn't see her in the morning. Ruri panicked when she heard the news. Hasu was now sweating profusely. His face was showing real concern. The man added that at the back of his house was a forest and a dangerous river, so they needed to find the girl immediately. When the mother heard it all, her eyes went wild with fear. She remembered what happened last night when she met the little girl. Could it be that this was an omen? The three of them went together to search for her and hoped that she had just gotten lost somewhere. But a tragic thing happened. Hasu eventually found the body of his daughter lying face down in cold water as he dragged his heavy steps with long tears. Holding the body of a child in her arms, Ruri cried for many hours on that day, and Hasu knelt on the ground with guilt and regret. Her mother mourned and tormented her heart for not being able to protect her daughter. Several months after the horrible event, the tragedy of the Hasu family didn't end there. The son also couldn't survive, as he passed away in the autumn of that year. The poor mother went mad with grief. She kept holding the pillow in her lap and calling for her children. And Hasu, he fell to alcohol addiction, as his fortune also disappeared with it. Now he had truly lost everything. This horror story happened 7 years ago near Xingxing Farm, China. This experience was considered a memorable one. That year, I was heartbroken because my girlfriend of 2 years left me. I signed up for a 4-day tour in Guangxi province with a group of guests. Most of the people in the group were older men and women, and I was the only young man. After we walked around on the beach, the guide continued to take us to a farm on a large mountain to see the forest landscape. To me, it didn't matter where I went, as long as I left the city where I lived to forget about my story of heartache. Because of the city being so small, almost every corner had memories of my ex-lover and myself. After visiting the beautiful natural scenery of the farm, we were arranged to rest in a renovated hotel from the villa. The condition of this villa was good. It had an observatory outside. The scenery in the distance was beautiful. Thanks to that, my mood gradually improved. Actually, now that I thought about it, I felt stupid. I realized that in this world, not everyone could walk together for a lifetime when in love. Maybe this was my first love, so it took me a long time to forget. On the farm, it got dark very quickly because it was surrounded by forest. It was especially quiet. The elders who accompanied us took an early break. There would be no excursions in this forest in the evening, so I slept early that night. I remember that I slept until midnight. After 11 o'clock, a humming sound suddenly woke me up. After being woken up, I couldn't go back to sleep. Once again, a particularly shrill sound resounded in the stillness of the night. I couldn't sleep. So I decided to get up and go outside to look for that sound. I wanted to see who did what to disturb people sleeping in the middle of the night. Following the sound that was coming from, I went to the back of the villa and saw that no one was there. In the backyard, there was only a large stone mill. I saw that no one else was there. I raised my ear to hear it, and the sound seemed to come from this mill. At that time, I found it a bit strange. This mill weighed several tons and seemed to have been thrown straight to the ground. How could there be a sound if no one moved? However, after I got close, I discovered a strange phenomenon. This large mill seemed to be covered with charms, although the rain and wind made them slightly fade the color. My house was also in the countryside, so I was not unfamiliar with this, but I had never seen such a peculiar stone mill. I could be sure the sound was coming from below the millstone. I kept putting my ear to the mill and listened. This sound was so shrill, like someone below was bumping into a big stone mill. This thing scared me. Was anyone here? Or was there a secret below? I thought. My curiosity also surfaced. I saw a cork on top of that large stone mill and knew that this was a screw hole. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. I didn't hesitate at all to approach and unscrew the cork. As soon as the cork was pulled out, there was an explosion, and some cold air appeared. It seemed that the bottom was isolated from the outside world. How could the creature below survive? Humans or animals couldn't survive below this without air, so what exactly hit the rock underneath? How did that thing get down there? I put my eyes into the hole and peered under the stone to check. Sure enough, the bottom of the stone mill was empty, like a deep dark well that was hard to see. But after observing for a while, my eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. When I saw everything in the well, I couldn't help but be startled. Under the well, there were dozens of human skulls. They thickly piled up. I didn't know how old these human skulls were. The black eye sockets of those skulls seemed to be looking at me, looking very scary. I felt that those skeletons had turned into resentful spirits. They were rushing towards the mouth of the well where I was looking down. This thing scared me. I quickly backed away and my eyes left the hole. However, at that moment I saw a dark cloud rush out of the mouth of the hole. The dark cloud hit me right in the eye, and I immediately felt a sting, a very uncomfortable feeling. After stinging my eyes, I felt dizzy. I tried to scratch my head and pull my hair. That feeling made me nauseous for a while. The world was spinning. My eyes were dark. At that time, I only had one thought, that was to return to my room quickly. But then my mind suddenly lost control and my body could not move anymore. There were many people talking in my ears, but I couldn't understand a word. Before I fell, two figures appeared in front of me. They asked me, "Why are you here at this hour?" They seemed to be talking about my situation and how to save me. I didn't remember anything anymore. "Looks like he did it," said one. While unconscious, I had a strange dream in my dream. I saw a group of Japanese soldiers walking into a small mountain village with guns in the hand. There were a few people dressed as villagers, hiding in the shadows and attacking the Japanese with stones and bricks. They used familiar terrain to attack quite effectively. Soon the Japanese soldiers had their heads smashed. The remaining Japanese soldiers panicked for a moment. Their formation became more chaotic. The Japanese soldiers were killed by unexpected stones thrown by the villagers. When the villagers hiding in the shadows ran out and killed the Japanese soldiers, they piled up Japanese soldiers' bodies. They cut off the heads of those Japanese soldiers. Their heads were covered in blood and looked terrible. The villagers threw the soldiers' heads into a dry well. The dry well in my dream was very similar to the deep well under the stone mill that I saw tonight. The heads fell and gradually disappeared into the deep darkness. I don't know how these images that only appeared in anti-Japanese dramas appeared in my dreams, but then I dreamt of the big stone mill. The whole of the great mill was constantly releasing black gas, and there were wailing voices. Finally, the wailing sound disappeared, but it became the thumping sound I heard tonight. The great mill was also full of curses. Everything was slowly becoming blurry. There were really souls in that deep well.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Wix.
Stuff their stockings with a delicious treat and special edition holiday toy. Kinder Joy. Open a world of surprise.
After that, my consciousness seemed to have recovered a bit. Those strange dreams disappeared. I could hear people moving around, but my eyes couldn't open. I felt someone cut a small cut on my forehead with a sharp knife. Then the man burned a paper talisman over my head, and he put the paper talisman in a jar. I also didn't understand what this meant. Then, like a steamer, he pressed it to cut my forehead. I could almost feel my blood being sucked into the vacuum cup. I could be sure that my feeling was right at the time. But during the whole process, I couldn't keep my eyes open even though I wanted to. When I was fully awake, the sky was clear. I jumped out of bed and the story last night seemed to have never happened. But there was a sharp pain in my forehead. This wound reminded me that everything last night was not a dream. I covered my forehead and went to the villa owner to ask him what had happened. But from them I got a completely different answer from what I felt. The answer seemed reasonable, but I really couldn't accept it. I didn't know if I was thinking about that. I always felt that the villa owner was reluctant to tell the truth. I turned and ran into the yard, wanting to see the big mill from last night. But when I saw it, I was stunned. A large glass plate was placed around the stone mill. Looks like it was just brought in there, so it looked brand new. The cork that I remembered was pulled out last night was now pressed again. 2 new talisman symbols crossed across the cork. If everything went according to what the boss said, how could all of this be explained? After that, I went to ask the owner of the villa again. They said the stone mill was a cultural relic, and the paper talisman was used by villagers for blessings, not for exorcism. I knew I would be powerless because I had nothing to prove, so I stopped arguing with them. And what I went through that night, I didn't know what to say now. And as I experienced this night, I was left speechless. The ghost wedding was a type of marriage ceremony of the afterlife which appeared before the Han Dynasty in China. It was the betrothal of an unmarried person to a deceased person as husband or wife. In my village in the 90s, I heard a story related to this ghost wedding. In the village, there was a girl named Fang. Fang had an older brother. Because of her family's poverty, her mother married her to a dead man to get money for her brother's marriage. Their family was wealthy, but they only had one son, Sin. Sin had been sick since childhood. A monk said that Sin would not live to be 20. Sin lived to be 25, but his condition worsened shortly after his birthday. He went to many doctors, but they all refused to treat him. Then Sin passed away. But he was not buried. His parents bought a girl to have a wedding with him. The chosen one was Fang. But ever since Fang married Sin, strange things kept happening. The day Fang's wedding took place, no one attended because Sin's parents didn't want many people to know. After performing strange rituals in the church room, it was already dark. Then Sin's parents took Fang to Sin's room and went out. After a long wedding day, Fang felt tired. She took off her wedding dress, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. In her sleep, Fang suddenly felt like someone was around her. A cold hand was touching her. Fang was awakened by that cold hand. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man sitting by the bed. She felt that the man was very familiar, but she couldn't remember. The man suddenly said, "Don't be surprised. I am Sin. You are my wife now." Fang heard the man say that. In her heart, she did not believe, because how could Sin come back to life? Sin looked at Fang and flashed a ghostly smile. He said, "Of course I am dead, and now I am just a soul." At this moment, Fang saw the altar picture behind Sin. The man in front of her was exactly like the person in the photo. She couldn't believe they were the same person. That made Fang only have one thought in her mind, that he was a ghost. Fang screamed and fainted. Early in the next morning, Fang woke up feeling aching all over her body. She saw the blood on the bed and remembered what happened last night. She thought someone had faked Sin and tricked her into losing her virginity, because how could the dead come back to life? After thinking about it, she dared not tell her husband's parents that she had been tricked into losing her virginity on the first day of marriage. because if this got out, she didn't know how she would live. Her husband's family was very good to her. Every day they all nourished her. Fang didn't have to do any work because they were afraid she would get tired. But the better they treated her, the more guilty she felt. So, it had been more than 4 months since Fang got married and stayed in their house since Sin passed away. Fang was more and more scared because her belly was getting bigger and bigger. She didn't know how to explain it. But when they saw Fang's belly, they were not only not angry, on the contrary, they were very happy. Fang turned from fear to curiosity. One day after having dinner, Fang felt so bored. Therefore, she walked around the house alone. As she reached the corner of the street, she saw 2 women talking. When Fang heard them talk about her, she hid against a wall and listened to the story. It turned out that Fang's strange marriage and a pregnant belly had become the matter of discussion. Fang felt very uncomfortable hearing them talk about her. Fang was sad when the 2 women talked about her growing belly. They said that it was most likely a ghost fetus. Fang was horrified to hear this. She didn't know and didn't understand what a ghost fetus was. Suddenly, she remembered the scene on the first night of marriage. Was it really Sin that came back that night? Fang did not dare to listen to the story of those 2 women anymore. She desperately walked home and was so scared that she didn't know what she was carrying. Fang returned home, her heart heavy. She didn't pay attention to the greetings of her husband's parents and went straight to her room. Then she climbed right into bed and fell into a deep sleep. While fast asleep, Fang heard the door creak from outside. A cold wind rushed in and Fang was startled awake. She sat up and looked at the door. At this moment, Fang could see clearly that a shadow had come in front of her. Fang saw the shadow that was Sin, her dead husband. Fang heard Sin's confession about himself. With more anxiety in her heart than fear, Sin was not as fierce as before and very polite. He stood by the bed and kept his distance from Fang, but Fang felt many doubts. Fang still didn't believe Sin was dead. Sin turned to go to the window and began to tell the story. Sin had been sick since childhood. The family sought many remedies, many healers to cure him, but to no avail. When Sin was 15 years old, a man claiming to be a monk could help him continue his life by following the monk to study religion. Sin's parents loved him very much, but because they wanted Sin to live a few more days, they let him follow the monk. Time flew. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Sin's parents were very worried and always waited for his return. Suddenly one day Sin returned. The couple was happy to see him. However, no matter what his parents asked Sin, he did not tell them where he had gone during those years. After that, Sin passed his 20th birthday. His parents were happy to see that his face was rosier than before, but Sin had very strange expressions. His father saw that Sin was not happy. He was worried about Sin's illness, so he asked. When Sin said that he would not live to 25 years old, his father immediately felt worried. Sin looked at his father as if remembering something. He began to explain to his father. The old monk helped him improve his physical strength, but it was limited to 25 years old. The monk said when Sin was over 25 years old, he would die. Sin had hoped that when he died, his parents could find someone to marry him. If the wife agreed to enter the wedding chamber within the first 7 days, she would give birth to a son for his family. When Fang heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that Sin was a ghost. He didn't lie to her. Fang picked up the pillow and threw it at Sin, but the pillow passed through Sin's body. Sin was not angry but happy to tell Fang his true purpose. Sin wanted to use the ghost fetus in Fang's belly so that he could be reincarnated as a human. At this moment, the door was kicked open. Fang and Sin simultaneously looked towards the door. It was the old monk. At that time, Sin stopped studying and returned because he couldn't stand the hardship. However, he had stumbled across the resurrection method in the monk's room. When he saw Fang's stomach, the monk understood what had happened and was very angry. According to Sin, the monk did not want to save him because the monk did not tell him about this method. Meanwhile, the monk knew that Sin's heart was not good, so he soon lost his way. Sin didn't believe in the old monk. He thought the monk had a good method, why not show him early? Knowing that Sin couldn't be stopped, the old monk was determined to destroy Sin's ghost to save Fang. The monk drew a spell in the air and pushed towards Sin. Sin tried to escape, but he found his legs couldn't move. Sin saw 4 small ghosts appear on him. They held Sin so he couldn't move. At this moment, the old monk walked towards Sin, took out a piece of charm paper and stuck it on his forehead. Seeing black smoke on his head, Sin was very scared in his heart. The old monk went to Fang. He wanted to save her before the ghost fetus was completely formed. Fang felt very scared now, and without consulting her, the monk took out a piece of charm paper, mumbling something. After reciting the spell, the talisman in the monk's hand also spontaneously caught fire. Then the monk said a sentence. The bowl of water on the table flew into his hand. The old monk stuffed the talisman paper into the bowl. The water in the bowl caught fire. Fang was afraid and covered her eyes. When the fire was extinguished, the water in the bowl turned red. The monk said that if Fang just drank this bowl of water, the ghost fetus in her belly would be destroyed. Fang fainted on the bed after drinking the bowl of water, and a black liquid came out from Fang's lower part. At this time, the monk looked back at Sin. Sin was weak and fading. He angrily cursed at the monk. The old man walked towards Sin, holding a wooden sword in his hand as if he wanted to finish Sin directly. At this time, Sin's mother heard and rushed to intervene. When the monk did not notice, a mother's hand suddenly snatched the talisman from Sin's forehead. As soon as the energy that suppressed him disappeared, Sin turned into a gust of wind and fled. The monk knew that Sin's mother loved Sin very much, so even though he was enraged, the old monk still ignored it, and then he left without looking back. Sin's father and mother looked at the door, crying until their tears ran dry. They knew it was wrong to love their son that way and felt sorry for their son and sorry for Fang. The next day, Sin's parents moved away with Fang. No one knew where they went, but everyone noticed that Fang's belly wasn't that big anymore. This story happened in the village where I used to live many years ago. It was a poor village. The story was passed down orally a long time later, and I also heard it from my father. It was an overcast day. A couple was living in the village looking for their child. Both of them had been busy since morning to go to work, so they didn't have time to take care of the baby. The boy always played in front of the yard, but they still hadn't seen him until dinner time that day. They began searching everywhere from afternoon until late at night because they were worried about their children having bad things. The couple went to every house in the village to ask around. Even the neighbors who had a bad relationship with them, the couple asked, not leaving anyone out. But none of them had seen the boy. At this time, the sky was dark and the hearts of the couple were insecure. Their faces showed concern that their child was maybe in danger. They had lived here for a long time, and they believed that their child couldn't be kidnapped. The couple did not have time to think because there was not too much time left. The couple continued the search. In the village, they had found most of them, so they decided to go to the edge of the forest to have a look. As soon past a house at the end of the village, the couple saw the elder man living there. He was disabled in both legs and was in a wheelchair. As soon as the older man saw the couple, he called them over and asked if they were looking for their son. It seemed he had seen the couple's son. As soon as hearing the news about their son, the couple was so overjoyed that they stopped and asked the older man more carefully. But contrary to their joy, what the older man said worried them even more. According to the older man's account, it seemed that the son was led by something. After hearing this, the couple became extremely afraid and their faces gradually turned green. Seeing the couple's panicked expressions, the older man also quickly recounted what he saw. Today, when it was just getting dark, the older man's gambling addict son pushed him to the front porch to enjoy the breeze and then left to play cards. But until evening, his son did not return, so the older man continued to wait on the porch. The village road at this time was also gradually quiet and no longer a shadow of anyone. Suddenly, in that silent space, heavy footsteps sounded from nowhere. Because the road was very deserted and relatively narrow, the footsteps could be heard clearly, which caught the older man's attention. He quickly glanced in the direction of the sound when the shadow of a child appeared faintly in the mist. For some reason, the fog was so thick, it was more like they were surrounding the boy. Because it was dark, the older man couldn't see the child's face. But looking at his appearance and clothes, the older man knew that the child was the couple's son at the top of the village because the child often ran around the village to play. The older man asked, but the boy did not respond, continuing to walk slowly and heavily. The boy didn't look the same as usual. As a person who had lived for many years and had a lot of experience, the older man knew for sure that something was following him. The older man looked down at the boy's feet under the fog. His guess was not wrong. The boy walked, but his feet did not touch the ground. It looked like he was walking on the tip of his toes, looking very strange. But the older man remained calm and called the boy over to talk. After several times of trying to call out to the boy turned, looked at the older man with a scary look on his face. But that scared the older man even more because he knew the boy was no longer aware. The boy's eyes were wide, white, and his face was devoid of any emotion. He stared at the older man, his eyes growing larger and full of veins, his pupils almost disappearing, and his face pale. The older man understood that the boy was no longer a normal human being. Some force was controlling the boy. The older man tried to talk and ask questions to wake the boy, but to no avail. The boy still didn't care and kept walking. The older man felt so dangerous when he saw the boy slowly walk away from the village towards the forest. In the middle of the night, the older man tried his best to call to the boy, but couldn't. When the boy was almost out of the village, the older man saw that there was a figure following behind the boy. It was a man, but the terrible thing was that his clothes were rotten. He was barefoot, and one arm was bare, with only a white skeleton. After hearing the older man kept calling the boy back, the strange man turned and looked directly at the older man. At this point, the older man began to panic because of the strange man's sore face. The pupil of his eye had fallen out and was hanging from his face. His teeth were sharp like a wild animal. It was clear that he was not human. Seeing that the older man was about to call to the boy, he suddenly became angry and turned towards the older man. When he turned around, the older man could see his ulcerated body and only his white bones. It scared the older man so much he almost fell. But after scaring the older man into silence, the strange man continued to walk behind the boy's back and left the village. The older man couldn't walk, so he tried to shout for help, but no one heard. So he sat and waited for someone to pass by the house, and he finally met the couple. After hearing the story, the couple panicked because they couldn't believe their ears. However, the older man insisted that he was not mistaken or lying. The older man asked the couple to go to the forest to find their son. After hearing that, the husband asked the wife to go home to find a lamp to prepare to go to the forest to search. And they quickly ran to call more people to help. After that, the people in the village also gathered to help the couple find their child. They split into groups and rummaged through the forest. But the couple did not rest, but searched all night. But the result was still empty, without a trace of the son. The wife was very heartbroken. The couple could only hug each other and cry, but could not do anything more. They continued to search for another day, but still could not find anything. The next night, because of anxiety, the wife could not sleep. She cried all night because she was worried about her son. She then fell asleep without knowing it. In a reverie, she faintly heard a familiar voice. The voice was getting louder and clearer. It was her son's voice. She suddenly opened her eyes and woke up to see her son standing next to the bed, pale skin and a cold mouth. Seeing her child, she was overjoyed and burst into tears, quickly asking if her son was okay. The boy did not answer, but turned his back to the door, still whimpering that he was so cold. Seeing that, the wife also rushed out of bed to run after her child, but the boy went very fast, still unable to keep up. The son was walking faster and faster, so fast that the wife had to run after him, but it was still too late. The shadow of the child was getting farther and further away. After chasing forever, the son led her to an old well. No matter how much his mother cried, the boy didn't care. He headed straight for the well and plunged down. The wife screamed in panic, but her body for some reason became extremely slow, unable to do anything. But the time she got there, her son had jumped into the well. She cried and called the son's name, but below was a deep and dark pit. Then the wife suddenly woke up. It was all just a nightmare. Seeing his wife screaming, the husband woke up and asked her what was going on, only to find his wife crying and sobbing. At this time, the wife also understood that her son was no longer alive. That dream was a foreshadowing. She told her husband the two people were heartbroken. No one said anything else. Then they calmed down and started taking hammers. They headed towards the deserted well. It was an old family well that had been sealed since their parents were alive. No one knew where the key was. But when they saw their child in the dream, they broke the lock and went to the well to check. Above the well's mouth, there was a large and heavy rock, which the son could not lift. In their hearts, they wished it was all just a nightmare. The husband began to bring down the rock that covered the mouth of the well. Both of them looked down at the bottom of the well to check, but all was not as they expected. At the bottom, indeed, was the body of the family's young son. Even though the couple was born in a dream and mentally prepared, they still could not accept this cruel truth. They didn't understand how the boy was able to go through the locked door, lift the big rock and jump into the well like that. After that, people also helped them to bring up the body of their son. This story had been passed around a lot in my hometown, but there was no reasonable answer about the son's death. This story happened in a residential area west of Liaoning City 8 years ago. That year, after graduating from technical school, I was assigned by school to work at a mechanical processing factory. That factory had an agreement with our school that would pay little salary for fresh graduates like us. At that time, we were in the category of interns because we didn't know much, so we had to let them use us. However, during that time, I met some good friends. When we had a rest on Sunday, we would gather to play games and have dinner together. That same day, my colleague Zin and Fang would come to Fee's house to cook and drink together. Fee's parents were away for a few days so we could have fun. We just walked to Fee's house and chatted happily. As we approached the gate, an older man with white hair walked past us. We didn't pay much attention to the older man's ugly appearance, but the moment he passed us, I actually smelled a strong, rotten smell. The smell was so unpleasant that it made people nauseous. It was like the smell of an animal that had been dead for more than 10 days with maggots. We all frowned at the older man. At that time, I thought it was strange. The older man was well dressed and had a nice figure, but why was he so smelly? Fee lived in the same neighborhood as the older man, and they were very familiar. When I inquired about the older man, Fee introduced us. The older man's age was younger than his appearance, but why he became like that, no one knew. This incident would certainly make people curious. There was an incident in his family. That's why he was so strange, Fee said. It turned out that the man's wife fell ill and passed away. Currently he lived with his son, who was our age. Although the house would not be complete without his wife, the older man worked hard every day because he had a son. He wanted to give his son a good life. But he would never have thought that one day the worst thing in his life would happen. It was a robbery and murder case. Although the case was solved and the killer was severely punished, his only son was never resurrected. The man's life suddenly fell apart because his only motivation for living was gone. Since then, the man quit his job and didn't go out anymore. The older neighbors were very sorry for that man. However, about a month after the death of the older man's son, residents discovered something strange. One day, two people nearby passed by the door of the older man's house and said, "A good family disappeared in the blink of an eye. Poor thing." Suddenly, they noticed that there were a lot of pamphlets posted outside the door, covering most of the plastered wall and giving off a burning smell. This thing at least showed that the man had not been out for a long time. The people around smelled rotten, so everyone suspected something was wrong. At first, everyone said nothing, but over time the smell became more and more severe, making it impossible for people to sit still. A few aunts and uncles in the neighborhood committee reported to the police. However, the police knew the older man became like this because his son was killed. At the same time, they also discovered that the older man did not have suicidal tendencies. But that aunt and uncle still decided to report to the police. The policemen thought for a long time because this was really important. It was not easy to break into someone's house without a superior's order. Probably because he didn't go out for a long time and didn't take out the trash. That caused a stench, the police said. Seeing that the police did not believe him, an uncle stepped in front of the crowd and told a strange thing he had seen in the day before. When this uncle was walking one night, he saw a man throwing trash around. The uncle approached and saw that the man was the older man near the house. In just a few days, the hair of the older man turned gray. The uncle barely recognized him. When the uncle saw the older man, he wanted to say hello and comfort the older man with a few words. But the older man reacted strangely. He turned and left without saying any word. This made the uncle find it very strange. In the past, this older man was often very enthusiastic. When he met everyone, he greeted everyone. Even if his family had a bad situation, he was always warm. The uncle turned his head and saw that the trash bag the older man had just thrown was even more stranger than usual. There was still a lot of blood on the bulging black bag, and there was still the same rotting smell coming from the older man's house. Was there something shady here? The uncle was frightened, stepped forward and tore the black bag open, wanting to see what was inside. This uncle was surprised because there were some dead crows inside. Some had just died, some had rotted and gave off a stench. This story made the uncle want to break his head because he did not understand. The uncle wondered if this older man was doing something shady. After hearing what the uncle said, the two policemen felt strange and finally decided to go to the older man's house to check. The uncle and the neighbor led the two policemen to arrive at the older man's house. The door seemed to have not been opened for a long time. The stench was strong. The police also thought it was odd and reached out and knocked on the door, but no matter how they called, no one answered and no one opened the door. At this time, the police also felt that things were not easy. Maybe something happened. The two policemen discussed whether to ask someone to open the door. They needed to see how things were going. At this moment, the door suddenly opened with a cluck, 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 cluck. It was a man who opened the door. His hair was now white, but when the policeman saw him, everyone was surprised. There was a lot of blood on the farmer's body. The older man kept his head down and said nothing about the police interrogation. The police were afraid of something serious, so they quickly restrained him first. They asked the older man to stand still and not to move to make sure he couldn't do anything. That uncle and aunt's neighbor were both around the door at the time. They were amazed when they looked inside the house. Then some policemen ran over and checked the older man's house. In the kitchen, the policemen found a lot of crows with bloodstains all over the kitchen. There was also a crow being slaughtered in a basin of water, blood everywhere. The body of the man's dead son was not cremated or buried, but lay flat in his bedroom. The situation at the scene was strange, so the older man was taken to the police station. After many questions from the police, the older man finally spoke. After the death of his son, he was sad for a while, but then he heard someone say that if he drank the crow's blood for 81 days, he could bring the dead back to life. The method sounded cruel and unscientific, but he was eager to give it a try. The older man cried as he told the story and kept begging the police to let him go because his son couldn't stop drinking blood for a day. After listening to the police, everyone was speechless because he loved his son so much and could do anything to hope for his son to come back to life. Because crows were not considered a protected animal and disposing of dead family members was not mandatory, the police released him. After hearing Fee recount that older man's story, my first reaction was to feel sorry for that man. However, Fee said that the people who entered the older man's house that day spread the rumor throughout the entire surrounding area. These people said that although his son had been dead for nearly 2 months, the body had not decomposed and the hair was still growing. As for whether the rumors were true or not, we didn't know either. Later, my family arranged for me to work in a factory in Jiangsu. I left my hometown. I didn't know if that older man's son would come back to life. Fee said that the older man suddenly moved out and no one knew where he went. The story happened with my cousin Ken. That year, Ken dropped out of school early and drove a coal truck with his father. That night, there was my uncle and brother Ken and a few other colleagues. The group filled 2 large trucks with coal and started preparing to transport them. The trip was relatively long, so at midnight they started to depart. The trip was still going smoothly until down the pass. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when suddenly my uncle and Ken's car had a problem. Here was the pass, and all around the forest there was no place to fix the car. It was bad luck. After thinking for a while, Ken got out of the truck. He lit a lighter for a cigarette and waited for the other 2 of his colleagues' truck to come and ask for their help. After that, Mr. Ken smoked while looking for a place to go to the toilet. Suddenly, he saw a faint light in the distance. This thing made my brother curious because it was almost morning. Why, there were still people turning on lights in the middle of the forest. Looking closer, it looked like they were holding a small stage. Could it be that people here have a late-night festival? People also began to sing, and strangely the light emitted from the stage looked very dim, like the lights used for the old stage types. Waiting for the other truck to arrive seemed long and boring. My cousin began to walk towards the stage, still holding a cigarette. When he arrived, he realized that the stage was very small. A few spectators were watching the show. Ken's appearance did not attract the attention of the guests sitting around, but the girl who sang Boy on stage seemed to keep an eye on him, glancing at him when he entered. Normally, my cousin didn't like this kind of singing, but somehow he found it very good and interesting that day. For a moment, Ken was also swept away by the performance and joined the applause of everyone present. What Ken found strange was why people organized singing at this late hour. But then something stranger started to happen. Suddenly, the curtain on the stage seemed to be on fire. The fire was getting bigger, but no one seemed to notice it. With a cigarette in hand, Ken saw that strange thing happen, but no one reacted at all. The fire was loud, burning and spreading all over the curtains, but the singer was still singing on it. Brother Ken began to panic and worry. He glanced around, but no one seemed to have any intention of putting out this fire. Seeing this, he shouted to let everyone know about the fire, but the more he shouted, the more they remained motionless. Even stranger, couldn't they see that the fire was getting bigger and bigger? Why was no one reacting? That left Ken momentarily frozen. Only then did he realize that the people sitting here had very strange attitudes. They sat motionless, like statues. Ken felt this to be a little creepy. But the fire that was burning up there was the big problem. Ken still tried to call everyone to put out the fire. Ken shouted louder to get attention. At this time, the audience suddenly reacted to Ken's noise and turned to stare at Ken. They looked very weird. Ken was so scared that he fell backwards, his eyes wide and mouth open, unable to speak. He glanced up at the stage, both of whom were performing on had also begun to burn with flames, but they were still singing. More frightening, the fire made their skin wrinkled and scorched, but they still calmly stood and sang. Their clothes were burned, even though the fire was slowly engulfing them. But the bigger the fire, the better they sang. My cousin told me that his legs were numb and he couldn't sit up when he tried at that time. So he tried to scream, hoping someone would hear and come to save him. The sound of footsteps woke him up and took his eyes off the stage. The scene at this time made Ken show extreme fear. He found himself surrounded by the audience who had been watching the song earlier. They were standing around him. Their eyes had no pupils, were white, and stared at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. The surrounding area was very quiet. The truck of the older colleagues hadn't arrived yet, and his father was busy repairing the broken truck above. Screaming until now was hoarse. Ken could no longer scream, only stammering in vain. Suddenly the phone in his pocket began to ring loudly. It was like an alarm clock, making his mind more alert. But because he was so shaken, he struggled to get his phone out of his pocket. Suddenly, there was a voice calling from afar. It was Ken's father's voice. Only then did Ken dare to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to look in the direction of the stairs going down and saw the figure of his father standing in the distance and calling out Ken. Suddenly, looking around, the people just now disappeared without knowing. But then they must be ghosts. Ken also looked towards the stage. The performers and the lights also disappeared. Now, only the old and tattered stall remained, which must have been abandoned for a long time. So there was no performance. Maybe he was teased by the devil. Ken's face was dull and sweaty, dumbfounded by everything that had just happened before his eyes. At this time, his father's call once again awakened him from his stupor. His body was shaking to the point that he had no strength left, but he still managed to get up. Ken's whole body still felt apart, so he tripped while running. But Ken did not dare to stop, did not dare to turn his back to look. He only knew how to hide and run. Only when running to the place, seeing his father, Ken dared to stop and collapsed because of exhaustion. Seeing that his son was not well, my uncle knew that something bad must have happened, so he and the other two helped Ken up and asked for everything. Ken's face was still pale and panicked by everything that had just happened. My cousin started stammering about his encounter with ghosts and was almost harmed by them. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. 3 people saw that Ken could no longer walk, so they helped Ken into the truck to quickly move away from the place. Later, Ken continued to do his work with his father, but he never dared to go out at night again. Only later, when he ran that route many times, he heard people living nearby tell him that many years ago, a singing troupe had set up camp here to prepare to open a stage to perform for the people in the village to listen. But someone smoked and accidentally let the cigarette butts fly into the performance equipment, causing a fire. But it was late at night. Everyone was sleeping. No one knew. And then both the tent and the stage burned down. As a result, nearly 20 people were killed in that terrible fire. My father had been a truck driver for nearly 5 years. Almost every route he was familiar with, and especially had a very wide relationship. After a long time driving a rental truck, my father talked to my mother about buying and driving a truck on his own to make more money. My mother did not object, but it was not easy to buy a truck because she was a bit worried about finances at the time. My father was thinking about buying a used truck to drive. After talking to my mother and me, my father started going to used truck stores to find out. At that time, garages or used truck shops operated as intermediaries. That was truck owners would take the truck there and someone would broker to help them. After searching for a while, my father saw a truck that looked very new. He liked it right away. But after asking the price, my father sighed. Its price was slightly different from his original calculation. The salesman saw that my father was just asking and had no intention of buying it because of the high price. So the salesman said that he could recommend a satisfactory truck to my father at an affordable price. Then, the salesman took my father to see a truck he was talking about. The truck the salesman showed my father was new and beautiful. It was painted in a glossy orange color, and most important thing was that its price was very low. The size of the truck also fitted very well in my truck parking lot. Its machinery was also good. My father seemed to be very pleased and satisfied with the truck. After getting inside the truck, he was even more surprised because it was new. This accessory had not been rusted. In general, everything was very good. Another strange thing was that this truck had not run much, proving that this was a very new truck, not a degraded truck. So my father was satisfied and immediately closed the truck with the salesman. He also said that my father was very lucky to have bought it early and wished my father a prosperous business with this truck. Now, this truck was my father's companion on long journeys. He felt very satisfied and regularly cleaned it very meticulously. But on the first day my father drove to work, something happened. I remember that day my mother was cleaning the house when the phone rang. The call was from my father. He said on the phone that he had an accident on his way to work and was in the hospital. When my mother heard the bad news, she couldn't keep her composure and even dropped her phone on the ground. Then she rushed to the hospital to see how my father was doing. My father was sitting on a chair. Two people were shouting at my father. That was the family member of the person that my father hit the truck with. Fortunately, the person was not seriously injured. When my father got out of the hospital, my mom asked him what was going on. My father said that he did not understand anything. He recounted that he was driving a delivery truck and turning a corner. At that time, my father glanced in the rearview mirror to see the road before turning the truck in. Suddenly, he saw a person walking beside the truck, but there was an absolute safe distance between the truck and that person. When my father reached the bend, a few people ran to the middle of the road to block the truck. They shouted to signal my father to stop the truck. One man said my father's truck hit someone. My father did not know what happened, but to be safe, he quickly braked and stopped the truck. My father quickly jumped out of the truck and approached the man to ask what was wrong. My father said many times that he didn't think he hit that person, but he didn't understand why a man fell on the street like that. That man injured his hand, screaming to ask my father to pay compensation for causing the accident. When he told my mother about it, my father said that the man most likely was trying to rush into the truck to get angry. A week later, my father resumed work as usual. However, a strange incident happened, causing my father to find himself once again in a confusing situation. That day, when my mother was cleaning at home, the phone rang again. When my mother picked up the phone, she was startled to hear that my father had caused an accident again, and this time with a child. The parents of the child went to the traffic police office to resolve the incident in anger. When my mother arrived, she saw my father sitting outside and waiting for the results from the traffic police. When my mother went inside to see the victim's condition, the child's parents were angry. However, the child was unharmed. The child saw his parents scold him. Then he suddenly said something very strange that even my mother could not believe. The child said that he wasn't hit by my father. Someone pulled him under the truck. The boy said that he was walking on the sidewalk that day and he was going to stop by the store to buy something, hearing the sound of a truck approaching. The child purposely moved to the side with distance enough to keep him safe. The truck was also running at a very slow speed and was very safe. But just as the truck passed him, he suddenly saw a person sticking out from under the truck with very sharp fingernails. The man looked bloodied. His eyes could only see the black irises, and he quickly pulled the child under the truck. When the child told that story, his parents told him not to tell such myths because why was there someone under the truck? While everyone was arguing, the traffic policeman in charge walked in. He said that they got surveillance footage of that stretch of road and asked us to come to see it. It was good that the whole process of the accident was captured so realistically. When my father's truck passed a child, there was indeed a safe certain distance between the two. That distance was too far for my father to cause an accident. Suddenly, the child seemed to be dragged under the truck like on camera, but at this point we didn't see anyone under the truck. The child was like being sucked under the truck. When it was clear, the child's parents took him out of the police office and did not make any further claims. My parents were on their way home when a policeman called back. He asked my father if the truck had to be purchased below market value. Through investigation, that truck was involved in a fatal accident just last month. A young man was hit by a truck, sucked under the truck, and dragged more than 10 meters. After my parents got home, they discussed it many times and decided to sell the unlucky truck. It had been a few years since this happened, and my father still drove someone else's rental truck and never mentioned the idea of buying his own truck anymore. That time, Feng and I often went to the village to practice martial arts. But for some reason, every time the madman in the village saw us, he would chase after us with a stick and ask us to play together. So we just knew to run away. That madman kept looking at us and said that they had to kill the vampire with him. Feng and I ran a long way. Then that crazy guy didn't chase us anymore. Feng said that for some reason the madman kept talking about vampires. It had been a long time, and it was just a rumor. I also heard the madman talk a lot about vampires, but I didn't know how the true story was. I thought he was talking nonsense like that because he was crazy. So Feng got a little worried and told me that many people in the village also knew about this. I was more surprised and urged Feng to tell me about it. Feng tried to recall it from his memory and then began to tell me why the madman went crazy and the scary story about the female vampire who had come to his village. 5 years ago, a very beautiful girl suddenly appeared in the village. She moved from the city to his village to work at the dispensary. Any boy in the village would admire the beauty and hot body of the girl. She dressed simply but made up her face carefully, and her gait was flexible. Anyone was attractive when looking through her dreamy eyes. Her body always gave off a faintly enchanting fragrance. No wonder there were no boys in the village who wouldn't fall in love with her. The men were infatuated when looking at her full breasts. Even her sexy round butt also made them unable to take their eyes off. One of the guys followed in this girl's footsteps and eloquently declared that he would make this girl his. The madman at that time was still a healthy young man. His name was Wang. Wang advised his friends not to tease the girl because he heard that the girl was a big boss's daughter. Hearing that, the guy said he was just saying it for fun. However, it seemed that Wang's friends had no intention of stopping teasing the girl. At that time, Wang and his friends were unemployed, so they often gathered to drink and gamble. That night, they made a date to play cards and chat while playing. Lately, suddenly, there were a lot of bad rumors about that girl. After a long time, Wang secretly loved and missed the girl, so he also had an unhappy expression when he heard about those rumors about her. While playing cards, Wang asked two friends if they spread bad rumors about the girl. Wang's friends appeared sinister and said, "She came to this town to not only work as a nurse but also to work as a lady of the night. People in this village all knew." As he spoke, he glanced at the friend next to him and asked the friend if he wanted to find the girl. So they advised Wang not to think about that girl anymore. She was just a prostitute. They also knew that Wang had a crush on the girl, but the truth was too harsh. So they invited Wang to drink at the pub to help him forget his sadness. Wang felt very sad, but he still wanted to find out the truth about this. Wang's friends saw that Wang drank so much and said that Wang should go to her house at night to see. There would be men sneaking into her house. Wang said that he would verify this for himself. While drunk, Wang's friends also uttered ridiculous words about the girl. They said that they had better come to see that girl tonight to know how she tasted. Wang heard that and became angry. He hit the table to get up. Two of Wang's friends were also surprised by Wang's attitude at this time. Knowing that Wang was too drunk, they stopped drinking. Then everyone went home. Wang walked on the street, drunk, which did not make Wang forget the unpleasant feeling when he heard words from his friends about the girl. But when he approached the girl's house, Wang suddenly saw a man standing in front of the girl's house. Not only that, but he also cordially called her name in the middle of the quiet night. Wang realized that the guy had a happy wife and children, but the fact that he was at this girl's house at midnight caused Wang a lot of suspicions. So Wang immediately chose a hidden corner and watched when that guy wasn't paying attention. Then Wang hid behind the wall, observing the relationship that the guy had with this girl. The scene in front of him was unbelievable. Could the rumor about the girl be true? Wang was angry and depressed when he saw the scene, but he still wanted to clarify this. So Wang climbed into the girl's house through the back door. Entering the courtyard, he was attracted by the light from the bedroom suddenly turned on. Wang stood outside silently, peeking in the window to see what these two were doing. Inside, the couple pounced on each other. The man put his arms around the girl. This beautiful girl was also very bold, taking the initiative to kiss this young man passionately. It was no longer a rumor. Wang had witnessed it with his own eyes. However, a few seconds later, Wang was horrified when he witnessed something very terrible. As soon as she hugged the guy, her beautiful face turned into a pale old face. Her eyes were bloodshot and fierce. Not stopping there, she also opened her mouth wide, revealing the sharp monster-like teeth, her hands tightly wrapped around the man's body. She then took a hard bite on his neck and sucked his blood. A moment later, the man's body turned white and fell to the ground. Wang saw the scene and was extremely scared, involuntarily shouted and fell back. Unexpectedly, a scream made the girl inside discover. She knew that there was an intruder in the house and had seen all her secrets. The girl heard the noise and went out of the bedroom. Wang was extremely frightened. The scary girl suddenly stopped staring at Wang with bloodshot eyes, bright red blood flowing from her mouth. Wang was so scared now that he didn't know what to do. He just knew how to knock on the door and run out of the house. Wang ran straight home, running while shouting that there was a demon. After returning home, Wang appeared to be shaken, hiding under the blanket and repeatedly saying that there were demons. Wang's parents tried to ask many doctors to examine the disease, but no matter how much they treated him, he still couldn't be cured. Wang only knew how to cover his whole body with a blanket. He burst into tears to say that the girl was a vampire. Anywhere he went and saw the woman, he all said that they were vampires. Since then, people in the village always came across a madman running everywhere and screaming. Feng told me the strange story and added that the woman also disappeared from the village after that day. I was curious to ask Feng if this story was true or not. Feng said he heard from his grandfather that the girl was a vampire who lured men to suck blood. That was why she was always young, beautiful, and immortal. While Feng was walking and telling me the stories, we accidentally saw a beautiful woman passing by. This woman caught Feng's and my attention. It had been a long time since a beautiful woman appeared in the village. I was curious. Why was this girl just like the one described in Feng's story? Her face was beautiful. Her body was also very sexy. However, I thought Feng's story was just a rumor. Not all beautiful girls were vampires. This eerie tale unfolds within the confines of my grandmother's house, with my uncle serving as the central character. Throughout his life, he was engrossed in his studies and didn't have to worry about much. My grandmother held a deep affection for him. Upon completing his education, my uncle secured a desirable position at a manufacturing factory in the district. Typically, he resided in the workers' dormitory and visited home only occasionally. However, on this particular occasion, my grandmother was celebrating her birthday, prompting my grandfather to invite my uncle to join the festivities. To reach home from the district, my uncle had to take a bus journey lasting approximately an hour and a half, followed by traversing a mountain trail leading to the house. Due to his delayed bus, darkness had already fallen by the time my uncle set foot on the mountain trail. As he walked with his head lowered, he suddenly noticed a figure ascending the hill in the distance. My uncle was compelled to halt, sensing an abnormality in the stranger's gait. This person's head hung askew and he stumbled towards my uncle. As they drew closer, my uncle was jolted and witnessed a man's upper body vanishing, replaced by a horrific sight of blood. My uncle's recollection ends there. By this time it was well past 10 p.m., and he had yet to return home. Apprehension enveloped the entire family. Armed with a flashlight, my aunt ventured out to locate him. Upon reaching the village gate, she noticed someone roaming nearby. It was my uncle. Annoyed by his tardiness, she confronted him, but my uncle remained silent. When she shone the flashlight on his face, she was taken aback. His head drooped, his eyes were lifeless and white, and his skin sagged and wrinkled like that of a deceased person. Hurriedly, my aunt assisted my uncle into the house, calling out for help from anyone present. The sight of my uncle sent chills down the spines of the entire family. My grandfather, possessing a wealth of knowledge, proposed that my uncle might be possessed by a demon. Upon hearing this assertion, everyone in the house came to believe it, yet they were at a loss regarding the subsequent course of action. In this moment of distress, my grandfather instructed my aunt to contact Miss Grandma Seven, my grandmother's biological sister, for assistance. Accompanied by my eldest uncle, my aunt set out to fetch her. Being over 70 years old with frail legs and feet, Miss Grandma Seven could no longer walk. They settled her in the back seat to the car, with my aunt accompanying her by foot. Upon their arrival, Miss Grandma Seven entered my uncle's room, engaging in a conversation that seemed directed at someone unseen. She spoke sternly and repeatedly with my uncle, as if attempting to deter her presence. Her actions alternated between beating, scolding, and gentle yet firm speech. Suddenly, my uncle sat upright, assuming a vastly different voice. He claimed to be over 35 and expressed a desire to return home and see his wife and children. Tears streamed down his face. He recounted a tragic story of being a neighboring villager who worked outside and had rushed back on a stormy night after his wife gave birth. The treacherous mountain road, muddy and slippery due to the heavy rain, caused him to slip and fall down the slope, striking his head on a rock. Half of his face was crushed, and his untimely demise prevented him from witnessing his newborn child's face, leaving behind lingering resentment. The tragic nature of his account left everyone in a state of confusion. Sensing the urgency, Grandma Seven gestured for my uncle's family to swiftly prepare the car. They transported my uncle to the location mentioned by the ghostly figure from the neighboring village. Informing his wife of the incident, they requested her to hold her baby. However, she couldn't help but feel a mix of suspicion and fear upon witnessing my uncle's unsettling appearance. Observing the individual clutching the child, Grandma Seven adamantly refused to let go. She urged him to depart swiftly, allowing the infant to breathe freely. At that moment, his wife stepped forward and snatched the child from his grasp. My uncle gazed at his wife and children, his love for them palpable, and he was reluctant to part ways. Sensing his hesitation, Grandma Seven disciplined him with a whip. The impact rendered my uncle weak, and he collapsed to the ground. My aunt and uncle rushed to his aid. After that incident, my uncle's countenance returned to normal, but he had no recollection of what had transpired. The only memory he retained was encountering the man on the mountain. Following the event, Grandma Seven bestowed upon my uncle a peace charm, ensuring he remained free from further misfortunes. It began in a small northeastern mountainous village where old marriage practices were still in existence. Sumi was a beautiful girl who was blessed with great talents. Needless to say, the girl always got involved with the village men flirting with her, but they all shook their heads in boredom and quit as soon as they heard about the bride token. Those who wanted to marry the girl must be born from a wealthy and noble family. Only that way could they get the nod of approval. The bride token was up to 20 ounces of gold. Jiro, a young man who came from a deprived background, was told he'd never have the chance to marry the girl. In the village, there was also a young man named Kento who was head over heels in love with Sumi. This man was not poor at all, but since the bride price was so expensive, everybody told him to give up. Despite being advised by his friends, the man still became agitated and walked away as they didn't support him marrying Sumi. In order to have Sumi, Kento made a promise to himself that he would get rich. He did everything to build relationships and make friends in high places. Now, as Kento had made a fortune for himself, he utilized his relationships to blind the ones in power, as he contracted the wild mountainous area which was located 30 kilometers away from his village. Ever since that day, large trucks were seen consecutively commuting to the area on a daily basis, as they exploited the soil, stone, and wood to depletion. After 3 years of being involved in illegal activities, the man eventually became affluent. Kento couldn't be more confident upon the day he returned home. He quickly went to see his friends, asking about Sumi. Kento told them that he had become a billionaire. Since money was no longer an issue, he returned to propose to Sumi. His friends immediately said the bride token had been 5 times bigger compared to that 3 years ago. But the calm expression was still on his face as he showed them a thick cowhide bag while letting out a smirk. About Jiro, the poor guy. After a long period of time of hard work, the man ended up saving a great amount of money to marry Sumi. However, Sumi's mother bluntly refused, saying that it was the story of 3 years ago, and now as her daughter was in the age of getting married, considering how many families wanted to have her as their daughter-in-law, this amount of money Jiro had was inadequate. The woman didn't even let him finish his 3rd sentence as she kicked him out of the house and threw his money onto the ground. Not knowing what to do, Jiro picked up each and every precious coin then left. He couldn't hide the sorrow on his face. At that time, Jiro was still hoping that he would marry Sumi, but the thought instantly faded away when he saw Kento approaching Sumi's house. The man couldn't do anything under the circumstances, neither did he have any money, nor power to get in Kento's way. And what goes around comes around. Kento paid the bride wealth to the family and finally had Sumi as his wife. A couple of days later, fireworks went off as a grand wedding took place. The whole village was prevailed with an uproarious atmosphere. Cars were placed bumper to bumper, while everyone was eager to witness the wedding of the rich. According to traditional conceptions, children must be completely obedient to their parents, thus Sumi had to obey them. She reluctantly married Kento. After the grand wedding to Sumi, marriage life was truly a hell on earth. Kento unexpectedly turned out to be a brute. Since Sumi was always in a gloomy mood, she often got beaten by Kento, but the woman couldn't do anything but held her tears and suffered. One day as Sumi returned home from the market, she encountered Jiro. At that moment she could only greet him from afar, then continued to go home. Unfortunately, her actions were seen by her husband, Kento. Being filled up with jealousy, the man intended to harm Jiro. That afternoon, Kento went to see Jiro and offered him a job at his quarry. Jiro immediately agreed and rejoiced as he was in need of earning money to pay his way. 2 days into Jiro's work at the quarry, many police cars were seen passing through the village. According to the 2 workers who worked at the quarry, they coincidentally found out a corpse after their shift. The 2 were frightened, as occupational accidents often happened at this mine. The dead man was believed to fall from a mountain slope and had his body pierced with a sharp rock. One side of the face was completely deformed, but one could still recognize it and knew that it was Jiro. Having no relatives, Jiro had his funeral conducted poorly while his body was buried in the forest. That day after Jiro's funeral, Kento quickly returned home. The man panicked as soon as he opened the door. There was a figure of a man appearing before his eyes as it slowly walked into his house. The shadow also looked identical to that of Jiro. It suddenly vanished after Kento rubbed his eyes. He took a deep breath, then carefully walked into the house. Kento asked his wife if she saw anyone coming in, but she merely shook her head and said no. The man stayed up through the whole night as he was filled with great fear. As the night progressed, he could not sleep as he felt guilty with the horrific crimes he had done. The next morning, Kento brought a lot of money to a shaman in the village, asking for help. The shaman didn't care about anything but money. He taught Kento to use dog blood and spill it on Jiro's grave. Only after using it would the calamity be over. Dog blood would trap Jiro's soul, making it unable to escape from the grave. Kento immediately went to a dog slaughterhouse to buy blood. The owner brought out a bucket that was filled with dog blood to Kento. After getting what he needed, the brutal murderer went into the forest, searching for the spot where Jiro was buried. Without hesitation, he poured the bucket of blood over Jiro's grave, causing it to be covered in red. Kento didn't even have a twitch of guilt as he put on a sadistic smile. The blood spread all over the grave and then absorbed into the sand. In no time, the grave was completely covered with blood. Afterwards, the man calmly returned home. Despite having committed another crime, Kento felt no remorse as he acted like nothing had happened. That night, the man could finally sleep well. As it struck midnight, Kento suddenly felt like there was something like a hand touching his face. All of a sudden, the room was filled with a stench which awoken him instantly. But as soon as he got up, he was scared to death by the thing he saw as he screamed in panic. The man gasped in horror, seeing the horrific scene right next to him. It was not Sumi who was lying next to him. Instead, it was Jiro, with a creepy-looking face that was badly deformed. Jiro's face was covered with blood. He looked at Kento whilst putting on a ghostly smile. Kento tried to regain his composure. He rubbed his eyes constantly and then saw Sumi's face again. Seeing the scared and anxious look on Kento's face, Sumi wondered what had happened to him. Kento recounted the scary incident to Sumi, but she seemingly didn't believe it, as she thought it was probably him having nightmares, hence ignoring him and continuing with her sleep. Kento really wanted to have an explanation, but was soon afraid that Sumi would find out he was the one that killed Jiro. Unable to share with anyone, Kento went out for a walk to reassure himself. However, as the man was still in bewilderment, a series of bizarre things continued to happen in the restroom. As Kento was smoking cigarettes, he suddenly noticed a shadow passing by the wall, which instantly caught his attention. As the man looked up, he was startled by the thing in front of him as he let out a fierce scream. Out of nowhere, a demon covered in blood appeared on the stone wall. It rushed towards Kento while reaching his hands to him. Having no time to think, Kento pulled up his pants and ran for his life. The blood-covered demon turned its gaze at Kento. It seemed like it was Jiro who had transformed into a devil to take revenge on him. Hearing the scream outside, Sumi got out of bed and rushed outside to check, only to find out that Kento was gripped by fear. Kento told his wife that there was a demon chasing him, but when Sumi looked around, there was no one in sight. Sumi had a premonition that her husband was trying to hide something. She asked Kento if he had committed any wrongdoing. The utter silence took over the place. Kento didn't burst a single word, then stumbled into the house. Ever since that night, there wasn't a day gone by without Kento feeling insecure and anxious. The man had an impression that the demon was still there, watching his every move. Feeling scared, Kento locked himself in the room, not eating anything, and soon became emaciated. Being haunted with his sins, Kento was always in a state of fear, which gradually drove him crazy. Being unable to put up with misery, Sumi made an escape, eventually freeing herself from a brutal husband. It was not until a year later that Kento appeared at the police station. The man gave himself up to the police as he admitted all the crimes he had committed and confessed it was him who pushed Jiro off the cliff. About Sumi, she moved to the city a few years later and got engaged with a man whose face was identical with that of Jiro. Recently, a small supermarket was built in my neighborhood, and it is also the first supermarket built in this area, so people here are very curious and frequently visited it. Inside, it's similar to many other supermarkets. However, after only a few days of operation, the supermarket's customer base gradually decreased from a crowded supermarket to an empty one. Every morning the toys in the children's stall were discovered lying on the ground, strewn about. This infuriated the investor, a wealthy woman. She has repeatedly admonished the staff, but the same thing keeps happening. Her eyes raged at the supermarket manager, blaming him for not managing his employees well and blaming the employees for being lazy and refusing to clean. The manager was also taken aback when he heard this. He tried to explain the toys issued to the investor and explained that he tried himself, but he couldn't fix it. When the investor heard that, she assumed that someone had broken into the supermarket late at night and attempted to ask the manager to find a solution. Initially, the manager was also perplexed and disturbed. He stated that he checked the camera at the supermarket every night but had yet to see anyone, because these toys had been used continuously since the supermarket opened, so his words to the investor served were like an excuse to avoid responsibility. There was no other option. The investor threatened to fire the manager if he allowed the situation to continue without investigating the cause. Seeing this, the manager promised the investor that he would instruct security guards at the children's stall every night to investigate who had tampered with the goods in this location. He finally persuaded the investor after a while. So tonight was the first night that security guards would be on duty at the supermarket. The later the atmosphere in this place became cold and gloomy when the entire area inside the supermarket sank into a strange silence. When the supermarket closed, they began to turn off the lights. There wasn't a single person in the supermarket aisle. 2 security guards were stationed here overnight. They had to check around the supermarket and then sleep in the children's stall area according to the manager's orders. They both went to the toy section to look around. Inside, all of the new and used items had been cleaned and neatly arranged on the shelves. One guard prepared a place to sleep, while the other used the time to look around before taking a nap. They would spend the night in the warehouse, which was located opposite the children's stall, to facilitate inspection and to catch red-handed the vandal. After a long period of no unusual movement, one of them became tired and felt sleepy. They both spread blankets and pillows on the floor and placed them next to each other. Their attitudes were unconcerned. Before going to sleep, a middle-aged security guard made a joke that when they were both of them sleeping there tonight, nothing would happen. When the other person heard this, he felt relieved and fell asleep. The current atmosphere in the supermarket fell into silence once again. In the middle of the night, when it looked like nothing would happen, a ghostly phenomenon appeared. The sound of children singing resounded in the supermarket's quiet space. The black shadows clearly imprinted on the curtain in the darkness of the night when the 2 guards were sleeping for a while. They were infants who had just started walking. They walked in a long line, babbling children's rhymes as they made their way to the toy store. The singing startled the guard, who opened his eyes and looked behind the curtain. When he saw the black figures approaching, he turned to wake up the other guard sleeping next to him, telling him that the bad guys had arrived. The two quickly grabbed the flashlight that had been left nearby and went to the children's stall, hoping to arrest the vandals that had been hidden for so long. For fear of making a sound and causing the culprit to flee, the two crept up, walked over to the thin curtain nestled behind it, and slowly lifted the curtain to observe. Children in soiled clothes appeared in front of them. They were mischievous, competing to remove the toys from the shelf and play together. The children were unaware that two guards were watching them from behind, so they were free to play as usual. Their eyes glowed so strangely and monstrously. A guard noticed the scene and thought it was bizarre, not knowing where these children had come from, so he planned to run over them. But as he took a step forward, the children's faces appeared in the dark with strange horror expressions, as if they were ghosts. The guard covered his mouth because he was shocked, and he didn't know what to do because he knew these kids were not human. However, the guard in the back was terrified and couldn't help but scream out loud. The children's attention were immediately drawn towards the scream. They were startled, stopped their games, and turned to stare at the two guards with blank, lifeless eyes. Both guards were impatient enough to hide and watched them at this point. Their faces turned purple from fear, and they could only scream and tremble. When the children realized they were being watched by humans, their expressions changed immediately, becoming angry and revealing devils' faces. But they also knew there was nothing they could do about it, so they disintegrated into grey smoke and vanished. The toys in their hands also fell to the ground one after the other, resounding with frightening knocks. The two guards realized they had just met baby ghosts, but had no choice but to sit close together, shivering and muttering mantras to protect themselves, wait until dawn, and then move on. The next morning, the two security guards told the strange story they had encountered to the supermarket's manager and investor. It made everyone concerned. The owner of the supermarket seemed to know something ahead of time. She immediately invited a shaman to perform an exorcism and prayed for the dead babies in this location. After that night, the supermarket also blocked the children's stall. A red ribbon was stretched across the front of the stall, and no one was permitted to enter. The investor sighed and recalled when she was asked about what caused the supermarket to be haunted by the dead. She claimed that the supermarket used to be a private maternity hospital of a doctor. Everyone in my neighborhood was familiar with this hospital. This location was well known for abortions. The fetuses would be cremated after abortion in the hospital's secret morgue, which was now a children's stall. No one dared to approach it for a long time because it was full of evil spirits. The employees who worked here later died for various reasons. As a result, the hospital was demolished and sold to the owner of the supermarket. But the dead remained.
This was a scary true story that happened to my family aunt. On the occasion of my grandmother's birthday, my parents took me home to visit and congratulate her. My grandmother did not like the hustle and bustle of life in the city, so she returned to her hometown 10 years ago and lived in the same house with my aunt. My grandmother was 90 years old, but still very sharp. Our extended family had a very cozy birthday celebration, but then something terrible happened that day. Late at night, my parents and I were arranged to sleep in the next room. I was assigned a separate bedroom. While I was sleeping, I heard a commotion outside the house. I heard my aunt scream outside. However, at that time, because I was too sleepy, I did not pay much attention to it. The screams got louder and louder, and after a while, I heard the commotion of a lot of people outside, so I sat up and tried to look to see what happened. The sleepiness continued to hit me, but I ignored it and continued to lie down to sleep. I planned to ask my parents the following morning what had happened later, because sleep was the most important thing at that moment. When morning arrived, I was awakened by the birds chirping. The scenery in the countryside was really different to that from the city. The fresh wind also made me sleep much better. I crept out of my room. I didn't know what time it was. I didn't hear my mother wake up like usual today. Usually it was so comfortable. Suddenly I saw in the corner of the wall a pile of ashes. This made me curious. It seemed to be a pile of banknotes and tokens that were burned last night. But why would it be here? I felt curious. Could it be that last night's fuss had something to do with these things? I also found it difficult to understand because yesterday was obviously my grandmother's birthday celebration. So who would burn paper money and votive papers like that for what? I knew that this was custom for my village traditions. However, later I was told by my parents about the night before. I heard my aunt's screams, and everyone ran outside to check it out. At that time, they discovered that she had fallen down in the yard. No one knew what had happened. Seeing my aunt unconscious, everyone expressed concern. My cousin tried to resuscitate her, but the situation was bad because she couldn't see her aunt breathing anymore. However, after a period of intensive care, my aunt woke up. At this point, she appeared extremely panicked and scared. She kept shouting, "Let go, let go!" Her face was pale and sweaty. She seemed to have seen something terrible. Then everyone thought she had seen a ghost and invited a shaman to exorcise her. The shaman quickly set up a stage and began to cast spells. It was also the first time I witnessed an exorcism performed by a shaman, which looked very serious and monstrous. During the ceremony, the shaman said that last night was a ghost in the south. He came to capture my grandmother's soul, but accidentally caught my aunt by mistake. So to solve this problem, the shaman asked us to prepare coins and gold paper to burn instead. Everything was prepared and done by everyone in my family. Only my grandmother was absent. People burned votive paper and begged the ghost to leave the place and spare my aunt. The fire was now burning brightly, accompanied by the commotion of people. My aunt was also getting better. Everyone reassured her that everything was okay. She would rest fine. Having finished everything, the shaman instructed the people in the house on a few things to ensure that this thing would not happen again. That night, my family members could not sleep at all. Only I slept as if nothing had happened. My aunt then slowly regained consciousness. Her face also became rosier. Everyone surrounding her breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that she had regained consciousness. And everyone was also curious to know what had happened. My cousin reassured my aunt that everything was okay and that the shaman helped us out, so there was nothing to worry about. My aunt looked happy and she felt secure. She began to recount the terrifying incident that had happened that night before. So after the birthday celebrations, Auntie washed the dishes and walked back to her room. The air that night was quite cold, and suddenly she felt like someone was walking behind her. She stopped when she noticed that a man was also looking at her. She turned her head and asked who it was. Because it was dark and the person hid behind the tree, it was difficult for her to see his face. The shadow remained motionless, looking at her. She thought he was a family member, but couldn't see exactly who he was. She asked again why he tried to scare her like that. Suddenly, the shadow drew closer to her. With smoke spreading around, he looked at her with a very dark and scary look. Suddenly, he grabbed my aunt's hand, causing her to scream. And at this moment, an electric current ran down her spine. She felt the fear of being caught by the hand. More frightening, that shadow tried to pull her away, pull her in, causing her to duck her head forward. At this point, she was so scared, she shouted for help. The shadow was still pulling on her no matter how much she cried. Fortunately, because of all the screaming, everyone in the house woke up and ran out to save her in time. This story happened a long time ago, but I still remember it very well because it happened on the occasion of my grandmother's birthday celebration.
This story took place in a rural area in China in the late 1990s. Tang was a famous carpenter in the village who was highly skilled. Many other carpenters followed Tang to apprentice level. Early this morning, someone came to the house to ask Tang to build a new house for him. This guest was Old Wang, an influential person in the village. Lao Wang had been a contractor for a vegetable market in the western village for several years, so he had earned a lot of money. After discussing the cost that Mr. Wang offered was quite stingy, but he was still not satisfied. This older man was a famous bully, domineering, notorious, and dishonest. Because they were from the same village, Tang was reluctant to accept a job with a relatively low salary to please the old Wang. Because Lao Wang's construction schedule was quite urgent, Tang quickly gathered all the staff to start working immediately without delay. With a large staff, the whole team got to work very quickly and easily in the first 3 days alone. The building's wall was already more than half a person's height. The work was still going well, but the people working for Lao Wang were a bit unhappy. According to local custom, when teams of carpenters and masons worked for the owner, the host family would be in charge of tea, water, cigarettes, and lunch. Tea and cigarettes didn't have to be delicious, but they were always enough. Lunch must have meat, vegetables for everyone to eat full to have the strength for work. Lao Wang was a rich man, so the team thought they would be treated more thoughtfully than many other families. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the team did not have a cigarette, a sip of water, let alone a hearty lunch, as imagined. Most of the meals were vegetable dishes that were not very fresh. This thing must be rotten vegetables left over from Tang's vegetable market the other day. Much older staff were often unwell. Staff complained to Tang that Lao Wang did not treat people like humans, but Tang knew he couldn't do anything either. He could only try to comfort everyone to continue work. After all, his life was not as good as other people's. But everyone did heavy physical work. Continuously fasting for many days made it difficult for them. Those people's jobs began to slow down, obviously. Tang's face was also a little unstable. In his heart, he also understood everyone's grievances, just pretending to be confused to avoid it. "Okay, tomorrow I will go see Lao Wang," Tang said. The next day, everyone gathered at the main house to prepare to install the beamed roof. According to the old local custom, on this day, the family would prepare 8 dishes, 8 bowls, and a table for the crew. Next to it would be a red envelope for the captain. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tang finished speaking, Lao Wang's face changed color. "What? I have to pay wages and have to invite you to the party? Who do you think you are?" As soon as Tang heard Lao Wang's words, his anger rose. He immediately uttered all the words he had suppressed for the past few days. "This is the rule. Everyone does it. Why would you have to ask that?" As soon as everyone saw the dispute, they all stood behind Tang. They also began to speak angry words about what had happened. Lao Wang was used to being domineering in the village. How could he give in? He took out his phone and started calling someone. After that, a few thugs were present to settle the dispute. They used to follow Lao Wang to help him underwrite the vegetable market. Those thugs weren't from this village, so they had nothing to fear. They immediately ran to Tang and shouted, "Are you planning a riot?" Before Tang could speak, he was hit in the head with an iron rod by the thug. The blood spurted out a lot. Tang was seriously injured. The other bricklayers, seeing this, did not dare to say anything. Now, Lao Wang's arrogance was shown many times more than before. But how could Tang swallow this humiliation? Before, he was respected all his life by people. Everyone rushed to take Tang to a small clinic in the village to bandage and sew up the wound. Fortunately, his injury was not serious. When it was almost noon, everyone sighed in anger and went back to work because they knew Lao Wang's human nature wouldn't pay them the rest if they quit. When the work was almost done, Tang returned. He used a ladder to climb the roof. Seeing that everyone who looked at him wanted to help him, but Tang refused everyone's help because he was planning on his own. There was no need to discuss Tang's level. With just a few moves up and down with 2 hammers, soon the entire roof beam frame was completed by Tang. 2 days later, all the tiles were covered on the roof. Finally, Lao Wang's 4 magnificent large tiled houses were built. People in the village could not help but whisper about the largest house in this region. 1 month later, the house was completed. The villagers gathered together again, but there was a new theme about Lao Wang's house. After moving to a new home, Wang's mother, who was still recovering, suddenly died of a serious illness. Because Lao Wang and his mother used to have a bad reputation in the village before, no one cared when his mother died. As for Lao Wang, since he moved into the house, fires had occurred continuously. The mother died. The wife divorced. His daughter was about to be married off to the town's mayor to strengthen their relationship. Suddenly, the husband's family changed their minds. A few days ago, someone reported that Lao Wang was arrested at the market. Several times when the police came to the market gate, the whole vegetable market was scared and no one dared to intervene. The brothers who followed Lao Wang all left one by one. A few days later, Lao Wang was seen going to restaurants serving food in the city to ask for money. Maybe there were so many unhappy things during this time that his mind lost focus for a while. When Lao Wang was crossing the street, he was suddenly crushed by a speeding car. No one expected that a famous person like Lao Wang would die so tragically. After Lao Wang's death, his family suddenly became poor. At this time, Lao Wang's wife said that the assets in their family all belonged to her. She had only written for divorce with Lao Wang, but had not yet gone to the city to apply for a certificate. His wife sold the newly built house to a businessman from the city. After, she took the money and left, never to return. The new owner in that city wanted to build a small second floor, so he sent workers to demolish the roof. But when the worker lifted the tiled roof, he was stunned. Although this worker had worked in the construction industry for many years, he had never seen such an incident. On the main beam of the house, there were 7 large iron nails with strange shapes that were nailed side by side. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone felt that something was wrong. After observing it for a long time, an old worker saw a clue. He said it was witchcraft in the carpentry profession, nailing the family feud with a coffin. With this spell, everyone in the house would die. The house was eventually demolished and rebuilt as a 2-story building, from which nothing happened. Because of this incident, people did not dare to ask Tang to work anymore. This horrifying event occurred when I was young and studying in an old vocational school. I came from the countryside at that time, so I had to stay in the school's dormitory. I also had 2 other female friends, Lily and Anna, who came from another rural area to study and stayed in the same dormitory as me. Lily was very attractive and pursued by many people, whereas Anna was shy and had never mentioned love before. On the contrary, she was solely focused on her studies. Our dormitory was very cold and dark at night because it was built more than 10 years ago. That was why Anna never wanted to do the bathroom alone. That night, I was falling asleep when I heard someone calling out to me and shaking me to wake me up. I slowly opened my eyes to see what was wrong. Anna was standing next to the bed, her face a little shy, but she wanted me to go to the bathroom with her. Because I was used to it, it didn't bother me, so I agreed right away. The two of us went to the bathroom together and didn't forget to tease her about how shy she was on the way. But in a trembling voice, she stated that this school had been haunted for a long time and that the ghost story was well known to everyone. I didn't believe in ghosts, so when I heard those words, I didn't pay much attention, even laughing at her that she had heard fake news and was scared for no reason. Then I walked away, returned to the bedroom as soon as possible. And Anna, after hearing what I said, seemed angry because I didn't believe what she said. So Anna chased after me. Her face became more serious, her voice no longer trembling, and she tried to tell me the story of the ghost in red who haunted this school. It was a female demon who committed suicide out of love, and thus couldn't flee. I was still not interested in this story, and when we arrived to the bathroom, I just told her to go quickly and return as soon as possible. But Anna was a coward. She didn't want me to wait outside. Instead, she told me to go inside and wait. Seeing Anna's fear, I had no choice but to go inside as she instructed and stood close to the wall to look over. This toilet was in desperate need of repair because it was too old. Suddenly, a gust of cold air blew from nowhere, causing my entire body to shiver uncontrollably. Obviously, this was a closed room, so how could there be such a breeze? So, I urged Anna to hurry up and return as soon as possible. When I turned to have a look at the toilet that Anna was using, I noticed something strange. It was the room next to Anna's that was also being used by another person. I wasn't sure when she was there, but Anna and I walked in and didn't notice her. What was odd was that she was wearing red high heels instead of slippers like the rest of us. It was after midnight. The dorms were closed. No one should dress up to go out at this time, and wearing high heels to the bathroom was unusual. Although I wasn't afraid of ghosts, seeing that scene made me nervous, so I knocked on Anna's door and continued to urge her. Anna's face was slightly irritated when she walked out as a result of my constant prodding. I didn't say much, just told her that I needed to get back to my room. Anna teased me at the time because she thought standing outside alone made me scared, while I dared to say I wasn't afraid of ghosts. I didn't dare to mention the strange woman next to Anna's room because I knew she was very cowardly, so I sneaked a glance to confirm once more if it was really human after all. But unexpectedly, the woman in red shoes vanished and the bathroom was deserted. I couldn't only reassure myself that I was mistaken because I had heard Anna's story and imagined it myself. After that, we returned to the bedroom and I decided not to tell Anna what I had seen. I quickly fell asleep, but no longer after my entire body went numb and it became difficult to breathe as if someone was pressing against me. The air became very cold. I heard the door being opened very loudly. A woman dressed in bright red dress with long black hair stood there. I panicked and took a close look at the woman. Her face was extremely frightening. Her wide mouth was full of blood. Her eyes without pupils, only white, and her neck appeared to have been squeezed by something, leaving a fairly obvious mark. Her dress was ripped, but the scariest part was that she was wearing a pair of red high heels, the same ones I saw in the bathroom just before. She was also floating with her feet barely touching the ground. Apparently, she was the female demon Anna mentioned. She just hovered like that and came to Anna's bed. Anna suddenly sat up, not hearing any voice or movement from her. I could only see Anna sat up as if she was ordered to do so by the demon. Anna's eyes were lifeless, like a sleepwalker, and her skin had turned pale. Anna jumped out of bed and began walking slowly across my bed, right behind the female demon. Anna lowered her face, but her body continued to walk unconsciously. I was terrified, but I didn't want Anna to follow the demon, so I screamed and tried to stop her, but my mouth was glued shut. I couldn't open it, and my body was heavy and numb. So, I had no choice but to watch Anna follow the demon out of the room. I was dreaming when I was startled awake by a scream. When I awoke, I opened my eyes and saw that the room was lit, indicating that it was all a dream. Looking at the door, I noticed Lily and other girls from the other room gathered outside. It appeared that something had happened to Anna, because the roommate next door appeared very concerned. She said with a serious face and trembling voice, something happened to Anna, and she asked everyone to come to have a look. Anna was in the bathroom. I looked over at Anna's bed, and she was no longer there. I began to be concerned about my dream last night. We were all panicked and at the time rushed there to see Anna's situation. In my heart, I just hoped she didn't meet anything serious. Lily was the first to arrive, and I still didn't know what happened to Anna. When I heard Lily scream in fear, I was startled as well. I also rushed inside to watch as most heinous thing I could not bear happening right in front of my eyes. Anna was dead. She was sitting on the floor, her skin pale. Could it be that my dream from the previous night came true, and it was the female demon who killed her? Anna's eyes wide open but white, and her face no longer had bloodstains, and she died because she cut her own wrist. The blood was all over the floor, and she must have been in great pain. Later, Anna's family members joined the procession to return Anna's body to her hometown. They also had a heated debate with the school, while the school claiming that Anna committed suicide out of love. But I knew Anna had never had a lover and would never do something so stupid. I couldn't get a good sleep after that night. When I recalled the scene on the day Anna died, I always got agitated. In a dream, I saw Anna standing next to the bed, jolting me awake. Seeing Anna again made me very happy, and despite the fact that she was dead, I felt no fear. However, Anna appeared to be in a hurry. She simply stated that I needed to go and immediately drew my hand out of bed. I looked down and saw that the cut on Anna's wrist was still open and that the blood was flowing. I began to panic because I remembered the demon in red, afraid that she would have transformed into Anna and seduced me the same way she had taken Anna away that night, so I struggled to fight back. Anna's face erupted in rage. She held and dashed towards me. She rushed to me, yelling that there was no time and that I must leave immediately. I awoke from my dream at the same time I heard Lily scream. We exchanged glances and discussed the previous dream. Strangely, Lily had the same dream as me. We believed that Anna wanted us to leave the building for a reason, so without a doubt we dashed to the door and fled as quickly as we could. As soon as we arrived on the ground floor, a plume of black smoke rose out from the floor. Lily and I were both terrified and had no idea what was going on. The fire broke out after a few minutes and spread to the other floors of the building. Fortunately, we could escape in time. Lily and I stood dumbfounded, looking up at our windows, where a figure stood, staring at us. It was Anna, looking at us through the windows with a happy smile on her face. It turned out that Anna was the one who saved us from the fire. Perhaps it was because this was the last thing she wanted to do for us that her smile was so satisfying.
There was a year when I brought my daughter back to my hometown. Something bad happened to her. Now when I think about it again, I still feel frightened. My wife and I have been working in the city away from home for many years. It has been more than 2 or 3 years since I had the opportunity to return to my hometown to visit my parents. My parents were, of course, very happy to see us. They were also happy to see that their granddaughter is now grown up. Things have changed quite a bit there. The house my parents lived in originally had 2 rooms. When we returned, the one on the east side was being repaired and renovated. This time there was no room for us to stay in. My mother was going to move to my grandfather's house, but I told her to let us stay there because we didn't have to stay for long. Our family had not seen each other for a long time, so we were chatting and having a good time. After that, I let my daughter hang out with her grandparents for a while. Meanwhile, I moved my belongings to my grandfather's house. My grandfather lived there, and he died many years ago, so the house was vacant. I also very rarely mentioned him to my wife, because he was a very treacherous man when he was young. He abandoned his own wife and children mercilessly because of his mistress. Until he was too old to walk, he went back to beg my grandmother to forgive him. Although my grandmother accepted to forgive him, the family did not care about him in the end. My grandfather died of tuberculosis. That night, after all the cleaning was done, our whole family slept in the room that my grandfather used to sleep in. My daughter Nico also felt very scared when we were there. It took a lot of effort to get her to go to sleep. Then, my wife and I talked for a while before we could fall asleep. Around midnight, Nico suddenly shouted in a loud voice that startled both of us. She said that there was a ghost standing near the bed, reaching out to touch her. I didn't know if she was telling the truth, but to comfort and reassure her, I took a stick and pretended to chase the ghost away. But Nico also pointed at the wall and said that an old man was standing there staring at her. Even though I couldn't see anything, I still tried to pretend I did and hit the air with sticks just to calm her down. My daughter always mentioned that scary old man, so we had to coax a lot and hold her tight before she could sleep again. Nico has never said such strange things before, so my wife was a little worried. But I felt normal about it because she was still not used to the new place. The next day I told my mother about it, and she was so angry that she cursed the ghost violently. She did that partly to calm my daughter's fears. But ever since she cursed, Nico had been coughing constantly. My mother thought Nico might have been choking on food, so she patted her on the back and gave her some juice, but that didn't seem to work. Immediately my mother's expression changed and told us not to stay in that room anymore because she thought my grandfather was haunting Nico. The next day, on New Year's Day, my father and a few early uncles in the family went to visit the family's ancestral graves. My wife and Nico were at home alone. My family's ancestral grave occupied an area of most of the hill, and each grave is taken care of and worshipped during these New Year's holidays. Only one of my old grandfathers had overgrown weeds. No one wanted to sweep and trim the grass in front of the grave. When I arrived, I also heard my father scolding him very harshly. He scolded a lot and even threatened my grandfather to let go of my daughter and not to harm her. That scared me a bit. After we finished our work, we quickly went home. As soon as I entered the yard, my wife ran out in panic, saying that Nico had become very ill and had to be taken to the hospital earlier. She coughed continuously without stopping. Not only that, but also vomited a lot of thick black sputum. I was so worried, and I rushed to take my daughter to the district hospital for examination. Unexpectedly, she was diagnosed with tuberculosis by someone, an extremely dangerous and contagious disease. This news was like a thunderbolt. I wondered, how could this happen? How could a 3-year-old child get this disease? Moreover, there was no source of infection in my house, so this was quite absurd. Nico was hospitalized. She went under treatment for a few days but still did not improve. My wife and I were both worried and afraid. In the corridor of the hospital that day, I accidentally met one old uncle that I knew. He came to the hospital to see the doctor. He met me to talk privately and seemed a little hesitant about whether to talk to me or not. He said that Nico's appearance reminded him of my grandfather's condition before he died. He was afraid that Nico was possessed by my grandfather. Apparently, the more we cursed at him, the more damage he would do to Nico. So he told me to go to his grave to sincerely apologize and pay my respects, and then maybe Nico could be saved. I went home and told my parents the story. Even though they didn't like what I was about to do, they didn't object to me because it involved Nico's life. Right after that, I sincerely brought some incense to my grandfather's grave and paid him a visit. I knelt in front of the grave, trimmed the grass, and sincerely begged my grandfather to let Nico go because she was his great-granddaughter after all. She didn't do anything guilty. I also knelt to admit my mistake. I cried and begged not because I confessed my guilt or because I regretted something, but because I felt my Nico was too pitiful. I'd said all that could be said. I could only beg my grandfather not to haunt my daughter anymore. And the miracle happened. When I got back to the hospital, my baby Nico stopped coughing and was as healthy as ever. Just to be sure, I took her to the hospital in the big city for one more checkup. And the results this time showed that her lungs are exceptionally healthy and nothing was wrong. I don't know if it was a misdiagnosis from the previous hospital or because my prayers worked, but my daughter was fine anyway. Since then, it's been 3 years now, and I don't dare to bring her back to my hometown ever again.
During my summer vacation that year, my parents allowed me to go to my grandmother's house to play, although my father stated that he would miss me greatly. But I knew that this was primarily due to my parents' desire to have some free time together without my presence in the house. My grandmother's house was built in the typical village style, and it brought back many memories for me every time I visited her. I might say that I loved being here, especially playing with the neighborhood kids. I also made a lot of friends here. We could play ball and many other folk games together every day. Our favorite game was hide and seek, and it was through this game that I learned of a terrible incident that occurred when I was 8 years old. We were all playing hide and seek at the time. I was the first person in the seeking role, and other boys had been seeking for a spot to hide very carefully, which was quite difficult to discover. Toro was the first one I found in the haystack. He might have been too sluggish to get away, because where he hid was very near to me. Then I glanced around and realized there might be someone lurking behind the abandoned stage adjacent to the wall, an abandoned stage that very few people dared to approach. I was on my way there when Toro stopped me and warned me not to go since no one dared to hide there. That area was really scary. I assumed he was attempting to conceal the boys who were hiding there, so I disregarded him and walked onto the stage to begin looking. There was a tiny tunnel between the stage and the rear wall, and I expected someone to hide there when I arrived, but there was no one there, which disappointed me. And in the end, I was mistaken. There was nothing but a pile of rubbish right there. Hiding in this location might cause you respiratory diseases. Don't look here, since no one dares to hide here. Toru came near the stage and ordered me to rush down since I couldn't locate anyone and had to listen to him. I didn't understand what happened before or why Toro was so concerned when he spotted me climbing there. I didn't trust him when he said the stage was haunted, since I thought he was just trying to terrify me. To persuade me, he followed me and proceeded to terrify me more, claiming that spirits would be singing on the stage at night. And it looked like it was true. I went to Toro's house all day to play with him, and we spent the entire day watching cartoons until his mother informed us that it was dark. So I had to rush back. Otherwise, my grandma would be worried for me. Toro sent me to the door, and after saying my goodbyes, I crept back home. The village road at night was quite empty, with just a few lampposts with very weak light. I walked alone. The sound of footfall was very distinct, making me a bit scared. While strolling, I was listening to the sound of someone singing. The sound sounded extremely weird and mysterious. I turned my head and found myself right next to the stage where I visited this morning. The stage was filled with singing sounds, yet there was nothing on it. I wasn't sure who was singing on the other side of the stage, so out of curiosity, I strolled to the stage where the singing and music attracted me. As I came closer, I noticed two people on the stage, dressed in dramatic play actors' costumes. There was a masked face actor with a glossy paint job, and they were playing an ancient Three Kingdoms play that I had seen on television. They performed, sang, danced, and were visually appealing to spectators. I didn't really understand what those two artists were performing, but it was fascinating to see them sing and act. When the performance was finished, both actors on stage came to a halt and stared at me. The masked man charged at me, putting out his hand and beckoning, tugging my hand to join them on the stage. I could see his mask well now, and it was looking extremely sharp. Without any sense of danger, I willingly stretched out and was about to wrap the hand that was dragging me in front of my eyes. Someone touched me on the shoulder just as I was going to place my hand on that hand, which made me jump. I turned around and saw a neighbor who lived near my grandmother's house asking why I didn't return home because it was late and that I looked like I wanted to climb on the stage. I mentioned that there were two artists on stage and I wanted to show him. But as I turned back, there was no one on the stage, and the man was astounded as well because there was nothing in front of us. The man was exceedingly concerned and drew me home immediately. I turned to gaze in the direction of the stage again before leaving, since I didn't think I was mistaken. However, now that the stage was entirely empty, the silence made me shudder. When I arrived home, the neighbor informed my grandma about the event. My grandma was also well versed in the history of that stage. She couldn't help but be worried for me. I didn't believe I was in any danger. I couldn't say I was terrified because the two artists didn't do anything to me. But I did find it humorous. But Grandma took the situation seriously, so I asked her whether the two actors on stage were ghosts. My grandma groaned and explained that in the countryside, people said that even if you were fortunate to survive, bad luck might strike at any time if you encountered those spirits. I was intrigued at the moment, so I asked my grandma to tell me the tale of that period. My grandma didn't think twice before telling me. That stage was there many years ago, and those two artists were also members of the local band. People always invited them to sing at New Year's Eve, weddings, and funerals to express their condolences or share joy with the family. On one lovely day, wicked fascist troops were on their way to patrol the village, came across two artists who were practicing a play. They used guns to coerce them into singing a song they liked and then performing for them for entertainment. Those troops listened intently and clapped. They summoned these two artists to serve the general many times. They were later accused of being traitors to the motherland after the country was freed. Unfortunately, the two performers were executed on the same stage in the end. Both were shot dead without trial or the chance to claim innocence. There were tales that the stage was haunted by them since they died unjustly, unable to flee. Many individuals in the hamlet would be in danger if they heard someone singing on stage late at night. Surely awful things would happen to them, and many individuals perished on the stage, some by hanging inside, some by swallowing poisons, and all were implicated in the deaths of those two performers. My grandmother remarked that my destiny was unfortunate since, but unlike others, I was discovered and brought home by my neighbor. Otherwise, I might have been in danger. I shattered my arm that year. I wasn't sure whether it was what my grandma said, because I'd heard and seen them, so calamity had struck on me. It was also the last time I was allowed to return to my hometown and live with her. Perhaps the recollection of that haunting stage and her narrative would always be a fascinating memory in my life.
This story happened 4 years ago. It was known to be one of the most told spiritual stories of the time. That year, my village arranged for a man to work as a ranger, both morning and evening. His name was Cheeto. His duty was to patrol the forest every day. The monthly salary of this job for Cheeto was also enough to live through the day. But one day, Cheeto went up the mountain to patrol and did not return all night. His acquaintances were all very worried about him, so they went to the forest the following day to look for him. After the search, it was not until noon that Cheeto was found near an abandoned shrine in the forest. However, at the time, Cheeto was lying at the entrance of the shrine in a coma. One had to take many measures to wake him up. Seeing that he was okay, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, after waking up, Cheeto had a weak expression, bewilderedly looking at the people in front of him and completely unaware of what had happened. After talking for a while, it seemed that Cheeto suddenly realized something and called out, asking where another man named Hero had gone. At first, everyone was a bit confused by Cheeto's question, but when Cheeto told them that he had just met Hero last night, everyone in the village felt a chill down their spine. Their reaction at first was very unexpected. They thought that this meeting could not happen, and then at the same time they also found out what happened to Cheeto last night. Mr. Cheeto had been very dedicated and responsible since working as a ranger. Cheeto went up the mountain every day to check after eating. Yesterday, as usual, Cheeto was still wandering in the forest until it was dark before coming down the mountain to have dinner. However, Cheeto had a bad habit of enjoying smoking. But Cheeto couldn't smoke while on patrol in the mountains, so after he got out of the mountains, he found a place to satisfy his cravings. Cheeto took the lighter and the cigarette he had hidden in the grass by the roadside earlier. He lit a cigarette and smoked as he walked. Cheeto had to take a quick break and call to nature, so he went to the grove by the roadside. But at that moment, he heard a rustling sound behind him. As soon as Cheeto turned his head, he saw a person walking along the road going up deep into the forest. The above clearly states that anyone entering the mountain must be checked and strictly forbidden to bring lighters. When Cheeto encountered him, Cheeto asked the man where he was going. The man heard that and stopped and turned his head slightly to glance at Cheeto. Although it was dark, he couldn't see clearly, but with only half his face, Cheeto recognized that this person was Hiro, a close friend for over decades. But who would have thought that Hiro did not pay any attention to Cheeto, but only looked at him for a moment and continued up the mountain? Not to mention whether he brought jungle gear or not, Hiro's attitude of ignoring his best friend was enough to make Cheeto a little worried. Cheeto didn't understand what his friend was going through. He chased after Hiro while he adjusted his belt, but no matter how much Cheeto chased or shouted, the other person ignored it and kept walking with his head bowed as if he had never known Cheeto at all. The strange thing was, although Mr. Hiro slowed down and Mr. Cheeto increased his speed, Cheeto still couldn't keep up with his friend. The gap between the two never closed. Cheeto had just chased Hiro up the mountain when he suddenly saw a dense fog in the forest. At this point, Mr. Hiro, who was walking in front, finally stopped. Cheeto suddenly saw Hiro standing there waving at him as if to signal that he would stop chasing him. It was just that Hiro's movements were strange because each move was slow. Because of that, Cheeto couldn't help but scold Hiro about his friend's strange behavior, and Cheeto chased him. However, Hiro didn't care but turned around and continued up the mountain. Cheeto chased after Hiro, but with all his might, while the fog in the mountain was getting thicker and thicker. Cheeto suddenly discovered a small shrine in front of Hiro at the moment. Hiro's figure seemed to go straight to the small shrine. Hiro stopped there for a moment, looked back and waved at Cheeto as if to say goodbye, then bent down to enter the small shrine. This scene made Cheeto realize something was wrong, but after chasing Hiro, he had to go up to see what was going on. Therefore, Cheeto watched closely and approached the deserted shrine step by step. The story was strange because Mr. Cheeto saw Mr. Hiro entering the small shrine, but the small shrine was empty and Hiro was nowhere to be seen. All Cheeto could see was a statue of a lifelike god residing in the shrine, facing and looking at Cheeto with kindness. Cheeto was completely stunned because this small shrine only had a statue, an entrance, and no secret room, so a big living person like Mr. Hiro couldn't just disappear. Mr. Cheeto began to feel that this strange incident was not as simple as it seemed. He couldn't explain the reason. His body shivered involuntarily. He looked at the statue again. The statue was still sitting motionless, but Cheeto intuitively felt something. This statue seemed to be alive. Furthermore, the statue's kind face was gone. Then Cheeto calmly looked at the statue again. When Cheeto wanted to call Hiro's name, he couldn't make a sound. The scene in front of his eyes was getting blurred, and he slowly lost consciousness. After narrating all this, Cheeto looked at everyone as if wanting to get answers from anyone. Seeing that everyone didn't seem to want to talk to him, he had a bad premonition. They didn't tell him the answer, and they only said that he would have the answer when he turned back to the village. Later, Cheeto had just arrived and saw Hiro's family holding a funeral. The atmosphere made him shocked and heartbroken. When Hiro came home from work in the field, he had a heart attack and died. Cheeto was patrolling the mountains, so he didn't even know. Perhaps Mr. Hiro's appearance in the forest was just to say goodbye to his close friend. This occurred in 2001. At the time, I was working as a security guard at an aging business mall. The mall had 4 levels in total, and we only had 2 employees working the night shift. Because I was new and unfamiliar with the area, the captain requested Higo to accompany me. Higo had been working in the company for 4 years and was quite relaxed and pleasant to work with. It was still early to be on duty, so Higo and I played cards and chat for a while. According to Higo,
This mall was set to shut due to poor business. The task here was simple. There were 4 levels, but I just needed to examine the 3 below. There was no need to check the 4th. When I heard it, I was intrigued and wanted to ask him why I couldn't get to the 4th level. Was there something forbidden up there? Higo saw my curiosity and placed a card on the table, told me a story about the 4th floor of the mall. He claimed that 3 years ago, this location had a security guard called Sun, a new employee looking for a position. That day, he was on duty at night. There were 2 people on duty at the time, so one volunteered for patrolling the 1st and 2nd floor to save time. Sun was in charge of the 3rd and 4th. Called it patrolling, but in fact, they just had to walk around. They were primarily fashion and souvenir booths. Sun was ready to walk downstairs after patrolling the 4th floor when he heard the laugh of a woman behind him. The unexpected laugh scared him to death in the middle of the night, and he swiftly turned around to inquire, then proceeded to the entrance of the corridor to verify. The weird thing was that the corridor was completely empty, with not a single person in sight. Sun walked from one end to the other, but seeing no one made him feel odd. There was no way he could have misheard anything. He paused in front of a closed-door window, and at that moment Sun felt a chill down his spine, as if there was something near that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He was ready to head downstairs when he heard more eerie laughter behind him. Sun abruptly shifted his gaze, too terrified by the scene in front of him. Sun observed something scary. He saw the mannequins in the shop behind him, gazing at him with pale eyes, grotesque features, followed by demonic laughter. Sun was so terrified that he recoiled. After a long time, he stood up and hurried downstairs. Higo claimed that Sun panicked that night and was already frightened, and that he was eventually dismissed by the firm. What Higo said was extremely frightening, and I wasn't sure if he was attempting to scare me or not. But Higo was dead serious and didn't appear to be kidding. After finishing the story, he said he went to his checkpoint. I followed Higo out of the security room. He assigned me to patrol the 1st and 2nd floor while he walked up to the 3rd floor personally. The mall would shut down the escalator at night and would have to rely on an outdated elevator to go up and down. Higo stepped into the elevator and instructed me to contact him on the walkie-talkie if anything went wrong. I began patrolling the 1st level by myself, and I was still terrified of what Higo mentioned earlier. In 3 steps, I virtually completed examining the 1st floor. Then I reboarded the elevator for the 2nd floor. I pressed the button and the old elevator began to groan and rise. As predicted, this retail complex was in disrepair. Just then, something unusual happened that gave me shivers. The elevator didn't stop when it reached the 2nd floor, but instead went higher. It continued till it reached the 4th floor before coming to a halt. This terrified me. I felt nervous of something that I couldn't name. And as the elevator door creaked open, I didn't dare to take a deep breath. Thankfully, there was nothing outside the door. I immediately hit the button to lock the elevator door down to the 2nd floor. The outdoor space was extremely dark, which made me impossible to calm down. But the buttons didn't work, and the elevator door wouldn't close either. And I had a feeling that if I didn't get out of here quickly, there would be horrible creatures coming after me. At that time, I remembered the walkie-talkie, so I grabbed it and dialed Higo. But the radio couldn't connect to Higo and instead created a rustling sound that sounded like interference. I dialed it 3 times in a row. I couldn't stay in the elevator any longer. Perhaps it had actually broken, so I walked out. As soon as I entered the 4th floor corridor, just as Higo said, there were windows on both sides with many mannequins inside. I lowered my head to try to walk straight and told myself not to look at them. But my curiosity compelled me to lift my eyes to examine. And it was terrifying because these mannequins had monstrous features and were staring at me. I proceeded to the end of the corridor where there was an anti-theft door and took a slow, deep breath to calm myself down. The escalator was directly in front of me, and it was probably my only way out right now, so I kept walking with my instincts attempting to shine the torch forward. Suddenly, I spotted the door, perhaps an exit, but when I pushed the doorknob, it was closed. At this moment, the door was jammed, making me even more terrified. I tried my hardest to open it. I grasped the door handle with both hands and pulled it back as if something was held behind. But then the door slammed open unexpectedly. Not only that, but the objects within truly terrified me. There were a number of odd individuals tumbling towards me. I gazed at them in disbelief. These guys had horrible features and no limbs. I couldn't get away, and I was crushed down. They appeared to be damaged mannequins that had been packed inside the warehouse. These were the types of models found in clothes retailers. They all stared at me with glassy eyes and hideous faces. That sensation terrified me. I was so scared and took a step back. Those mannequins were scattered on the floor. Their gazes were still fixed on me. They all kept staring at me like that. "What are you up to?" Higo's voice suddenly came from behind. He returned to the security room after patrolling the 3rd floor and didn't see me. He heard my scream on the 4th floor, so he came up here to check. I was in panic while informing Higo that these mannequins looked like devils. He kicked at the mannequins laying below. Then he looked up at the mannequin's head. He looked at it and said, they were normal. Perhaps it was because I was afraid of the other tail, so I looked at it incorrectly. What was unusual was that once Higo arrived, those mannequins went back to being normal, simply a collection of damaged clothing mannequins. So Higo threw them into the dustbin. Higo and I returned to the security room. I still had the impression that those mannequins were staring at me after I had gone a few feet. I worked in the mall for 2 months before it closed. I was also not paid. Just that bizarre experience that I would remember for the rest of my life. My name is Nara, and I worked as a makeup artist. Since I had just graduated from college, it was difficult for me to find work because every position required experience. Following the recommendation of my friends, I went to see the funeral home director and applied for a job here to improve my skills. After talking with my family, my father advised me not to take the job because contacting the dead was not a good thing. I was a little hesitant in my heart, but anyway, the income of the job was quite good and I could comfortably practice on corpses. My workplace was a remote funeral home, and it was my job to make up the dead so they could be properly buried. Due to the specific job that required someone to be on duty 24/7, and I was the only woman here, so my colleagues also worried about me. They did not schedule a night shift for me to work. When I first started working, I was assisted by my colleague, so I gradually became accustomed to the job. Many of my friends began to avoid me during the time, claiming that I was eccentric for taking on the terrifying job. I had gradually gotten used to the type of work for over a year, and I felt like a brave and even strong woman who could do the job even at night. It was a gloomy evening, and when I left work, I usually cleaned my workspace to keep it neat and tidy. I was about to close the door to go home when I was startled by a sudden appearance that nearly made me scream. The girl immediately apologized for startling me. It was a girl around my age. She looked very shy with 2 braids. She wanted to ask me for a favor. When I asked her what she needed help with, she said she needed her makeup done. I was surprised because no one came to the funeral home looking for a makeup artist. So the girl said she was getting married soon and came here to ask for my assistance because she didn't have much money. The girl was also aware that bringing up such an unusual subject was a bit abrupt, and she was embarrassed to say it to me. The girl was dressed in an old outfit. I understood that society still had a lot of difficult people. The girl simply wanted to show her boyfriend how beautiful she was on her wedding day. The girl then smiled happily when she heard that I was willing to assist her and kept saying thank you. Then I took the makeup box and followed the girl to her house. The walk to her house was also difficult. It took more than an hour to get there. When she invited me into the house, she apologized profusely for allowing me to walk so far. But I didn't mind. I started opening the makeup box I had brought and prepared to do the girl's makeup. At the point, the girl introduced herself as Hama. I took out the makeup tools. These were the tools for applying makeup to the dead anyway. I still had to consult Hama before proceeding, and she agreed. I started carefully applying Hama's makeup after seeing what she didn't mind. When I applied makeup, I could see Hama's nervousness and tension on her face. All of a sudden, I noticed a black bruise on her neck. I worked in a funeral home for over a year, so I knew exactly what the scar was. Sweat poured down my forehead. My face was pale. I trembled. My heart panicked, as if it wanted to jump out. When Hama noticed that I had abruptly stopped applying makeup, she inquired me curiously. I quickly adjusted my breathing and emotions. I resisted the fear in my heart and continued to put on Hama's makeup, but my trembling hands revealed my inner fear. Then, because I was too shaky and couldn't make up anymore, I stopped. Hama then showed me the typical black trace of a corpse on her neck and said, "The trace scared you, right?" Then Hama lowered her head, a sad expression on her face, and told me her story. Hama said that she really wanted to marry her boyfriend, but a heartbreaking incident happened. It turned out that Hama had a boyfriend named Sam for over 5 years and was about to tell his family that they were getting married. However, after learning that Hama was an orphan, Sam's parents disagreed. Soon after, Sam decided to break up with Hama. Sam said she could find a new partner, but his parents only had one child, him, so he didn't want to disobey them. Sam decided to leave regardless of how much Hama clung or begged, and Hama desperately fell to the ground, tears falling non-stop. Hama felt as if the entire world had abandoned her, and even the person she loved the most had abandoned her. Hama stood on the cliff, looking at the scenery in the distance, thinking of Sam. Tears welling up in her eyes. She had not expected Sam to treat her so cruelly. Hama did not hesitate, but chose to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. There was no longer a Sam, no longer love, so her life had no meaning. Listening to the end of the story, I thought Hama was so pitiful. My tears fell because of Hama's story and also because of fear. Hama was now enraged. Her eyes were empty and I could see maggots crawling around her eyes. When I saw Hama's situation at that point, I jumped back in fear, leaned against a wall and shivered all over. I closed my eyes and I didn't dare to look at her, but from her voice I could hear her angry mood stemming from her hatred of Sam. All of a sudden, the surroundings became silent. I secretly opened my eyes and kept praying for her to leave quickly. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I regretted it. Hama was standing in front of me. I could even smell the stench coming from her mouth. I wanted to vomit. When I saw Hama's hideous face so close to mine, I stiffened all over. The ghost then asked me to make her beautiful so she could find Sam. But I advised her to let go of everything. When Hama heard my statement, she became enraged and grabbed me by the neck. Hama's hand strangled me tighter and tighter, and I felt like I was suffocating. Then she let go of her hand, saying that if I put on good makeup for her, she would spare me. After Hama returned to her original form, I suppressed my fear and began applying Hama's makeup. After putting on the makeup, Hama looked at herself in the mirror and smiled happily. At that moment, I abruptly felt that Hama was really beautiful. Just as I was about to beg Hama to let me go, she blew a cold blast into my face. I fell to the ground and lost consciousness. I didn't know what happened to me after that. When I awoke, it was already morning, so I sat up and looked around, discovering that I had spent the night in the morgue with the body on the bed next to it. I slowly approached and looked at the body bag. My face turned pale immediately because it was Hama, and her face had been meticulously made up. At the point, I was reminded of what had happened the night before, and the fear in my heart returned. I tried to control my fear and quickly opened the door of the morgue and ran out. As soon as I left the funeral home and returned home, I called the manager to ask permission to stay at home in the day. Just when I was thinking about whether to change jobs or not, the evening news on TV caught my attention. According to the afternoon news, on the day of the wedding, a groom named Sam repeatedly shouted in an insane state, then injured the bride with a bottle of wine, and then jumped to his death. I quickly turned off the TV, which gave me a severe headache, and of course, I knew who had done it. The next day, I decided to quit my job and applied for a position at a bridal makeup shop, hoping that I would never have to go through anything like that again. This is a true scary story that once happened to me. That day, to celebrate the successful undertaking of the new construction entity in town, I asked my twin brother to have some beers with me. Actually, it was this guy that helped me easily undertake the construction for the main bridge in town. Back in days, I went to the city to receive construction education while he stayed at his hometown, working as a manager. As we were drinking, we recalled our past memories. We had always been close together when we were kids. My brother asked me about our parents, as he hadn't seen them for a while. I reassured him that they were still fine and missed him terribly, and they would come visit him soon. We spent the whole afternoon drinking, talking till it was getting dark. As we had gotten a bit wasted, we decided to leave for home. My brother suggested walking to his house, as it would be a great way to sober up fast, and also we could do some sightseeing on the way. Since the construction area was near to his house, I agree with his idea, as I always wanted to take a walk around there. So we staggered all the way home, arm in arm. I didn't know if it was the childhood memories that became so vivid to me at that time. I suddenly told my brother to bathe in the river with me. It was this river that me and my brother usually went to take a bath in back in the days. Together, we walked down the riverside. The soft green grass appeared so poetically beautiful under the moonlight. Old habits die hard. We took off our clothes soon as we got to the river, just like the days when we were kids. We swam rapidly in the water. The atmosphere in the place was still the same. Nothing had changed since the day I left for the city. After swimming for a while, we continued to soak in the water. All of a sudden, the water became colder, which seemed bizarre to me. I asked my brother about it, but was quickly reassured that it was just a normal phenomenon. As I was listening to him, I was startled by something before my eyes. In a moment, I saw a kid appearing behind my brother in a scary manner. He let out a smile that was widened to his ears. His eyes were dead white, and the face was strangely pale, looking lifelessly. I rubbed my eyes, tried to regain my composure while assuring myself that it was just an hallucination. Seeing me acting bizarre, my brother asked me if I was okay. I said I saw something behind him, but at that moment the water surface was still, and there was nothing out of the ordinary taking place. As the water became colder and colder, I rushed my brother to swim ashore quickly. As soon as I finished my sentence, I was startled when something freezingly cold touched my legs. The feeling was so realistic, despite being pretty nervous. I didn't want to say it to my brother, as he wouldn't believe me either. My premonition told me to get ashore as soon as possible. Seeing the anxious look on my face, my brother agreed to swim ashore as he worried I would catch a cold. As we were on our way towards land, something suddenly grabbed me and pulled me down. I let out a terrified scream, which instantly caught my brother's attention. Now, as I was sinking into the cold water, only my hands were seen above the surface as I waved for help. Right that moment, my brother came to my rescue just in time. However, there was a mysterious force trying to pull me down again. It was considerably greater than that of a human. Eventually, my brother succeeded in his attempt to save me from death. He grabbed me tightly with one of his arms, then used all his strength to make it ashore. As we made it onto land, he let me lay on the grass while performing CPR on me. After resuscitation, I slowly regained my conscience. My brother helped me up, then asked me what had happened. I told him there was something trying to pull me down to the bottom, but I didn't have any idea what it was. I told him that it must be something spooky, which I assumed was the ghost I'd previously seen standing behind him, that caused the incident. I pointed at the bruise near my ankle. There was still a black mark that had the shape of a human hand left on it. How terrifyingly clear the mark looked. Now, as I had recalled everything, I remembered looking down as I was being pulled down, and saw something that would surely haunt me for the rest of my life. That creepy creatures looked at me and let out a demonic smile. It looked like a child's corpse. He grabbed my legs tightly and stared into my soul as if he wanted to eat me, alive. But what was even more scarier was that the child looked quite familiar to me. We were terrified by what had just happened, but none of us had any explanation for the creature to appear and try to kill me that night. Later I returned to my city. One day, as I was enjoying a sauna, something grabbed my legs and pulled strongly, which made me startle. As things happened so unexpectedly, I couldn't do anything but to let out a scream. As I was dragged into the pool, I once again saw the demonic smile of that creepy creature I encountered at the river that night. It somehow had followed me here and tried to drown me again. Despite being pulled down, I was still aware of people nearby rushing to help me. It took them a while to hold my hands and drag me out of the pool. Everyone was astounded. They had no idea how I got myself in such a situation, as it would be out of the ordinary for someone to have a pool accident in this steam room since the water was shallow. Suddenly I had a strange feeling as I sensed something familiar to me presented here. It was him, my twin brother. He was standing next to me. How spooky that was. I remembered being saved by 3 people, but now only 2 of them were here to be seen. Was it true that the other guy was my twin brother? What the heck was happening here? Why did that ghost keep following me? Since that day, I didn't dare to go into the water again, as I was in fear of being assaulted by the ghost. It was him, my twin brother who I'd lost in that river 20 years ago. I could have saved him on that fated day, but instead, I let him die in that cold river bottom. It happened more than 10 years ago when I was 10 years old and just entered the 4th grade of elementary school. My family had moved to the countryside to live there at the time. My parents built a house near the river. The lower floor was for sale and the 2nd floor was for living. At noon, one day during summer vacation, my mother went to the 2nd floor to take a nap. My sister and I didn't sleep but played games together downstairs on the 1st floor, partly to look after my mother's shop. Suddenly, my mother panicked and ran down from the 2nd floor, calling to both of us with a pale face, her voice trembling a little. My sister and I were stunned by my mother's question. Because from noon until my mother ran down, my sister and I played games on the 1st floor and no one left this position for half a step. After seeing that we both insisted on our answers, my mother also believed that we hadn't gone up to the 2nd floor. My mother saw that and didn't ask any more. At the time I did not feel anything. My mother saw that on my face, but her face wasn't very good. Later, from the conversation between us and my father, I learned what had happened at noon that day. After the meal, my mother would go up to the 2nd floor to take a nap. And when she pulled back the curtain, it was as dark as the night inside the room. Sometimes we could hear her snoring upstairs. She was sleeping that day when she heard a loud knock on the door that woke her up. She had lost so much sleep, so she was a little annoyed. With an annoyed voice, she asked who was outside the door, but no one answered her, and the knocking stopped. My mother thought it was my disturbance or just a dream, so she didn't think much and continued to sleep. But this time, before she completely fell asleep, she felt a shadowy figure standing in front of the bed.
My mother immediately opened her eyes and was completely shocked by the girl's hunch. Standing right on the bed stood a strange girl looking at my mother. My mother did not know this girl. The girl's face was terrifyingly white. Her hair was very long, covering her face. She was wearing a strange black and white plaid dress. Someone appeared out of nowhere in the room that scared my mother terribly. And at that moment, my mother shouted. The girl immediately climbed into my mother's bed as a very decisive action made. Then she reached out and squeezed my mother's neck like a murderer with a deep hatred, even though my mother didn't know who this was. She also said that the girl was so strong that she thought she was going to die. My mother could not breathe. She could not resist. And she wanted to give up everything. When the situation got serious, my mother remembered ways to get rid of ghosts taught to her by her parents. And one of these ways was to start scolding. My mother started to scold the ghost, spitting and showing an angry attitude at her. Unexpectedly, the method worked. After a while, the ghost disappeared. As soon as the ghost was gone, my mother called to tell my father about this, but my father did not believe what she said. He did not believe in ghosts, and he thought that she was probably having some sort of nightmare. And after listening to his advice, my mother became more confused. She also began to doubt her sanity. She thought it might have been a dream. She also wanted to believe that it didn't happen, but because this dream was so real, it made her feel very insecure about herself. She thought that it was strange, but she decided to continue going to sleep because she was still very tired. And as she lay down, she heard a knock on the door again. The sound this time was even louder than the previous time. And at this point, my mother was startled to sit up and look out the door. She started scolding again, cursing into the air, even though she couldn't see anyone. And there was no answer at the door. After a while, the knocking disappeared. My mom was freaked out by this. She struggled to get up and didn't sleep anymore. She ran down the stairs, and next development was that one I mentioned above. My mother didn't want to stay at home. She told us to look after the shop and then went to a mahjong room near the house to play for fun. And when she went outside, my mother's mental state also improved much more. She didn't feel sleepy, nor was she haunted by what had just happened. In the mahjong room, all were friends of my mother. In the playroom, there was a person, Aunt Nancy. She was a friend, and also played there. People often said that she had the eyes of yin and yang since childhood, and she could probably see ghosts. My mother didn't believe this before, but now, as soon as she entered the door, Aunt Nancy immediately stopped playing and dragged my mother outside. My mother didn't know what was going on, so she followed Aunt Nancy with a few questions. Aunt Nancy looked behind my mother and told my mother what she had seen. One thing's for sure, it wasn't good news because her eyes saw what shouldn't have been seen. As soon as Aunt Nancy finished speaking, my mother was so scared she almost couldn't walk. Her limbs were shaking. Luckily, Aunt Nancy said she knew how to treat ghosts. Soon, she took my mother to the riverbank. She cut a few trees by the roadside to ward off evil spirits and hit my mother with it. My mother was scared, but she did not interfere with Aunt Nancy's job of beating her. The harder Aunt Nancy was beating her with the bush, the tougher she got. After that, my mother also felt lighter after being beaten. Aunt Nancy said that there was a ghost drowned by the river a few years ago. When she saw my well-dressed mother walking by the river, the ghost decided to follow her, asking her to lend the ghost a set of clothes to wear. Then Aunt Nancy also scolded the ghost. If she wanted to borrow clothes, there was no need to scare people like that, and she scolded in many other words. In the end, Aunt Nancy and Mother prepared multicolored paper. They cut it into the shape of a dress. bought some of their real things and burned the ghost a few sets together, partly because they wanted to help the ghost to be free. Later, while playing Mahjong, Aunt Nancy also told my mother that the ghost thanked her very much. She enjoyed the beautiful clothes they burned. My mother only felt chills after hearing these words.
After years of saving, I was finally able to buy myself a small apartment in the city. This place was very crowded, and life here was quite busy, but that was okay because all my efforts were all rewarded. Since all my savings went into the house, I didn't have much left, so furniture was also a big deal for me. But luckily, I joined a number of groups that specialized in second-hand sales, and I also could find the items I liked. Without hesitation, I contacted the seller and ordered them immediately. The delivery also arrived very soon. The seller also seemed to be the owner of these items. He looked pretty happy when he sold them to me. He also directly helped the transport team. Each item was loaded from the truck. I also stood beside him to observe everything. As soon as I saw them, my eyes lit up, because in my mind I thought that when I bought liquidated goods, I would probably encounter old and slightly damaged items, but beyond my imagination, they were amazingly new. I quickly went back to ask the owner again to be sure if he really sold these items for less than half of the price. He seemed to be amused by my questions, so he laughed out loud. He didn't forget to tell me not to worry. All of these items were used by the family and bought recently because they moved to another place to live, and they wanted to liquidate them quickly so they can move on time. After saying that, he waved to the transporters to quickly bring the furniture into the house. I didn't know what to say other than thanking him a lot. If it weren't for him, I would have to find friends to borrow money from temporarily to buy furniture. In turn, large items were also carried inside, including tables and chairs, beds and decorations for the room. After everything was moved into the house, they also left and I started to clean my house. A few hours later, although I was sweaty and a little tired, when I looked back at my house I felt very relieved. Although it was not too big and spacious, it had been my dream since coming to the city to set up my business. Finishing it myself today, I was a little emotional. After finishing all the cleaning, I also had time to sit down on the soft sofa to make a phone call. I planned to send a message to thank the owner for selling me the furniture again, but after joining the group to find him, I was a bit surprised. Because I was kicked out of that second-hand group, even though that man blocked me, I was unable to send him messages anymore. For a moment I wondered deeply, because I remembered that in the morning I didn't do anything to make him angry. Why would he go to this extent? After that, I didn't think much of it. Maybe because he moved to another place. He didn't use his old website anymore. Because I was very tired after cleaning, after taking a shower, I went to bed immediately. That night, I didn't know exactly what time. It must have been around midnight. I was sleeping when I faintly heard some strange noises coming out. It woke me up. I listened to it. It seemed to be the cry of a child. It was not loud, but it was like it was coming from a far-away place. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. At first, I thought it was the sound of the neighbors next door. They must have had young children, so they cried every now and then. But then, the crying got louder and louder. I couldn't sleep, so I sat up. Sitting still for a while in bed, I suddenly realized that the strange sound was not coming from outside the house, but from my living room. It was exactly the moaning and crying of a baby. I got out of bed and gently opened the room door to look outside. As soon as I opened the living room door, I had no doubts that a very loud cry came from just outside. The room was quiet and dark, giving me goosebumps. I looked at the far corner of the room where the big wardrobe I just bought in the morning was. The sound of children crying came from there, no doubt. But why was there crying right in my house? I was a bit wary. I looked over to the side of the bedroom door. I had a baseball bat. I also was a little scared at this time because maybe some thief was trying to scare me or something, but I still decided to check it out. I grabbed the baseball bat and walked out of the living room step by step. Standing in front of the closet door, the crying didn't stop but became clearer. A little hesitant. What if inside there was a thief waiting for me to open the door? He would immediately do bad things to me. But I finally mustered up my courage and opened the closet door slightly, then peered inside to check. What scared me was that behind the door there was a woman holding a baby. Her hair was drooping and the baby looked dead. Its eyes had just big, scary black holes. Suddenly she turned around and looked at me directly with the white eyes and angry expression. She screamed in pain, her eyes also filled with a lot of blood, looking very scary. At this point I was so scared that my whole body froze. I was both surprised and panicked. I screamed out loud. Even though I wanted to turn and run, my legs were stiff, so I fell on my back to the ground. I knew she wasn't human. I tried with the last of my strength to crawl out of there, but I couldn't, and she still screamed in that high-pitched voice. She thought I was her husband and kept saying I abandoned her and her baby. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I threw myself up and tried to run away from the house. Behind me, I knew that a strange woman and a child was still trying to chase after me. In my greatest panic, I immediately ran to the neighbor's house to ask for help. I kept banging on the door and screaming. The neighbors in the block heard my voice and immediately opened the door. As soon as I saw them, I immediately told the story that I met at the house. But at first, everyone around thought that the scary woman was just an intruder in my house. So we decided to try to catch the thief. I pointed to the closet, convinced that this woman was hiding there. But when they opened the closet, the woman and her baby were gone. This made everyone around feel extremely surprised. Only one man had a premonition that something was wrong. He opened the door and looked up at the hidden corner of the cabinet and discovered something horrible. It was a red talisman that had been glued to the corner of the cabinet where no one noticed, and that was the cause of everything. We immediately took off the red talisman. He started to be panicked. No one seemed to believe their eyes. When the talisman was removed, it revealed the long black hair wrapped inside. Many people told me that this was a talisman and a spell used to imprison the soul of a person who died unjustly. I listened to the advice of my neighbors, immediately brought this red talisman and burned it to ashes, and then disposed of the wooden cabinet. I smashed the cabinet to pieces and threw it outside, then bought myself a new one. Since then, I never saw the scary woman ever again.
In recent years, due to the zoning plan of our village, the small villages have been merged into one area and some scattered houses near the town had to be demolished. Everything here was getting better and better, and my village was also built with a nursing home where some old lonely people used to live. Furthermore, last year's New Year's Eve, the village gathered a number of volunteers who came to be with these elderly people and make them feel happier. On New Year's Eve, many people gathered around to make dumplings and cook dinner. The atmosphere here was much more bustling and fun than usual. Compared to the busy nursing home, my family ate earlier and we finished our dinner as soon as it got dark. After I finished eating, I went out with some of my friends to find someone to play cards with. When I passed through the gate of the nursing home, I saw people still cooking meat on the big stove. At this moment, an old cadre who was with everyone in the yard saw us standing outside the door and hurriedly called us over. Mr. Goro was a well-known former official and was respected in the village by everyone, including myself. As soon as he called, we all gathered together and he gave each of us a cigarette. I knew that Uncle Goro must have had some business to rely on, so I thought to myself that maybe I wouldn't be able to gamble that night. Sure enough, on New Year's Eve, the nursing home held a reunion party to welcome the new year for all the lonely elderly people. Mr. Goro asked us to come and pick up Mr. Hiroshi to celebrate the holiday because Hiroshi was also a bit lonely. We looked at each other a little hesitantly when he asked for help. We had no choice but to do it. After that, I drove the car towards the old village. Mr. Hiroshi was an old man who had never had a wife. When the village was replanned, although he was advised, he refused to leave because he did not want to destroy the memorial house where he lived for decades. My friends and I drove to the old village. This place was demolished and poorly planned, so it was almost deserted and very desolate. The whole wasteland was left with only Mr. Hiroshi's house, and it seemed that because the wiring was broken, there was no electricity, so only kerosene lamps were used. Because the path on the hillside was narrow, we parked the car at the bottom of the hill and walked a short distance before reaching his house. As soon as I entered the yard, I was about to scream when I suddenly heard a voice like a conversation between two people. Hearing this voice, we were curious as to whether Mr. Hiroshi was living alone there and who he was talking to. We looked at each other curiously and followed quietly. Meanwhile, the voices in the house continued. The house had an ancient style with window stickers. Standing on the steps outside the door and looking inside, I could vaguely see two figures sitting in the middle of the house. One of the two figures we saw was a woman. I wondered if Uncle Hiroshi had found a wife. If so, that would have been great news. We looked at each other and decided to find out. Perhaps we could quickly find a bit of breaking news in this boring holiday. I quietly wet my finger with some spit and gently punched a small hole through the window paper. I was looking into the house with one eye. My thoughts at the time were to see if it was a woman and if she was an acquaintance in the village that we knew. But when I looked in, I saw Mr. Hiroshi sitting at the table with some dishes and candles. He sat at the end of the table, took a sip of wine, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in the opposite bowl. He kept commenting on the taste with the other person. But there was no one on the other side of the table. The wine glasses and rice bowls were still full. No one was eating. However, he talked very enthusiastically as he ate. It seemed like there was an actual person sitting there, but we didn't see anyone, even though I had seen two figures with my own eyes just a moment before. My scalp was a bit numb, so I involuntarily stepped back. Mr. Hiroshi was inside, hearing someone outside, and turned his head towards the window and shouted loudly. After being called like that, we looked at each other blankly and were confused as to how to respond. Fortunately, Mr. Hiroshi had known us ever since we were all children. He heard our voices and became softer. But the atmosphere was still awkward as the two sides faced each other. Mr. Hiroshi's face showed an unhappy expression when we overheard. The three of us immediately told him about the purpose of our visit. Out of curiosity, my eyes couldn't help but look inside the house. There was only 2 rooms, and at a glance I could see them all, but as expected, there was only Mr. Hiroshi. After that, he looked at the 3 of us at the same time and refused to go to the nursing home to attend the party because he said that his house was having a party too. Any other day before, we would have persisted into persuading him a few more times, but that day we really didn't dare to do so. After replying, we looked at each other and winked at each other, then turned to leave. I could feel like he was hiding something because he didn't go back into the house straight away. He waited until we were far away. I was really curious at the time, so I couldn't help but look back. I didn't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt like that place was a bit ghostly. And at that moment, I saw a pair of chopsticks placed on a bowl, suddenly rolling down on the table. The candle flickered slightly, and I wondered what wind could blow the chopsticks away, but not the small candle. My scalp suddenly shrank, and my heart seemed to have frozen with it. I didn't know if it was Mr. Hiroshi's gaze that made the hair on the back of my neck shiver, or maybe it was, but his eyes made us feel a little scared. We quickly drove back to the new village and told Mr. Goro about what had happened at Mr. Hiroshi's house. I was expecting him to tell us something, but unexpectedly he just lit a cigarette and sighed heavily. He looked like he was about to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just told us to go home. He gave us all some more cigarettes and then went back into the nursing home. We could clearly see that there was a mystery hidden here. Later, when we were playing cards, we heard that Mr. Hiroshi was not an unmarried bachelor, but was married when he was just 20 years old. Although they had no children, the couple's relationship was very good. He had only been happy for 10 years when his wife passed away of a serious illness. And since then, Mr. Hiroshi didn't go out much more, and his personality had also become quieter and less talkative. We didn't know what we saw that night, but maybe the reason why Mr. Hiroshi would rather live alone in that lonely place rather than leaving was that it had something to do with that matter.
This horror story took place in a dormitory. Our story begins with a student named Akio moving into her new dormitory, a place she would be living with 3 other students for the duration of her 4 years of college. Aiko was quick to notice that one of the girls was quite unlike the others. Whereas the others seemed joyful and friendly, this girl seemed cold and distant, and she never looked away from the book she was reading. Aiko soon learned she had moved into room 1304, a room known for its troubled and disturbing past. Aiko spent the rest of the day unaware of the events that would unfold, and so, on her first night, something strange occurred. Aiko was taking a bath when suddenly she heard a loud knocking on the bathroom door. She stood there for a second and remembered that the 2 girls had gone out, so it couldn't have been either of them. As she continued to think, the knocking began again. At this point, she froze. Then it hit her. It must be Tanny, that cold, weird girl, she thought. She cracked the door open and yelled at her to stop. But Tanny did not respond. Not that Aiko cared much, as the knocking had stopped. Although it wasn't long until the knocking started again. As annoyed as she could be, she put on her shirt, wrapped her half-washed hair in a towel, and went out to put an end to it. To Aiko's surprise, there was no one in the room. All she could feel was a dim, cold breeze. Aiko tried hard to reassure herself that this was nothing but a weird occurrence, but the fear could not stop creeping in on her. She gathered up the courage and went out to the hallway. But just like her dorm, it was empty and dark. She rushed back in and quickly closed the door. She was starting to shake. The thought of the supernatural never occurred to her. She only worried about being stalked by a pervert and wanted to stay safe. A few moments passed and Akio started to calm down, but not enough. The knocking started again. Aiko took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. This time, there was a woman standing in front of her, soaking wet. Akio screamed in shock, and then she realized it was Tani, her quiet roommate. Akio, relieved, asked Tani when she went out and why she was wet, but Tani did not say a word. Regardless, she felt sorry for her roommate, and after all, she was standing there dirty, wet, her face as pale as the moon and with an expression that lacked confidence. She put aside the annoyance of her silence and decided to care for Tanny. She had Tanny sit on the bed and went to get a towel to help her dry herself. She patiently waited until Tanny had calmed down and with a soft and delicate tone asked her what had happened, but Tanny did not speak. Frustrated, Akio told her that if she did not want to talk, that she would have to go get the dorm manager. This seemed to have worked. Tanny finally spoke up. Her voice was trembling as she said that something had happened to her mother. As soon as she finished speaking, Tanny, as if remembering something, stood up and walked towards her desk. Then she looked through the drawer. She was looking for something. Tanny was looking for her phone. She was starting to look desperate, searching. Tanny rummaged for a while, but couldn't find it. She turned to Akio and asked to borrow her phone. She then proceeded to tell her story. She had come this morning with her mother from the countryside to enroll at the school. That morning, they had to hastily leave their home as there weren't any other trains leaving that day. Her mother wanted to stay with Tanny for a few days to help her get settled, but she had to leave that same day as she had 2 younger children that needed to be taken care of at home. She kept on going about her family's story. She lost her father at a young age, which brought a big burden to her mother. She wanted to help her, get a job, and support the family, but her mother refused. Ayiko just stood there, tense and uncomfortable, and she did not understand what was going on. Tanny then continued. She had gone out to buy groceries when she saw on the news that a train had derailed and sank into the river. She immediately thought of her mother. As soon as she said that, Akio pulled out her phone. Throughout all of this, Akio was confused and shocked, but she knew she needed to help Tanny make a call. So, she called the number that Tanny gave her, but no one answered. Thinking that maybe Tanny had read the wrong number, Akio gave the phone to her and asked her to try again. Tanny was obviously in distress. She was shaking and her eyes were welling up. But once again, no one answered. The worry and fear could no longer be held. Tanny cried loudly. Tears kept flowing down from her cheeks as she kept on crying for her mom. Akio tried hard to keep herself together, even though she was panicking inside. She tried to calm her roommate down. Keeping her posture and thinking quickly, Akio suggested they should go and check at her home for themselves. Tanny was quick to reject the offer. She wanted to go alone. Before Akio could react, Tanny stood up and left, but not before looking at her in the eyes and saying thank you. Akio refused to let her go on her own in such a state, but it was pointless. She was gone. Tanny was so fast that by the time Akio went out to the door, Tanny was already at the end of the hallway. She just stood there as her figure disappeared into the distance. Akio stood at the door for a moment, which felt like an eternity, observing everything, trying to make sense of things. She was shocked to the point of losing control of her limbs. She could barely stand in place. She was panicking and trying to tell herself that this must be a mistake or a bad dream. The next morning, Akio went rushing to see the manager. She wanted to ask about Tanny's contact information. Once there, she asked for her, but the manager looked confused. He told her that she must have gone to the wrong dorm because there wasn't a Tanny registered there. As soon as she heard that, her face went dark. The possibility of having met a ghost crossed her mind. As she was walking down the hall, lost in thought, she met one of her roommates. Akio wanted to leave no trace of doubt, so she asked her about Tanny. The question, in turn, made her roommate almost faint. As it turns out, Tanny had been a student living in room 1304 until she died in a train accident 5 years ago. She told Akio that ever since that day, people have seen strange shadows in that dorm, and more than one had suggested it was Tanny. By now, Akio could just not hold it together anymore. The pain, stress, and fear were just too much. She broke in tears. She was putting together all the pieces of the events from the last 24 hours. Everything pointed towards one explanation. Could it be that she had met a ghost the night before? The thoughts were too much. She broke down, shaking and crying, until she passed out of exhaustion. A few days passed. Akio had managed to assimilate what had happened and decided to take the train to Tanny's home. She arrived at what was now an abandoned house. Inside of it, there was a photo of Tanny's mom. As it turns out, Tanny's mother had also passed away just a day after her daughter. She couldn't bear the pain and sorrow of losing a child. On her way out, she stumbled upon a tomb. Engraved in it were the names of Tanny and her mother. She thought how strange it was to have them both buried in the same tomb. Tanny's two other siblings ended up being adopted by the uncle. On her way home, Akio could not stop thinking about the mother and the daughter. She felt an incredible sorrow for these two. Who knows, maybe your roommate will turn out to be a ghost as well. And if that's the case, make sure you tell us the story.
One day in early spring, in my peaceful village, suddenly appeared a luxury car. It parked in front of the brick house at the end of the village. It was the house of the best magician in my village at that time. Inside the house, the magician was focusing on burning incense on the altar, preparing to go to work. Below was a middle-aged, rich-looking man sitting nervously on the ground. After burning the incense, the magician turned to the man and asked why he had come here. When the man finished listening, he began to recount in a gentle voice. The man said that lately he had been having a very scary nightmare that kept repeating for many nights, making it impossible for him to get a good night's sleep. His face was also from there, was an intense burning pain, hot as if someone was on fire in the middle of the night. His whole body was always in a state of fatigue, heavy, as if someone was pressing on him. As soon as he closed his eyes to fall asleep, he saw that he was being attacked by a ragged man who looked like a beggar, rushing to attack him with an extremely aggressive attitude. The man kept grabbing his face, shouting hateful screams that made him extremely scared. In particular, he was always haunted by his horror face every time the man put his face on him. It was a face that was disfigured, with only crimson flesh, because there was no human skin. The man looked up at him with his bloodshot red eyes, his mouth moving as if he wanted to say something. Then, the strange man raised his hand tightly to the rich man's face, a feeling of pain and terror now overwhelming him. Then the strange man used strong force to tear off the skin of the rich man's face, making his face look like the ghost in front of him. Because of that terrible nightmare, this rich man had been haunted for many days, to the point of not daring to sleep at night, making his health gradually weaker. He wanted to find a way to end this dream as quick as possible, so he traveled a long way from the city to come here, asking this famous magician to help. After listening to the story, the magician's face suddenly changed. He looked seriously at the man in front of him. The magician seemed to sense that the man was hiding something terrible. So, the magician went to the altar, took 3 incense sticks, recited the mantra while holding the incense, and walked around the man to find his past. The man then began to dream. His mind also gradually recalled the things that happened before. Unexpectedly, it was a barbaric story full of horror. The man's face showed his remorse as he recalled the past events. The magician stood in front of the man and looked at him sternly. His feeling was indescribable, as if the magician had known the beginning and the end of the story. Many years ago, this man knew a colleague in the company. The two were not very close, but to promote, he invited his colleague to have a meal. While drunk, the two disagreed because of disagreements. The man was angry, grabbed the bottle of wine, placed it on the table, rushed to beat the colleague. With one hand, the man grabbed his colleague by the neck. With the other, he raised his hand and slammed the bottle of wine on the head of his colleague. The sound of a bottle breaking was heard, and blood was also splattered. His colleague fell to the ground dead on the spot. The death of his colleague seemed to wake him up and realize he had just made a terrible mistake. The man was so scared he decided to leave his colleague's body lying there and then ran out alone as fast as he could. He returned to his own home, packed up his things, and began to flee elsewhere. After a while, he became a man wandering the market corners. During the day, he asked for money from passerby. At night, he found a temporary corner to sleep in, and constantly recalling the past time in his mind. Until one day, he went to find another wanderer on the street and took the initiative to get to know him. His purpose was to be able to return to a happy life without being wanted. This wanderer was unaware of the man's plans. He happily continued talking and drinking with the man until the middle of the night. The man purposefully made up enough stories to distract the wanderer, so that he was so drunk that he was no longer conscious. After that, he waited. When this vagrant was not alert, the man grabbed the bottle of wine that was placed on the table, looked at the wanderer, and prepared to take action. The wanderer was now too drunk to know anything, lying against the wall behind him to sleep. The man took the opportunity and slowly walked in front of the wanderer. He killed the wanderer and then broke his face so that no one could identify the wanderer. He decided to live with this man's identity. After taking action, he remained to search all over the wanderer's body, took all the money of the victim and identification documents to avoid finding the identity of the corpse, and blatantly started living a new life. He used his savings and the money he had stolen from the wanderer to go to a small plastic surgery clinic and had a face surgery similar to the one in the papers. He had to stay in the hospital for a long time to recover. Fortunately, the surgery was successful, and he was finally able to remove the bandages to see his new face. He happily looked at himself in the mirror, looked closely at every 5 senses on his new face, and breathed a sigh of relief when he escaped the police's pursuit. After he was done, he left and rented a small house to live in. He decided to live with his new face, work, and start a family like nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, the victims who the man killed were all found by the police and became a case that shook the country. He applied to re-enter the old company with a new name, and then he got promoted higher and higher. He became a rich man, got married, and enjoyed the high life. But since then, this nightmare had appeared in his life. After telling his story, the man expressed deep regret for the atrocities he had done before. He repeatedly begged the magician to help him, fearing that the wanderer's spirit would come and retrieve his face. The man's cruelty made the magician unable to hold back. The magician directly slapped the man's face with an angry slap as if to vent his anger on behalf of the people he killed. But the man's stupidity made him no longer rational. He thought that as long as the magician hit him, everything would be erased, with no pity in his heart for the dead. Seeing this, the magician smiled and asked the man's address under the pretext of performing an exorcism. After that, this magician told him to leave, promising to help him sleep well. As soon as he left, The magician took out his phone and called the police station, telling the man's story and turning over the old murder case. The man was arrested after many years of hiding. He must be punished for the crimes he committed.
That night in a bar, I met my friend from secondary school again. She told me a story about a ghost. Lena's parents used to work in a big textile factory. She often studied in a public school downtown. Because of the insolvent company, her parents had to find jobs in other places, which were far from her school. Therefore, they usually picked her up late. One day at school, a boy named Tom introduced himself to Lena and asked her to play games with him. As they were the same age and Tom was very friendly, Lena was delighted when she had a friend to play with. Very soon it became afternoon, and Lena's father came to pick her up. Lena said goodbye to Tom, and they left with her father. The next 2 days, Lena met Tom again. Lena wondered about Tom's parents. Why didn't she see them? Tom told her that his parents were very busy, so he usually went home alone. Then the two of them played in the sand in the yard, and after a while her teacher said, "Your mom will pick you up early today, so you shouldn't play in the sand alone." After the teacher left, Tom immediately invited Lena to discover a factory next to the school. He wanted to share a secret with her. Lena hesitated for a moment about Tom's suggestion. She thought, my mom and teacher will be angry if I go too far. But not waiting for Lena to reply, Tom quickly held her hand and ran towards the factory. Tom took Lena through a secret passage to the factory. Getting inside, Lena felt very excited. This place was a mystery to her. Tom took Lena a bit further. They saw a huge, abandoned factory. Even so, the little girl was still very scared. She wondered if they were allowed to be in here or not. She was about to go back, but suddenly Tom quickly grabbed her by the hand. He pointed at something and asked Lena if she had seen it. Following his hand, she saw a very cool red toy car. As soon as she saw it, Lena was fascinated. For a long time, she wished to have a car. Her family was poor, so her parents had not bought any toys for her before. Playing with the toy for the first time, she controlled the car smoothly and quickly. It was so fun, so she forgot all the teacher's words. Then, the car sped out of control and into an old blue iron door and stopped. Lena felt very strange. She didn't understand what made the car stop so abruptly, so difficult to control. The little girl ran to pick up the toy. She held it and looked at the door curiously. When she looked up at her friend Tom, he seemed very strange, with an expressionless face and wide open eyes. Tom's eyes increasingly appeared more and more blood red with horror. Then Tom suddenly shouted at Lena, "Find me!" Tom's face now scared Lena to death. The little girl stepped back. Lena did not think that Tom was so aggressive with her. She was so confused as to what changed. Then Tom turned his back to go inside that old blue iron door. The door was locked with iron chains, but it was so easy for that child to get through it. Left alone, Lena stood outside and looked at the door for a long time. Her arms still hugged Tom's red toy car. Thinking Tom wants to play hide and seek with her, Lena immediately snuck in to find him. The space on the other side of the door was wide and completely empty. It was so quiet, except for the sound of her own footsteps. The little girl looked around the huge, wide space, and she wondered how she would ever find her friend. In this strange place, Lena could not control her tremble. Holding the toy in her hand, she became more and more frightened. Lena called out to Tom and begged him to go home with her. She did not want to play hide and seek in this scary place anymore. Responding to Lena's words, there was an echo from the deep inside the factory. It was Tom's voice. He wanted Lena to go inside and find him. Although she really wanted to leave the factory as soon as possible, Lena was very scared and she did not know how to get out of there without Tom's guidance. She decided to find her friend. But the moment she took a step, a familiar voice rang out. From outside the door, Lena's teacher suddenly appeared. It already turned dark outside, and the factory, with the teacher, seemed very worried because the iron chain was locked, which did not allow her to enter. Lena hurried towards Tom's voice. She told him that the teacher had come and they should go out together. However, replying to Lena was her own echo. There was no sound, no one there except her. The toy was still lying on the ground, but Tom did not respond to her. Lena really didn't want to leave Tom there at all. He hides very well, Lena thought. Outside the door, Lena's mother appeared and urged her to run out. Lena's mother looked bewildered when she heard her little daughter was talking to someone. She did not want to wait any longer. Lena left the toy car and said goodbye to Tom before going out. Then she followed the gap in the door and got out. Seeing her daughter come back safely, her mother was so happy. She had heard many stories about the factory, which was rumored to have cannibal monsters. At home, Lena's mother asked her to tell her everything. Her mother was very surprised and disappointed because Lena had played at the factory on her own without permission. Lena's mother got angry. If she was late, what would have happened to her little daughter? Lena's mother was angry because Lena didn't listen to her. She also thought her daughter had lied to her. Feeling sad, the little girl only knew to stare at the ground and listen to what her mother was saying. That night, in a dream, Lena found herself walking into a dark place. It was cold and foggy. There was a very sad boy sitting and holding his knees. She recognized him. Tom. As soon as she saw Tom, Lena was very angry because that afternoon he left her alone in the factory and later got scolded by her mother. When Lena was about to question him, suddenly Tom turned his face towards Lena. His face looked awful. Blood covered most of his body and had completely dyed all of his clothes red. Suddenly, Lena woke up from this nightmare, and she was sweating all over her body. But outside, Lena heard her parents arguing. Her father claimed that her mother was superstitious. A cannibal monster in the factory? But the mother still insisted on keeping her point of view about the monster. That night, Lena slept with her parents to avoid nightmares. Her parents were still very angry at each other because of the argument. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, her mother said it was not necessary to go to school anymore. Lena was going to live with her grandmother for a while. Later that day, her mother took Lena to her grandmother's house, which was more than 5 hours away from the city. All procedures for transferring schools and entering new schools was going to be completed by her parents soon after. A week later, Lena began to get used to the new environment, the new school, and her new friends. One day, on the way home from school, she was attracted by this information on the newspaper stand. There was a picture of a dry skeleton whose outfit is very familiar, and there was also a red toy car next to the skeleton. All of them were very similar to Tom. It was written in the paper that a body of a boy who was believed to be missing a few months ago was found. People thought that the boy fell from above with a toy car after sneaking into the abandoned textile factory. Tom had been in this lonely and cold place for so long, and he just wanted to play hide and seek with Lena.
This is a story about my colleague, who is called Nick. We are colleagues, but we are not very close. At the company, others are extremely harsh and disrespectful towards him. He is quiet and doesn't interact much with others. He rarely shares his thoughts and often takes the blame whenever he does something wrong or not right. My other colleagues don't like Nick. They think he is too weak, fragile, and unfriendly. Many people often speak ill of him behind his back. I have some sympathy for him because I find him pitiable. Everything started after the meeting ended, when our manager scolded Nick severely. I saw him enter the restroom, so I wanted to go and console him a bit. When I arrived, I heard swearing from inside, and it was Nick's voice. I opened the door slightly and looked in, and I saw a rather strange scene. Nick fiercely bit his own arm, his eyes filled with hatred. At that moment, I thought he was really scary, so it was best to stay away, and I didn't go inside. I told my colleague, John, about this issue, and he always believed that Nick appears weak on the outside, but is actually very dangerous inside. On that day, when I was returning from work, I was watching TV when I received a text message, and it was from John. He said that our senior manager had just encountered an incident this afternoon. She was driving home when she had an accident on the way. Luckily, someone noticed she was injured and promptly took her to the hospital. The next day, in the company corridor, I was talking to my friend, and as I walked ahead, I bumped into Nick. Nick and John accidentally collided as they passed by each other. My friend may have intentionally caused this incident because he always harbored animosity towards Nick. To avoid any conflict, I quickly pulled my friend away. When I looked back at Nick, I saw him observing and looking at us with an intense gaze. I advised John not to provoke Nick, as people who are frequently oppressed are prone to extreme and unpredictable actions. After work that day, my colleague suggested that I visit the hospital to see the manager. We went to the hospital afterward and visited the manager, but due to the recent accident, she was still very scared and traumatized. We asked her about the cause of the accident because we couldn't understand how she could crash the car into the railing. After a while, she recounted the reason for the accident to us. That day, after work, she was driving home alone. While passing through a section of the road, suddenly a creature jumped out from the bushes on the side of the road. It leaped onto the car. That thing wasn't a dog or a cat. It looked somewhat like a monkey, but not quite. It also resembled a child, but wasn't a child either. It aggressively lunged and bit her. In a state of panic, the car crashed straight into the roadside barrier. After hearing what she recounted, my colleague and I looked at each other, our eyes expressing disbelief. However, no one knows specifically what she encountered or whether it was an illusion or not. My colleague dropped me off at the gate of my residential area and then returned. I was awakened suddenly in the middle of the night by a phone call. In a dazed state, I answered the call. It was from my colleague, John. John shouted frantically into the phone that there was a dim and light child trying to kill him. Not knowing what had happened, I hastily rushed out of the house and took a taxi to his place. I was also filled with fear, so I hurriedly knocked on the door and called out to John. His appearance startled me. He looked as if he had just been in a fight with someone, with scratches all over his body. Upon entering, I tried to calm him down and asked what had happened. John said a lot of things that I couldn't believe that day. In the evening, he prepared to go to bed. Then, in the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of a shattered window. He saw something rushing in, very similar to what my manager had described earlier. That thing pounced and scratched him. John had to fight with all his might and eventually threw it away. But it immediately lunged back and continued biting and tearing. My friend wanted to run outside because dealing with that thing was truly difficult. Attempts to chase it away were unsuccessful. When he ran out of the room, it seemed scared of something and fled at high speed. When he told me this, I instinctively glanced around the bedroom. Across from the bedroom, there was a statue of Guangong that he often worshipped. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't believe what he said, but after the incident with the manager and the scars on his body that couldn't be faked, I had no choice but to believe. He had numerous small bite marks on his body, as if bitten by a child or a small animal. I was afraid his wounds would get infected, so I quickly took him to the hospital for treatment. In the following days, both John and the manager had to take sick leave, and I had to continue with a lot of work. On that day, Nick seemed very happy and enthusiastic. When I looked into his eyes, I thought he might be related to the manager's accident and my friend's experience. I secretly followed Nick after work. He went to a supermarket, but I didn't dare to go inside. I just stood outside and waited. He bought a lot of things for children, including some snacks. I checked his background. He was a single person living alone. I began to suspect his motives for buying those items. I continued to follow Nick until he stopped. He seemed to be on guard against someone and turned around to look back. Luckily, I quickly hid in a corner. I knew Nick was suspicious that someone was following him. I didn't dare to continue following. Unfortunately, this matter is not yet resolved. Both the manager and my friend have quit their jobs after this accident. I still silently kept an eye on Nick, but I deliberately avoided him because I was afraid he would look at me with scrutinizing and hateful eyes. As for the creature that attacked the manager and my friend, I suspect Nick used Kumanthan to harm us, but because I didn't have the courage to investigate, this matter can only stop here.
The incident occurred to a couple in my village. My village was a place that specialized in supplying medicinal herbs to the big city at the time, and the family was one of the households that specialized in growing valuable medicinal plants. The business was going well, but every month the husband needed to go to the big city to collect money, and before he left, the wife always went to the front door to see him off and instructed him on various matters. He was a man after all. It made the wife afraid that her husband would go to the city and get involved in bad things, but her husband consoled her and promised to return soon. So the wife just stood there holding her child and watching her husband leave for work. 3 days later, the husband returned from work unannounced, which surprised the wife. Business was good this month. They made a lot of money, so the husband bought his wife a bottle of high-end perfume. Despite the fact that she said it was expensive, the wife was overjoyed because her husband had always loved her unconditionally. When they got a large sum of money, he always bought gifts for her. A married couple's life had always been extremely happy for them so far. Because the husband had worked non-stop for 3 days and had driven a long distance to return, he was exhausted that night. So after dinner, his family turned off the lights and went to bed early. The wife was sleeping soundly when she heard something very annoying. It sounded like someone scratching, and it jolted her awake. When she turned to look at her husband, she noticed he was scratching furiously at his arm, scratching so hard that he almost tore his shirt, causing the wife to panic. She stopped him and called him to wake up. He said he felt itchy on his arm and couldn't help scratching it. The wife reasoned that it was itching because her husband was away from work and hadn't taken good bath, so she pulled out her husband's shirt to examine it. The wife exclaimed in surprise as soon as he pulled down his sleeve. The husband's itching wasn't due to a lack of hygiene. It was where his arm had developed a large number of red spots similar to a blister, but much more swollen and itchy, causing both of them to become worried. The husband went to the clinic near the house early the next morning to see what was wrong with him. Even the doctor was surprised when he saw it, because blisters had quickly grown larger and spread to almost the entire length of his right arm. Today they had swollen enormously. The doctor just touched it. It burst open and the inside was completely filled with thick pus. The doctor suspected an infectious disease. The couple had a big argument because of that doctor's diagnosis. The wife thought he met some girls or did dirty things to get such a serious infection, which made him very angry. But the husband flatly denied it, insisting that he had done nothing wrong behind his wife's back and that he had no idea why he was so sick. The wife continued to cry and blame, so the husband became very upset and went out, leaving his wife in the room, then going to a pub near his house alone, his arm still crazy itchy. He drank a lot of alcohol, partly because he was upset that his wife doubted him, and partly because he was sick with a strange disease. So the more he drank, the more he forgot the sadness. He drank from the bottle to bottle for an unknown amount of time. He didn't get up and leave until the pub closed. His gait was no longer stable at this point. Because he was completely out of his mind, the husband went home unconsciously. He slipped and fell into the dry rice fields below while walking on the dark dirt road. The road was not too high from the rice field, but he was unlucky enough to fall and break his leg. So he had to stay at home with his broken leg, and now the pustules had spread to almost his entire body. The broken leg was also very painful, and he couldn't move at all, allowed the itching and pain to rage freely. Because the wife was angry and suspected that he was having an affair, she did not take good care of him, so the wounds caused by the pustules were not cleaned and smelled worse by the day. The wife went to her mother's house one day and told her mother her story. She didn't forget to blame her husband, because the doctor had also said that this disease couldn't be cured, and she was at a loss for what to do. Her mother, on the other hand, believed that because the husband had always been a kind and loving person, he couldn't be the type to interact with other women. On the contrary, being that sick in such a short period of time looked like to be bad luck or a curse. Hearing this, the wife began to reconsider everything, but she had no idea who she could turn to for help for her husband. Seeing this, her mother suggested a famous shaman in the next village who might be able to help her. The wife left early the next day to invite the shaman to her home and check on her husband's situation. The old shaman was taken aback when he saw the husband from a distance. His face seemed to know something. When he asked the wife if she dared to touch him, and if so, if she could assist him in sitting up and pulling the blanket off so he could see the entire body of the husband. The wife did not hesitate. She removed the blanket and assisted her husband in sitting against the wall. The shaman was even more alarmed now that he could see his entire body clearly, and he seemed to have confirmed what he had suspected. The shaman inquired about the husband's recent visits to temples or strange places to worship. The husband paused for a moment before responding.
Last week, when I went to the city to collect money, I stopped by a temple and worshipped a god.
That day, after receiving the money, the husband took some time to explore the city. By chance, he came across a temple to which a large number of people had come to pay their respects. The temple looked very spacious. He went to visit and pray for the next jobs to go well because he has many new plans at work, but he has never worshipped any gods before. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he discovered that there were too many people. He waited for quite a long time, but there was still no room for him to bow down. So he suddenly remembered that there was a road next to the main hall that led to another shrine. He decided to go there to have a look, but strangely, no one came to visit. But he believed that gods were gods, so he knelt and begged for what he desired. When the shaman heard this, he immediately asked him if he remembered the figure of that god, as he was most likely punished for kneeling on the ground. He sat back and explained that it was a god with a fierce face, a large snake wrapped around his arms and neck, and his feet stepping on many skulls. The shaman was taken aback by what he had just heard, and he explained that it was the god who represented the epidemic, and he was not a suitable god to beg for business, so he was punished. When they heard this, both husband and wife were terrified and worried about how to get rid of this punishment, so they begged the shaman to assist the husband in getting rid of his pain. The old shaman was eager to help, but he was also concerned that he would fail. First of all, they must prepare the offerings for an apology to that god. The next day, at the appointed auspicious hour, the husband knelt beneath the altar while the shaman wielded a wooden sword and danced around him. On the table were 3 offerings: a buffalo head, a pig head, and a goat head. The husband's condition improved the following day, and the pustules subsided as well. However, because the family's business did not go well after that, the shaman advised the husband to take a break from work for a while in order for the punishment to subside. So the wife went on her husband's behalf to complete the family's work. Although the pustules left many scars on the husband's face and body, after he recovered from the disease, he still considered himself fortunate to be cured and to be able to live his life. The peaceful village became busier than usual that morning. People reported to the police early on, and they quickly arrived here to investigate a case that occurred. According to the person who reported the crime, the murder took place in the house directly ahead. The police department blocked the crime scene quickly. Boss Lu Feng and Captain Chow also put on gloves in preparation for an inspection. They were very attentive around the room from the moment they entered the door, because all murder cases would have clues from the surrounding objects. Boss Lu Feng commended the captain to split up to investigate. He would go inside while the captain checked around the house. Captain Chow examined the scene carefully, but there were almost no hints, so he returned inside the house to report to Boss Lu Feng. But the scene in front of him, that was both heartbreaking and frightening. On the ceiling right now was a woman who appeared to have hanged herself, and there was an odd detail. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of red shoes that were very intricately embroidered. Whereas her family was an ordinary farmer family who dressed very simple. Boss Lu Feng immediately called the person who reported the case to ask for clarification. Boss Lu Feng was curious as to how he was able to discover the body inside this house. Because the door was locked, it was difficult to see inside. He stated that he was always watching because he had a crush on the victim and he had not seen her leaving the house since a few days, so he was concerned. As a result, he leaned out the door to inspect the inside. While looking for the girl, he was discovered by two of her relatives. They thought he was a thief, so they confiscated him to get clarification. However, after explaining that he was concerned about the girl, he peered inside to see how she was doing. Her relatives were concerned after not seeing her for 2 days and came here to find out what had happened. When her uncle opened the door and walked inside, he panicked and was screaming while rushing out the room. Only then people rushed in to learn that the girl had hanged herself. After hearing him explain, Boss Lu Feng temporarily believed him and ordered the police to bring her body down. And didn't forget to instruct them to be cautious and keep the body in its current state for forensic examination. The girl's body was then carried out, ready to be returned to the police station. She was still wearing a pair of red shoes embroidered with red flowers. However, an elderly woman in the crowd was watching, and when she saw the girl's body, she panicked and her face was darkened. Because of her abnormal appearance, Boss Lu Feng began to keep an eye on her. The entire team met at the headquarters to investigate the case. Was it true that the girl committed suicide? And the people who were intimately involved were also the ones who discovered the girl's body. The boss directed to investigate all the people who were close to the girl, including the man who followed her. Captain Chow dashed out the door to inform everyone in a rush. They could find out the reason for the girl's death. The odd thing was that it could be related to previous hanging cases that happened. Captain Chow believed that these cases are out of the ordinary. Sir, I believe this case was connected to a curse. Boss Lu Feng was taken aback. Another witchcraft case? Captain Chow explained to his boss what he had learned from the elderly woman who had reacted strangely the day before as soon as they started to go back to the crime scene. Before that, there was a girl in the village whose husband died young and was unable to work hard, so she chose to sleep with men to earn money. But she was discovered by a woman in the village. They came to beat her and scratched her face in order to prevent her from seducing men in the future. They shaved her hair and ruined her face, then abandoned her in the middle of the street. She then hanged herself in her house. She was already dead when people found her, and she was wearing the same red embroidered shoes which appeared at the crime scene recently. She seemed to die unjustly, so she left a curse on the wall.
If I become a ghost, I will return for revenge.
All of the participants who abused the girl were terrified of the ghost's vengeance. Indeed, each of them committed suicide by hanging themselves. Especially when they die, on their feet were the red embroidered shoes that the girl wore when she died. Boss Lu Feng didn't believe this was the work of the devil. As a result, he directed the captain to look into the relatives of the girls who committed suicide to see if there were any leads. He reasoned that this could have been arranged by the girl's relatives. When she died, they might have exacted their vengeance on her behalf. After a day of investigation, the most suspicious person was the husband of the recently deceased girl. He used to sleep with the girl who was beaten by his wife. He was also the person next to his wife when she committed suicide. As a result, he was immediately taken back to the station to obtain a bow. He initially just played around and pretended not to be related to the case, but when Captain Chow became enraged, he was then obeyed to tell everything. He stated that he did not murder anyone. It was because the other girl's ghost appeared in the middle of the night and murdered his wife. His wife woke up in the middle of the night while sleeping and went off to bed. Despite the fact that he called, she did not answer. Suddenly he noticed a pair of red shoes floating in mid-air in front of his wife, and his wife was staring at them unconsciously. The shoes then moved as if inviting his wife to put them on. And, as being hypnotized, she wore them on her feet. She then began to get out of bed. He was so terrified that he couldn't move. All he could do was call out her name, which didn't work. His wife approached the wooden plank on the ceiling that a piece of cordage was tied on since. And then came what may, she began to fly up, floating in mid-air and approaching the cordage. And with that, she flew closer to the rope. Then she put her head in the noose. He was shocked when he saw his wife die so quickly before he could react. By the time his wife was hanged, he was about to take her down. Suddenly, a wooden chair appeared out of nowhere, striking him in the face, making him dizzy. Then, panicked, he looked in the direction of the chair. The sight in front terrified him. All of the furniture in the house was floating upwards. He was terrified to death after seeing that, and because the wound on his face was so painful, he stopped paying attention to his wife. As a result, he fled from home, unconcerned about whether his wife was dead or alive. He finally had the courage to return with a few villagers in the next morning. The interrogation was finished, and both Captain and Boss Lu Feng believed he wasn't the murderer. But what he said was unreal. They needed more concrete evidence. The two of them then went to the cemetery where the victim's body was buried to look for any clues. When they arrived at the location, they both sought out the cemetery keeper to inquire about the grave. This cemetery guard turns out to be the man who snooped in front of the girl's house the day he discovered her suicide. He agreed to lead everyone to a grave after a few inquiries. And Boss Lu Feng didn't forget to ask if anything out of the ordinary had happened recently. He also talked a lot about the girl along the way, but all of those clues were already investigated by the police. But there was one strange thing. He pointed to the girl's grave and inquired whether the cops had seen anything. Captain Chow simply stated that the grave was typical. However, Boss Lu Feng, who has extensive experience, discovered something unusual. He sat down slowly and picked up a cake that was being offered at the grave, and he informed Captain Chow that this cake was strange. Because this type of cake was only available in the neighboring village, the police had asked all of the girl's relatives not to leave the village while the case was being investigated. As a result, Captain Chow began investigating the cake's origins right away. He eventually discovered the only shop that sold this type of cake. Boss Lu Feng and the captain dressed casually and went to the site to look for more clues. However, the vending cart did not pique the interest of Boss Lu Feng, but the theater behind it with a large billboard made him feel more likely to find clues in it. There was a billboard outside the theater advertising a well-known magician. The show was taking place inside. Captain Chow was told by Boss Lu Feng to keep an eye on the magician. The two entered. The show had begun. Boss Lu Feng had a hunch that this magician had a problem. The magician started to greet everyone before performing a few small tricks. Then came today's most expected performance. It was about being able to make people and objects levitate. He managed to levitate all of his gadgets, including his co-star. Captain Chow was taken aback and jumped up, as the method was similar to that of the Red Shoes case. Boss Lu Feng advised him to be more cautious and keep an eye out for this magician in order to avoid waking a sleeping dog. The two people waited for him until he finished his performance. Seeing the presence of the cops, he also obediently put his hands in the handcuffs. He had no intention of covering up his crime at the police station, knowing that everything had been exposed. He maintained a calm demeanor while speaking. He admitted everything. He did it because he loved the girl and wanted all the others to suffer and pay for what they did. After that, he continued that those victims deserved to die, and that it was simply a poetic justice. In the end, he was sentenced to death for the murder of 3 people. Boss Lu Feng speculated that he committed such a crime because he was too enamored with the victim. It was a story that happened a long time ago in my village, and I heard it from my grandmother on an occasion when I returned to my hometown. At the time, my family had a funeral. I went with my parents to my hometown to attend the funeral in a gloomy atmosphere. After the ceremony, I looked at my grandmother and saw her looking at the coffin with sad eyes. I was worried, so I went over to talk to her. My grandmother had lived in this village for a long time, so she understood everything that happened in there. She told me a very famous retribution story. When she was a child, there was a large migration in my village with people from different regions moving here. Among them was a family with 3 brothers. People didn't know how much money they brought into the village, but 3 brothers were able to build a large mansion on the east side of the village. Many people noticed and speculated that these 3 brothers were doing illegal business, so they hid there. I wouldn't matter if the eldest brother, who did not know who to listen to, invited his 2 youngest brothers to find an abandoned grave and worship in the attic for blessings and prosperous business. The 3 of them discussed going to the forest to find an abandoned grave because my village was a place of war at that time, and there were countless abandoned graves. The following morning, all 3 brothers blew trumpets and drums and then went into the forest to find an abandoned grave. Many people in the village did not pay much attention because they thought it was a religious custom in their hometown of 3 people. After entering the forest, one of the 3 found a grave covered with weeds, likely covered with a large mound of earth, but without a tombstone. All 3 brothers were overjoyed. They thought they had found an abandoned grave. They immediately performed a grave-digging ceremony to bring the deceased's remains to their home. After worshipping, the 3 brothers blew trumpets and drums, brought the body of the person lying in the grave home, and worshipped it like a family member. After the funeral was completed, the 3 brothers put the body in a large coffin and placed it in the attic with many offerings. This story reached the ears of the people in the village. They thought that this was a way for the 3 brothers to get rich, so they talked about it and demanded to learn in the 3 brothers' own way. Until one day, at the door of the 3 brothers' house appeared an older woman dressed in rags, hurriedly banged on the door with an extremely urgent gesture. The 3 brothers did not understand what was going on and opened the door. As soon as she saw the 3 of them, the older woman pointed her finger and said that all 3 had stolen her husband's grave. When the eldest brother heard it, he angrily chased the older woman out, thinking that the old woman wasted her mind talking nonsense, and then stormed inside the house. The older woman was chased away, but she refused to accept it. She kept hugging her husband's photo, sitting in front of the 3 brothers' door to reclaim her husband's body. Curious people in the village asked about the story and learned the beginning and the end of the story. Everyone felt dissatisfied with the work of these 3 brothers. The men in the village, seeing this, invited each other to go to the house of the 3 brothers to claim justice for the older woman and reclaim the older man's body. Everyone rushed with sticks and rushed to ask the 3 brothers to return the older woman's husband's body back to its original position. At first, the 3 brothers always denied it. making many people in the village angry. People demanded to go to the attic to see the body for verification. At this moment, the three brothers revealed their true nature as delinquents. They used guns to suppress the people in the village. The youngest brother refused to negotiate with the people in the village, blatantly shot and threatened to make everyone panic. The whole village at the time was in an uproar, thinking that these brothers were thieves and robbers from elsewhere and determined to live and die with them. But with their aggressive nature, the three brothers still refused to return the body part and threatened to shoot anyone who dared to take the body away. While fighting and exchanging words, the older woman accidentally tripped on a stone on the ground and fell backwards. The fall caused the older woman to hit her head hard on the steps. She was stunned and died on the spot. The older woman's accident made everyone in the village sad. After knowing that the older woman died alone without children plight, the people held a funeral for her. Her body was placed in a coffin built by the villagers, and a small worship ceremony was held. A single funeral took place in solitude in just one day. The older woman's body was buried by the villagers. Her grave was placed right at the older man's dug grave. Not long after the older woman's funeral took place, my grandmother often went with her great-grandmother to visit the older woman's house to smoke incense. The great-grandmother accidentally saw the older woman's husband's photo and panicked when she saw that his left eye was gouged out with a large hole. After seeing that, my grandmother was scared. The great-grandmother tried to comfort her. Then she explained that the older man had a broken eye in the past, so when making a picture of the shrine, they had to blur his damaged eye to avoid causing fear to those who were afraid to visit. Later, it was discovered that the older woman clutched another photo of her husband and carried it to the grave with her. Not long after, the eldest brother went to find a matchmaker in the village, bringing some money to ask her to make a maid for a beautiful young girl. Thinking that the matchmaker would agree with the money, the eldest brother was kicked out by herself and mercilessly cursed for the cruel actions of the three brothers before. The eldest brother could not persuade the matchmaker to leave with pity, but from then on, he became disgusted with the whole village. He went to the neighboring village to marry a stupid girl, and then he held a lavish wedding to show his prestige to the people in the village. He then took his wife to live in this lavish mansion with his two younger brothers. After living for a while, the wife became pregnant. While the eldest brother's wife was pregnant, the middle brother also started to marry a girl from another village. Next, the youngest brother also held a wedding. The wedding of the three brothers all had one thing in common, which was to organize a great party, but no one attended but the poor beggars. All three still thought that this thing was a good action. After a few days, the wife and the eldest brother suddenly went into labor and was about to give birth. Seeing this, the eldest brother sent someone to find the most famous midwife in the village to deliver his wife's birth. His wife gave birth to a child very easily. She gave birth to a beautiful white son within a few hours. Looking at the red, beautiful baby, the eldest brother felt happy, thanking the midwife that day. The first son seemed to take over the love of the eldest brother, but only after the midwife left did the child suddenly change. The eldest brother looked at his son in shock. He didn't believe that he would have to face this cruel truth one day. The baby just opened his eyes to look at his father, revealing a broken left eye, very scary and white. The eldest brother immediately invited the magician to ask him to check the baby's fate. After learning that this child was karma for digging the graves of three brothers, the eldest brother heartlessly left his child in the forest in the cold snow to die. The people in the village immediately spread the story of the three brothers who met with such retribution that they gave birth to a child who lost an eye. This story gradually became an obsession for the three of them, causing all three to continuously pray for the older man lying in the coffin in the attic for help. Day by day, rumors were increasing that no one dared to approach the house of the three brothers. Their entire large mansion was also locked and bolted, not communicating with anyone, creating a dark and scary atmosphere. Not long after that, it was the middle brother's wife's turn to give birth. This time, the eldest brother found a shaman to ask for doing the expiration ceremony. But luck did not come to the unfortunate girl when the midwife said that the middle brother's wife had difficulty giving birth. After giving birth to a son, the wife began to bleed and could only choose to save the mother of the child. The husband immediately asked the shaman to come in and see that the wife was lying on the bed. The wife grabbed the shaman's hand, begged him to save his son, and stopped breathing. The shaman was powerless to find a way to save the child's life and accept to sacrifice the mother. The death of his wife made the middle brother feel very sad, but he could only put his hope on his only child. The shaman stood outside and told the eldest brother about his family's retribution, but no matter what the shaman said, the eldest still didn't believe it, insisting that this was nonsense. It was not until the child was brought out that the shaman appeared surprised. He looked at the baby with a completely damaged eye. The condition was worse than that of the eldest brother's child. This child was born prematurely, so he died soon after and was buried in a deep forest. A mournful atmosphere enveloped the whole house, making many people feel suffocated. For a while, all three brothers discussed that they would bring the bodies of the middle brother's wife and son to be buried next to each other to save their grief. But no matter what he did, the middle brother still suffered from the insults and gossip of the villagers. Because he couldn't bear it anymore, the middle brother silently carried all his luggage and then quietly disappeared. The eldest brother then picked up his luggage and left the village, going to another place to live, leaving the youngest brother and his wife behind. As time passed, when my grandmother was an adult, she accidentally met my mother and daughter on the street playing with each other. The child was also very awkward walking. He walked unsteadily as if he couldn't see one side. My grandmother was curious, so she went to check it out and discovered that this child was the son of the youngest brother. The child turned to look at my grandmother with a broken white eye. Looking at the child's damaged eye, my grandmother immediately remembered the older man with a broken eye she saw in the photo on the day of the disaster in the village. At this point, my grandmother began to sigh, showing pity for the fate of innocent children. After that, Grandma said I have to live well, otherwise no one could help me. At this moment, I remembered the man I accidentally met on the street, curled up in the corner of the village, smoking, with a sad, lonely attitude and a broken eye.
This story happened when I was about 11 to 12 years old. I don't remember all the details exactly. It was one evening when my mother was cleaning my room. My room was so messy, making my mother angrily yell at me and threaten to throw all my things away. That was why I was so angry with her. I slammed the door and decided to run away from home so that my mother would feel sorry for what she did to me. But alas, I didn't know where to go. The street near my house was very narrow, and there was some construction opening the road, so half of the urban area to the east of my house was demolished and looked dilapidated. I didn't know where to go, so I deliberately went to the construction site where everything was being demolished, to try and stay temporarily, of course. I was sure no one thought I'd come here, and they would be worried about me. When I walked in, I was a bit scared because there was no one and no light, so I was a bit confused about my surroundings. I felt a little scared because of the silence there too. I was about to give up and return home when suddenly I heard a voice in front of me. I decided to follow the echo. Until now, I did not understand why I was so brave and not afraid of anyone. After going to a corner behind the abandoned building, I saw a few adults playing skipping rope. The strange thing was that even though they were old, they danced quite agile and lightly. They laughed and joked with each other like children, which surprised me. My presence startled them. When they saw me, they all stopped and turned their heads to look at me with surprise. Their smiles were real. At the time, I was hypnotized, like someone who urged me to dance with them. I couldn't control myself, automatically stepping up and joining them, even though I didn't mean it in my heart. Everyone danced and skipped smoothly. I was not used to it. It was difficult for me to keep up. After a few jumps, I just couldn't keep up with them, and the tempo started to increase very quickly. I could not jump and start to tripping over the rope. I then fell to the ground and my hand hit the rubble, so I felt painful. As I lifted my hand to take a look, I was shocked to see that it was bleeding. These people who were jumping the rope didn't come to help me. They just smiled and looked at me with very calm eyes as if nothing had happened. As if instructed by something that was telling me to grab their rope to get up, I unconsciously danced with them again. It seemed that I was being controlled by some force. I was beginning to feel exhausted, wondering how these elders managed to dance for so long. They didn't even speak, not even a breath of fatigue. Their actions were very consistent. I felt exhausted but couldn't stop my feet from moving, until I heard my mother calling me from outside. My parents came out from a corner, and when they saw me, they breathed a sigh of relief and were angry that I had run away from home. As for me, when I saw my parents, I was so happy that I cried. I burst into tears because they arrived just in time to save me. Mom grabbed me by my shirt and scolded me with a few words. I was about to tell them that there was some older people here who made me jump rope with them, but when I turned to look, the people had disappeared without a trace. I thought to myself, how could they all just run away? Maybe a fear of being scolded by my parents. Then I was dragged home by my mother. And the closer we got to home, the stranger things became. The following day after school, I went to the place again for memory. Everything in there was in ruins and uninhabited. I wondered where those older people went and where they came from. All the houses were destroyed and the street lights were dim. So what happened that day? And who were those older people? The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. As soon as I turned a corner, I couldn't help but be startled, as if I couldn't believe my eyes. There were several paper statues erected next to the ruined wall. Someone made these statues and painted them as older people. There was a rope on the ground, apparently the same rope the older people used last night. I even saw my own blood on it. I was shocked when I saw the scene. I later learned that the house behind them used to be a shroud shop. Those paper statues may have been abandoned during the relocation, and I could have danced with these paper dolls. From this, I no longer dare to step out in the street at night.
It was a mysterious story about the forbidden forest in my village. To develop the economy, the government had widened the road to facilitate traffic. The big road was opened, leading to the investment of many rich business owners. They came here to develop an ecotourism area. According to the project, cranes and workers were sent to work. They embarked on replanting the forest, cutting down all the trees to get vacant land. But when the cleanup was complete, the workers discovered a huge old tree standing tall, almost as high as a hill. This discovery made the whole group of workers worried. They decided to wait until the following morning to blow up the stump. While observing, a worker working in the delegation discovered a dark figure standing on top, looking down. He didn't know how the mysterious man got to the top. The man slowly walked from the inside to the side of the hill. His face was gradually revealed, wrinkled like an older man with dark black eyes, wearing the village's long-standing collar. The workers' gaze could not escape the figure of the mysterious older man. but the more the worker looked, the more curious he felt in his heart. The worker seemed to be hypnotized, standing there for several minutes. It was not until a colleague from afar came to call him that he woke up. He pointed to the top of the tree stump and told his colleagues about seeing the mysterious older man standing aloft in a trembling voice. But strangely enough, when they both looked up, the strange older man had disappeared, leaving no trace. This thing made his colleagues laugh at him. No one believed the young worker's story. That evening, the working workers returned to their tents to rest. They gathered in a large tent to light a fire and talk. The group of workers sat by the fire playing cards. After a game, the young worker suddenly became uncomfortable, so he went back to his bed first. After that, everything went on as if nothing happened. Only the worker that night suddenly had a cold, as if he was sick. By the middle of the night, the cold air and fog surrounded the small tent. Outside, the sky shot up with a fierce flash of lightning. With only a few lightning bolts, the sky poured down a force and rushing rain, drenching the surrounding land. Inside the tent, the young worker felt more uncomfortable cold air on his toes running up his body. This thing caused his whole body to tremble with each convulsion. He turned around slightly, just in time to sound of the tent zipper sounding like someone who was coming in, and started calling his name. The whispering voice at the head of the bed made the young man unable to sleep. He opened his eyes a little to see what was going on. The worker looked dreamily towards the door, saw that it was bright outside. The rain and wind pulled into the cold tent. A dark shadow was slowly walking towards him. The young man couldn't make out the face of the person standing in front of the tent. He could only feel as if this person was wearing a form of traditional clothing and a hat that had been around for a long time. The older man walked like a fly, slowly entered the tent, and walked back to the front of the worker's bed. This thing caused the worker to panic and sat up. The appearance of the older man at this time also appeared in front of the young man. He was sure that he had seen a ghost. The eyes of the older man suddenly turned red with anger. He opened his mouth wide, shouting to chase these workers away. The worker heard every word this man said, so he nodded in agreement in panic. He kept saying that he would go now and begging his spirit to spare his life, then sat up, looking around with a panicked look in his eyes. His screams woke up other workers who were sleeping around. Everyone was surprised and asked him what was wrong. The worker at this time seemed to regain some consciousness, pointed out to the door of the tent, and recounted the dream he had met earlier. When his colleague heard about it, he remembered the incident in the afternoon and got angry, pulled the blanket and aggressively got out of the bed, forcing the worker to take him out to check. The two took a flashlight and went straight outside, grumbled, making everyone in the tent nervous. But after only a few minutes of searching with the searchlight, both workers also saw something strange that they should not have seen themselves. The strange phenomenon before their eyes made the two men feel anxious. They crept back into the tent to guard and observe. Both of the workers held flashlights and pointed forward where there was a bright yellow light, like fire, right at the base of the ancient tree in the afternoon. But when they looked closely, the old worker thought it was just an ordinary fire that was being magnified by being too close to the tent, causing the young worker to see it wrong. He turned to blame the young worker for not being careful, disturbing the sleep of other colleagues. But the young man didn't care, pointing forward. The colleague next to him saw this and looked in the direction of the hand. Both of them panicked when they saw that they had not been near any ancient trees until now, but this strange thing gave the workers here a bad premonition. The group woke up from the tent together, equipped with protective gear, and ran towards the direction of the ancient tree. Here they saw a bright yellow fire was burning fiercely, but as soon as the team reached the place, this fire was completely extinguished. In front of the group of workers also appeared a large cave. The workers followed the path leading to the bottom and were shocked to discover that 2 coffins had been placed here. The team was confused by what they had just found. Everyone was panicking and extremely worried because the team did not know how to deal with these two coffins. While the team was busy trying to find a solution, there was a loud sound from the tents, sounding like broken rock, very scary, making the whole team of workers look back in surprise. The incident happened in front of the workers' eyes as quickly as the blink of an eye. No one had time to move. They just stood still and watched the big rocks rolling down from above. The rocky hill behind the tent suddenly moved. The ground also trembled. There was also a crackling sound from the hillside and the sound of dust pouring down below. Huge rocks poured down below, pressing on the small tents. In the blink of an eye, rocks were able to level the ground. This thing was like a giant rock man, smashing the tents in front of him with his hands. Those who were present to witness a strange and scary event at that time could not keep their composure and also knew in their hearts that they had just made a big mistake that was difficult to repair. The team was seen to be dumbfounded by the wreckage right in front of them for a long time. But the young worker alone thought that this was also a blessing, because if they did not go out, they would also be crushed to death by these giant rocks. Looking at the crushed tents and the working tools of each worker, no one could help but feel pity. After regaining their spirits, the workers immediately discussed with each other, figuring out how to handle the messy things here. People were divided into groups to work. One group actively called the management report. Another group started going out to see if there were any tools left. The current situation made outsiders sigh because the working tools were no longer usable, and they had to wait for support from the manager. The rest of the group in the cave checked the neck of the coffin. Everyone began to work together to open the coffin lid to check inside and discovered a set of remains. Based on the remains of the bones, this was the remains of a man buried here in the last century. In the place where the coffin was found, the workers also found a long-standing hat for the village officials. The hat on the ground surprised the young worker because it was the same hat that the older man he saw was wearing. Lately, I heard my grandmother recount that the place was formerly the burial place of old mandarins. Although many coffins had been excavated for a long time, there was still a coffin of the first official in the village inside. After this incident, the other group of construction workers all resigned because they were so scared. The project was also stopped. Later, historians also came and excavated the surviving ancient tomb and brought it to another place for proper burial.
This is something that happened recently when I was working at Subway. I've worked here for almost a year now, and I work in a Subway that I would describe as average. We're not in a super busy area, but we're also not in the middle of nowhere. So one day, at a quiet time in the afternoon, this man came in. I was working behind the counter, and there wasn't anybody else in the store at the time, except for my coworker who was in the back. I'm guessing that it was like 2 or 3 p.m., kind of between the rush of lunch and dinner when it was quiet. So the man walked in and came to the spot where you start to order. When I asked him what he wanted, he said that he wanted one of the $5 footlongs. Right away, the guy did not seem to be in the greatest of moods. I asked him what kind of bread he wanted and started to go towards the breads to get a footlong. But before he answered, I thought I should tell him that the footlongs are not $5 anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the $5 footlong promotion hasn't been around in at least 10 years. When I told him this, the man was not happy about it at all. I kind of thought the guy was half joking when he said it in the first place, because it's been so long, but apparently he wasn't. He asked me what the price was, and when I told him, he basically started going on a rant. He said how we always advertised the $5 footlong for so long, and claimed that the last time he went to Subway he had got one. Well, I don't know when exactly that was. It could have been years ago, but we certainly never had $5 footlongs in the time that I worked at this Subway. I told him that I didn't make the prices, I just worked here. He started saying how he was going to call up Subway corporate and he was going to call my manager and stuff. I really didn't know what the guy's problem was. Finally, he asked me how cheap I was willing to go on the price of the sandwich, as if I was selling something to him at a pawn shop. I told him that I couldn't negotiate the price. I didn't have that kind of power. The man then cursed at me, which made me angry, and I yelled at him to get out. But this only made him more upset. He started ranting again about Subway and me, and ended it by saying that I should be fired. I told him to leave or I was going to call the cops on him. My coworker, who had been in the back, now finally came out to see what was causing the commotion. He also told the man to leave. Finally, the guy leaned into me and said that he would be back for me, whatever that meant. Then he turned and stormed out. It was the craziest thing. My coworker and I talked about the incident for a while. We were just glad that the guy was gone. Soon, we got some other customers and went on with the day. It got busy for a while in the evening, and then it quieted down again at night. My coworker left and went home, and then I was alone to close the store. Normally, things would be very quiet in the last hour. So we got probably just one customer in the final hour that we were open that night. Then at 9 o'clock, we were closed. I went over and locked the door, then headed back to clean up before I could leave. But as I was doing so, I suddenly heard the sound of someone trying to open the door. I looked up and saw the same man from earlier who was angry about the $5 footlong. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. He stood at the door and then started loudly knocking on it. He saw me behind the counter and then started to yell at me. I yelled at him to go away and said that we were closed. The man yelled something else, but I couldn't really understand it. Then I went into the back. I hoped that the guy would go away. I did some cleaning in the back area and didn't hear him for a little while. When I came back though, he was still there. Now he was just kind of pacing back and forth on the sidewalk out front. It didn't seem like he was going to leave. I finished up all the things that I had to do and then I was ready to go. But when I did, the man was still there, pacing back and forth out front. I knew that he was waiting for me, so at that point, I called the police. I told them the story of the guy and how he was out front. Then I just waited. When the police got there, the man was still out front. They talked to him and eventually got him to leave. After that, I was finally able to go home. Looking back at that situation, I feel lucky that I locked the doors right at 9 p.m. when we closed. The man got there just minutes later. If he had gotten inside the restaurant, I don't know what would have happened. Since that incident, I haven't seen the guy, and I'm hoping that I never do again. I own a house, and I live by myself in it. I've not lived there for really that long, maybe 6 months. This is something that happened just a few weeks ago now. So for some background, I've always considered the neighborhood to be very average. It's not like a wealthy area, but it's also not known to be a bad neighborhood. Most of the people that I've met have been really nice. Of course, I didn't meet all my neighbors, but just a few. In the entire 6 months or so that I've lived in my house, everything has been fine, except for one night. A couple of weeks ago, like I mentioned, something really strange happened. I was in my living room sitting on my couch late one night. I think it was about 11 p.m. All of a sudden, my doorbell rang like 3 or 4 times in a row. It was really surprising. I didn't know why somebody would be at my house this late. I got up from the couch and walked over to the door. When I got there, I looked out of the window and nobody was there. I even opened up the door and went out onto the front step. I looked around but didn't see anybody. So then I went back inside of my house. But just a minute later, there was a knock on the front door. It was very loud, and I went over to the door again. But once more, whoever had knocked was gone. At this point, I figured that it was probably some neighborhood kids ding-dong ditching me. I thought they probably wouldn't come back. I waited around by the front door for a little while anyways, though. After a few minutes, nobody came back, so I finally returned to the living room. Maybe 10 minutes after this, there was a loud banging on the front door again. This time, I heard them knocking on a front window as well. I ran from the living room as fast as I could to get over to the front door. When I arrived, the people had stopped, but I was just able to see them running away. I saw what appeared to be 3 grown men running from the end of my driveway and into the street. I had figured it to be teenagers, but these guys looked a little older. Still, it was probably just a harmless prank. But the fact that one of them was banging on the front window next to the door this time was a little bit weird. After 10 minutes went by with nothing, I returned to the other room again. Some more time went by, and I actually thought that they were gone for good now. By this time, it was getting really late. But then they came back yet again, and this time was the worst by far. I first heard a really loud knock at the front door. I started running over there again, and as I was doing so, I suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. When I arrived near the front door, I saw that the window in my front door had been broken. There was glass on the ground, and this made me so angry that I ran over to the door and went outside. I saw the same 3 men running away into the street. I ran through my front yard and into the street after them. They were pretty far ahead of me, but I saw them go into a house that was almost at the end of the street. After they all went inside, I kept going down the street until I got to the house. My plan was to confront them. This was not a silly joke anymore, but now a crime. Their house was probably the worst looking one on the entire street. I walked up to the front door and knocked on it, but nobody responded. I continued to knock on their door, and I wasn't going to go away. After I was knocking for a few minutes, I heard somebody yell from inside for me to leave. I yelled back that they broke my window. There was a few minutes of nothing. But then, I heard somebody coming from behind the house. There was a person out in the yard. I couldn't see much because they had no porch light there or anything. Moments after hearing whoever it was get to the side of the house, I looked over, and then I heard something whiz past my head and hit a bush. Somebody threw a rock at me. Then another one nearly hit me, and instead hit the side of the house. I turned around and started running away. When I was sprinting off the property, I heard at least 2 people laughing, which made me really mad. Still, I couldn't stay there. I got back to my house and was not chased or anything. Once I was there, I called the police. They came out a short time later, and after showing them my window and telling them what had happened, they went over to the neighbors. Apparently, about 5 adults lived in that house, and most of them were drug addicts. They had multiple illegal drugs inside of the house, so when the cops showed up at the front door, they panicked and one guy tried running away. The police ended up going inside and finding the drugs, and multiple people were arrested. I also pressed charges against them for both throwing rocks at me and breaking my window. Shortly after that, the house was sold to new owners who turned the place around. I used to live in this old apartment building. My name is Sabrina, and this took place about 5 years ago now. My place had 1 bedroom and 1.5 bathrooms. Overall, it was not the greatest, but I didn't mind it. I was on the 2nd floor, and there were lots of other people living in the building. But several months after I had started living there, I got a new next-door neighbor. His name was Arthur, and he was a creep from almost the very start. I know that the way he met me was strange enough. I left my apartment and was walking down the hallway. He came up behind me and tapped me on the shoulder, startling me. Then he introduced himself, and it was really awkward. He told me that he lived next door and stuff, and from that point, I thought maybe he was just an awkward guy. But he spoke to me a couple more times and didn't really seem shy or anything. In fact, the next time that I saw him, he was just standing out in the hallway, not really seeming to be going anywhere. When I left my place, he approached me and asked me if I wanted to come over to his place. I said that I was busy and I had to go somewhere, and I declined. After this, Arthur tried to ask me out a couple of times when he saw me in the hallway, but I said no each time. He struck me as a little bit odd and creepy. All of these interactions with him happened within the first month that he lived there. It was starting to get annoying, because it seemed like almost half the time that I left my place, he would leave after me or be in the hallway. And one night, I was in my apartment and went to take out my trash. We did not have a trash chute on my floor, and we had to walk all the way down to the basement to take it out. So I got on my flip-flops and left my place and walked down to the basement. I was gone for maybe 2 or 3 minutes at most. Then I returned to my apartment and went back inside of it. It was kind of late at this point, and I was tired, so I decided to get ready for bed. I wasn't necessarily planning to go to sleep right away, but probably just watch some shows in bed. So I started to go around and turn all the lights off in my place. When I passed by my broom closet, I was sure that I heard a noise inside of it. This was very weird. I didn't know what it could be. The last thing that I was expecting was for a person to be in there. But when I opened the door, I saw Arthur standing right inside. I jumped back and started running for my bedroom. Arthur emerged from the broom closet and then actually started going after me. After I got inside my bedroom, I slammed the door shut, but I didn't have enough time to lock it. Arthur was there within seconds, and I saw him starting to open the door. I had the half bathroom attached to my bedroom, and I ran for that door. I got inside and shut the door behind me just after Arthur had gotten inside of my bedroom. This door had a slightly different lock, and I was just able to lock it on time before Arthur reached. He then tried opening the door and then started banging on it. Fortunately, I had my cell phone in my pocket. I dialed 911 as fast as I could. Neither Arthur or me said anything in this time. After trying to open the bathroom door multiple times, Arthur then started banging on it. I finally spoke and yelled that I had called the police. Then I talked to the 911 operator. I told her exactly what was going on. In this time, Arthur finally walked away from the bathroom door. However, I couldn't tell if he had left my apartment or was just in the other room, so I stayed hidden in the bathroom. It felt like forever that I was waiting until the police showed up. In that time, I didn't hear anything, and when they got there, I finally came out of the bathroom, but Arthur was not in my apartment anywhere. I told the police where he lived, which was obviously right next door, but Arthur had left. Eventually, though, the police were able to locate him. Apparently, he had gotten into similar trouble in the past and had a bit of a history. I obviously didn't lock my door when I went to take out the trash that night. Arthur must have just walked right in and hid in my closet. I'm glad that I found him when I did, even though that made for one of the scariest moments of my life. One time last year, I went to a Subway at night. I was just going to get a sub, and the Subway restaurant was only about 5 minutes from my house. It was located in a quiet strip mall that had several other businesses in it. So I went there at probably about 8 p.m. I remember that it was completely dark out because it was the springtime, and the area was also pretty quiet. Most of the other businesses in the strip mall were now closed. I walked inside of the Subway and I ordered. It didn't take very long because nobody else was there, and then I got my sandwich. I remember that when I was getting a drink from the fountain, I noticed a man passing by on the sidewalk out front, outside of the Subway. The man was somewhat tall, had shaggy-looking hair, and was wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. So I remember that he looked in the window at me as he was passing by, but then he continued walking and went out of sight. After I got my drink and stuff, I walked out and I left the Subway. I was starting to walk to my car in the parking lot when I heard somebody approaching me. There were footsteps a little behind me and to my right. I looked over and I saw the same man. He was approaching me, and before I knew it, the man was right next to me. I stopped to see what the guy wanted. When I did, he asked me if I could give him a ride over to the gas station and pointed in the direction. The way he pointed, there was a gas station within sight, and it really wasn't that far away at all. It was kind of in the direction of where I lived too. Obviously, I didn't want to give this man a ride though. I didn't know him or anything, so I said to the guy that I was in a hurry to get home. But as I started to walk away, the man followed. He said that it wasn't far, and he just needed to go to the gas station and was meeting a friend there. I finally said yes and told the man that I would give him a ride. I feel stupid saying that, because obviously it's not smart to give a ride to a random person you first see at night. But that's what I did, and I was just hoping that it would be a quick drive to drop the man off. I mean, it would take less than a minute to get to the gas station, and it was within sight. It was just a little bit to the left of the strip mall and almost behind it. And the gas station was open, and there looked to be several other cars there. So the man got in the passenger side of my car, and I got in the driver's seat. After getting inside, the man was nice and said thank you to me, and said that he was really cold and didn't want to walk all that way. It was pretty cold out with it being the early spring and nighttime. So I left the parking lot of the strip mall where the Subway was. Then I drove out of the parking lot onto a busier street. After we went to the left, the gas station was just to the right, but the entire drive, neither me or the man said anything. It was just awkward silence. After I turned into the gas station, I pulled into a parking space in the back side of the parking lot. It had been a quick and easy drive. When I stopped, though, the man did not immediately get out of my car. So I said something like, "All right, have a good night now." But he didn't get out. He just sat there. It was really awkward for like 30 seconds, and I was getting a bad feeling about this whole situation. At this point, I was kicking myself for letting a stranger get in my car at all. So finally, I said to the man, "We're here. Isn't this where you wanted to go?" The man finally spoke. He said this wasn't the correct gas station. He said it was another one that was a ways down the road, and he pointed to the east. That was not the direction that I was going. I thought the man needed to go to this gas station, and I was sure that's where he pointed. I told him this is where I thought he was going, and he said no, as if I was stupid for thinking that. I told him that I was not going in that direction and I had to go home now. He didn't respond, and he didn't get out either. This man seemed really annoyed with me that I somehow didn't know exactly where he was going. I told him I couldn't go there, and I wasn't going any further. He did not seem happy about it, and did not get out of my car. The man told me to drive him to the other gas station. I was getting pretty nervous. I didn't know if this guy could possibly be dangerous or something like that. I asked him to get out of my car, and he said no. At this point, I didn't really know what to do. Then, as we were sitting there, I noticed a police car pulling into the gas station. When I saw this, I was thinking maybe I should try to get the cops' attention. But as I was still thinking that, the man next to me suddenly got out of my car. He opened the door, left my vehicle, and then started quickly walking away. The guy started heading towards the building, and then I just left. I went home, and I told myself that I would never let a stranger in my car again. Looking back, I'm not sure what that guy was planning to do. I figured that when he saw the cop, he knew he was up to no good, and he left. I'm really glad that the police officer pulled into the parking lot when he did.
So, this was a few years ago, but I'm pretty sure it's the creepiest encounter with a stranger I've had in my life. I've never really written about a personal experience like this, and I don't know if you all will find it as weird as I did, or if I'm overreacting, but I thought this would be the place to share it. My friend and I were at my house and found ourselves craving fast food. I live about a half a mile from a Burger King, a place my friends and I had walked to on previous occasions. It was nearing dusk, but my neighborhood was generally safe, and I had never felt uncomfortable or unsafe walking around here before. The weather was mild for December, so we decided to walk to the nearby Burger King rather than drive. For some background information, my friend and I are both 16-year-old girls. We have both had encounters with creepers in the past, but my resting bitch face has deterred a lot of unwanted advances. My friend had a pepper spray canister in her purse, though she left it at home, I guess because we were so comfortable in my neighborhood that we didn't think anything odd would happen. When we arrived at the Burger King, it was oddly desolate for dinner time. The only people in the restaurant were the workers, an old Italian man who seemed to be the franchise owner, and a middle-aged African-American man sitting in the corner, facing the window. The way the building is set up, you order your food around the corner from the seating area, and those at the cash register cannot easily see those seated in the restaurant. There's a side door that leads directly into the dining area, allowing people to enter and exit without being seen by the cashiers. As we were ordering our milkshakes and fries, the owner was screaming at the young employees, which made my friend and I pretty uncomfortable. When our food was ready, he brought it to the counter and leered at us, asking us if we had just been to the beach. Neither of us was dressed particularly provocatively, and I just gave him a dirty look and sat down to eat my food, thinking that he was probably the creepiest person I was going to meet that day. When my friend and I sat down to eat, the man who was seated in the corner got up to leave. We barely looked at him, but when he was passing our table, my friend and I noticed an odd detail. Though he was middle-aged and was wearing what looked to be a work uniform, he had bright, neon green contact lenses in his eyes, the kind people wear with Halloween costumes. I giggled to my friend that he must really like Hobson, a rapper whose persona includes wearing white contact lenses, but we didn't find it too strange until he came back in the side door 3 minutes later. When he came back in, he was carrying a misshapen large bag. He was previously seated very far from us, but when he came back, he took a seat closest to us, 2 or 3 feet away. The tables were angled differently, so his back was facing us. We thought this was weird, but we continued eating while he pulled out an ancient laptop from his bag and started it up. A few moments later, my friend grabbed my leg and made a motion for me to look next to me. There, it was clear the man had positioned the laptop screen so that my friend and I could see it. I heard his heavy breathing before I fully grasped what was happening. There, on his Windows Media Player screen, were two naked women in what seemed to be a dungeon, restrained and being whipped by a third woman in a rubber suit. Now, I'm familiar with computers and have friends who joke about such things, so I've come across explicit content before. However, this was far from ordinary bondage material. It seemed less staged and more amateurish, and the fact that he had it stored on a disk rather than accessing it online made it all the more unsettling. What heightened the unease was that he was gradually increasing the volume on his laptop. By the time my friend and I fully grasped the situation and decided to leave, the sound was at maximum volume, and the disturbing sounds of the woman's distress echoed through the dimly lit restaurant. Of course, while this was happening, the manager was still yelling at his employees, and they were completely oblivious to what was going on. My friend and I didn't stop to tell them what was happening, and we booked it out of there, running across a busy intersection. I looked back to see the man getting up and walking out of the Burger King, into what can only be described as a stereotypical black creeper van. I told my friend this, and we began to panic and ran into a nearby gas station. The van drove into the parking lot and sat there. We hid inside for almost half an hour, and the employees probably thought we were shoplifting, but we were too scared to make the walk home with this weirdo on the loose. Eventually, the van drove off, and we peeked outside to make sure the coast was clear. By this time, it was completely dark. I called my best guy friend and asked him to come pick us up, but he was across town. My friend and I just stayed on the phone with him as we began the trek back to my house, which, though short, when paranoid, seemed endless. When we got home, we speculated on the man's intentions and thanked our lucky stars that he didn't grab us on our walk back. Sleeping proved difficult for me that night. The man's unsettling green eyes and his ominous black van haunted my dreams. It really sucks not feeling safe in your own neighborhood. I think it was probably exciting for him to scare young girls, and his behavior might have been a form of exhibitionism. If any of you have experienced something similar, or know about instances where individuals forced others to watch explicit content in public, I'd appreciate hearing about it. This entire experience has left me thoroughly puzzled.
This happened to me and my wife a few months after we moved into a new place. This took place back in November of 2018, and actually wasn't even fully resolved until just recently. So back at this point in time, me and my wife were going through some hard times. I was making money through some slightly illegal means, and had actually gone to jail for 9 months. I got out in September of 2018, and I had a job in the city waiting for me when I got home. Now, when I got out of jail, my wife was living with her mom, about an hour away from the city. But she knew we had to find somewhere to live close to both of our jobs that were downtown in the city that we were moving to. Since we were starting all over after the legal fees, lawyers, fines, and other assorted debts, we knew we could only afford something super cheap that would let us pay week to week instead of having to pay security deposits and monthly rent up front. We found a boarding house in our city and checked it out. There were 4 rooms in the house with a shared kitchen and bathroom for everyone. We moved into one of the rooms. Our neighbors on the first floor were a 30-year-old lady and her mom. And then upstairs, there was a young guy who moved in the same week as us. And lastly, a young couple that lived in the room next to the other young guy. In the 3 months that we lived there, the only people we talked to was the young couple upstairs. They seemed similar to us in age and interests, and we just usually talked to them in passing or maybe on the front porch when we were all out there having a cigarette. They were nice enough, and they also smoked weed, which me and my wife did as well. And we smoked on the porch together a couple of times. Things were just a-okay until the month of November came, and shit just started to hit the fan, left and right, with this couple who we'll name Jim and Sierra. It started off small. Things like hearing them get into short shouting matches, or one or both of them asking me and my wife to borrow money, or constantly trying to bum cigarettes. One day I came home and Sierra was walking into the house, the same time as me, with 3 guys that I've never seen before, and a case of beer. They party all night and keep me and my wife up, but we end up going to bed around 5 a.m. A few days later, we are woken up on a Sunday. Me and my wife's only day off to Jim screaming at Sierra, throwing all of her stuff into the front yard. He was calling her everything in the book, you can imagine, and told her to get out of his life, yada yada yada. They argued for like 3 hours and eventually someone picked Sierra up. We had a week of peace and quiet, but by the next week she was moved back in, and the fights and screaming were constant. Until one night. It was a Tuesday night, the day before my birthday. Me and my wife worked that day and just kind of lounged around after work. My wife and I ended up smoking some weed around 1 a.m. and we put in a movie to giggle at all night. The whole time we were watching this movie, we could hear Jim and Sierra screaming at each other. We could hear them stomping around as they moved around upstairs in the room right above our ceiling. It went on the whole movie, it seemed like. After actually making it through the movie without falling asleep from smoking too much, we both noticed that Jim and Sierra had finally stopped fighting. We both wanted to take advantage of the quiet, and we laid down and cuddled up to sleep until we had to go to work in the morning. I was woken up in the middle of the night by my wife, who was shaking me and looking off toward my side of the bed. I was so tired and out of it that I thought maybe she saw a big bug and wanted me to kill it. I turn over to get up, and when I do, there is a man standing next to my bed, hunched over my nightstand going through my drawer, and the man has an empty milk gallon in his hand. After rolling over and us locking eyes, he stood up from his hunched position and was just staring at me. I kicked my feet out onto the floor and I sat up on the bed as he started backing up slowly, one step at a time. At this point, I finally realized that it's Jim in our room going through my stuff, holding an empty milk gallon. Now, like I said, I was still pretty out of it and just calmly said to him, "What's up, Jim? Why the hell are you in our room, bud?" After a few seconds, Jim asks, "Can I borrow your guys' car, man? Or can one of you take me down to the gas station and back real quick?" Thank goodness for my wife, who was finally fully awake, unlike me, who said, "What? You broke in our room to borrow our car. No, you cannot borrow our car after you broke into our room at 4 a.m. Now get the hell out of here, you freaking weirdo." Surprisingly, Jim leaves, but he doesn't just leave. He sprints out the front door and starts running down the street, towards the gas station that he asked us to take him to. I looked at my wife, and before we can even say anything to each other, our other neighbor from upstairs comes down and says that Jim and Sierra were fighting worse than he had ever heard, or saw, that he hadn't heard any noise coming from the room for about an hour. My wife, who was feeling protective of a fellow female who had to endure similar abuse in the past, told me and our neighbor to go upstairs and check on her. So we go upstairs, and the door to Jim and Sierra's room is shut, but not locked. I knocked and shouted for someone, and there was no answer. Standing side by side, me and my neighbor turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. On the back wall of the room, Sierra was laying on the couch, face up, and we also noticed that the floor and ceiling had been hacked up, almost like someone was trying to get inside of the floor and ceiling for some reason. Me and my neighbor walked over to the couch, thinking that Jim had knocked her unconscious, but when we made it to her, we realized there was blood on the couch and thin blood streaks on the wall, and blood all over her. I can't speak for my neighbor, but as soon as I looked at her, I thought, she doesn't have a face. The neighbor called the cops immediately, and I was just standing there dumbfounded. I heard him tell the police that Jim had smashed his girlfriend's face in with a sledgehammer, and the weapon was still there, but Jim had run off. The police told us to leave the room and wait outside if we felt safe doing so. The cops came and they put an APB out on Jim, and they found him about an hour later running down the street. After talking to the cops, they said it looked like Jim was trying to find the gas line in the house, and he probably wanted me to take him to the gas station to get fuel to help him burn down the house with Sierra inside. After all the cops left and everything calmed down, me and my wife looked at each other like, what the hell? We had to call into work the next day because there were 2 news vans out front all morning, and every time we stepped out for a smoke or anything, they were badgering us for an interview. It ended up being a small blip in the news with a short paragraph in the newspaper and a 1-minute segment on the local news channel. But yeah, that's how I was face to face with a murderer, right after he killed his girlfriend in the same house I was in. It was summer of 2004. My family was supposed to vacation to Kennebunkport, Maine. My father was stuck in meetings, so he was going to come up from Manhattan a few days after us. My mom wanted to drive up there to Maine before my dad got there, which was super annoying to me at the time, but we didn't have a choice. And my brother, sister, and I loaded into the car and started the drive. I was about 14 at the time. The drive was uneventful, but there were various delays, and we ended up getting there a lot later than originally planned. Because of this, the owners of the house we were renting had turned in for the night, and we weren't able to get a hold of them to get the keys. Sounds like horrible planning, but apparently they were pretty strict about the time frame to pick up the keys. My mom, unfazed, decided she wanted lobster, so we went to one of our favorite spots. She called my dad to see if he could make us reservations at a hotel in Kennebunkport from New York City while we ate. We were enjoying the lobster while a guy came up and started chatting with my mom. I figured it was just a friendly local making conversation. During this, my dad calls my mom, and my mom excuses herself to speak to him. Apparently, all hotels were booked for the night, go figure. Height of vacation season in Kennebunkport. The plan was for us to drive to the nearest town and just find somewhere to stay until we could pick up the keys for our vacation home. Apparently, the local had been listening into my mom's conversation and came back over when she got off the phone. I want to say there was nothing outwardly off about him. He was preppy looking, clean cut, unassuming, and he fit in with the clientele. He told my mom that he had a big home with a big guest house that we were more than welcome to stay at, and that his wife wouldn't mind. Immediately, my reaction was screw that. No way in the world I was staying in a random dude's house in creepy Maine in the dark. No offense to anyone from Maine, but the streets get creepy. My mom, doing her due diligence, determined this guy was legit. Said he was in finance. My mom was an investment banker, and they chatted enough for my mom to determine that he wasn't totally full of it. I called my dad pretty hysterical, but he said I was overreacting and that I needed to get out of the city more and accept that sometimes people are just nice. So my brother, sister, and I got into our car and followed him back to his house. The guest house was actually really nice, fully furnished, but the beds were oddly placed. It had 2 bedrooms, and instead of the beds being located in the middle or centered, imagine a symmetrical room layout. They were right under the window in each room. It just seemed out of place to me. Anyway, fast forward, we are all getting ready to go to bed. My mom hears a knock on the door, and it's the guy. He said he just wanted to check to make sure we got settled. Cool. Nice thing to do. About 30 minutes later, he comes back to check in again. At this point, my mom was like, thanks, we're good. We'll stop by the house in the morning to say thank you, etc. Okay, so fast forward another 30 or 45 minutes. I can't sleep. I'm feeling terrified. We hear this rustling, which is odd, because the guest house was nowhere around trees, or even close proximity to bushes that might cause such a noise. At this point, I see my mom wide awake and look up at the window, like motioning towards the window with her eyes. Let me add real quick, none of the windows had curtains. The guy said it was because his wife was in the process of redecorating. When I looked up, there was a male figure just standing. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I don't know how long he was there for. When he walked away, my mom waited a bit and then told us to get our stuff together. She wasn't messing around. We had my dad on the phone at this point, and he was pretty much flipping out at my mom about something, but I didn't hear what. My mom said she was going to put stuff in the car and to follow her out. This was around 2 a.m. When we got into the car, we pulled around to the front of the main house so we could get the hell out of there. However, when we got to the front, all the lights were off. Not just all the lights, but it looked like no one had been home. Porch light, table lamp, and front windows, like everything black. Also, the 2 cars were gone. The local's car and what we presumed to be his wife's car. After seeing this, my mom at this point, pretty unsettled, said we were leaving and we proceeded to drive to the gate. The gate at the end of the driveway had been deadbolted and padlocked shut from the inside. It wasn't a super strong gate, so my dad said rev it, and we were in a big SUV. We just smashed right through it. We drove back straight to New York City, not speaking the entire time. We have never returned back to Maine, and my parents refused to speak about it. I asked a family member one night about it when he was drunk, and all he said was, "They didn't tell you?" The actual owners of that house were on vacation. I'm assuming my mom or dad followed up with local authorities and figured that out, but never told us. I don't know who that man was or what was planned that evening. I was curious as to whether there were any known serial killers or murderers who were in that area at that time. This encounter happened in the summer of 2006 when I was 20 years old. I didn't get my driver's license until January of that year, and driving opened up so many doors for me that I took a lot of solo road trips to my friends' houses. I also look pretty young for my age, and I was often mistaken for a high school student in my early 20s. I was driving alone on I-78 on a random July day, on my way to visit my friend in southern Pennsylvania for a long weekend. Her parents were away, and we had the house to ourselves, and we were planning on drinking and hot tubbing and watching Planet Earth drunk. It had just came out. Maybe run around some cornfields at night. I was so excited, and I had a great drive, listening to good music, and it was a beautiful day for driving. Right after I crossed the border from New Jersey into Pennsylvania, I stopped at one of the first rest stops to get gas and snacks for the last part of my drive. I've tried to figure out which rest stop this was, and I can't ID it, but it was a gas station with a large mini-mart. Opposite of the gas station was the on-ramp back to I-78 West, and parallel to the on-ramp was a dirt road which comes into play later. I was heading into the store when a man in his late 30s or early 40s approached me. He was a stocky guy, decently tall. I'm 5'1". He had on a plain black tee and jeans, with dark brown hair and a mustache and goatee. He had just come out of a black pickup truck parked a few spaces away from my car. He had a super intense gaze and immediately creeped me out. He just had a crazy energy about him. I don't really get bad vibes from people that often, but this was just strange. He stood too close, with his gaze crazy and direct and focused. His word choice was strange. He immediately set off all of my alarms. He asked if I was from the area, despite my Connecticut license plate. He even asked where I was headed and if I knew of anything fun to do, because he had plans later and time to kill beforehand. He invited me to go play mini golf or watch a movie with him. I truthfully didn't answer any of his questions, and I declined his invitation to hang out with him, and I told him that I didn't know the area that well, and I walked away towards the store. I was blown away that he asked me to go somewhere with him. It was so random and uncomfortable. As I was walking away, he actually screamed out, "You're gorgeous." And the volume and tone made my hair stand on end. It was super aggressive and inappropriate, and he even startled a family that was walking out of the store. It was that loud. He came into the store shortly after, and he was just staring at me, so I went to use the bathroom, and I stayed in there for at least 10 minutes, texting my friend about this creep. When I came out, he wasn't in the store anymore, thankfully, so I took my time buying drinks and snacks. Sour Bright crawlers and trail mix being my obligatory road trip food, and I went out to gas up my car. I was relieved his car was gone, and I started thinking about the rest of my drive and getting excited to see my friend. When I pull up to the road to get back on the highway, though, I hear someone persistently honking his horn, and I see this creep show on the dirt road parallel to the on-ramp in his truck honking and shouting and waving at me to drive over to him. He was directly facing the gas station and had been waiting for me to pull up. I immediately freaked out and jumped on the on-ramp back to I-78. He pulled onto the highway after me, and I called my friend extremely scared. I drove so fast and probably dangerously, and looking back, I am lucky that I didn't get into an accident, but I just didn't know what to do. He didn't follow me for that long, and I think after a few exits he finally pulled off. My friend and I had a backup plan that if I saw his car again, she would direct me to a police station the next town over from her house, instead of me going directly there and leading some freak to us. I didn't see the car again and went to my friend's, but the last hours of my drive I was extremely tense and anxious. I remember checking my mirrors often for this black pickup truck. It all ended well. I got to my friend's house safely and we had a nice weekend. The encounter was definitely creepy, but over the years I didn't put much thought into it. A few years ago though, in 2014, I was talking with another friend who is big into serial killers, and I mentioned my encounter jokingly, suggesting that this was a serial killer I had met, and told her my experience. She was fascinated and she wanted to Google active serial killers in Pennsylvania area at the time. The first hit was for Adam Leroy Lane, and he looked almost exactly like the man I met back in 2006. It could have been my mind filling in the blanks, but the basic characteristics, 40s, tall but stocky, brown hair with mustache and goatee, and the time and area all match. In my memory, he was a little bit slimmer than the pictures, and it was 2006, not 2007, when he was actually convicted of murdering women. Still, it's an odd coincidence, and one I've never forgotten.
I recently remembered this. It's one of those memories that isn't extremely terrifying enough to remember, but it's eerie enough to stay in your mind for a good while. I'd say I was about 13 years old when this happened. At the time, I lived in a small town, and this girl a few years younger than me had gone missing. The situation was really distressing. They discovered her lifeless body, and it seemed she had undergone torture prior to her passing. It was a huge deal, and obviously, it made parents paranoid about who they let be around their children. So, back to my experience. My mom took me to a Burger King close to our apartment. We would go there on the days when she was too exhausted from work and lacked the energy to cook. On this particular day, she went to place the order while I settled into a booth, idly toying with the paper from my straw. And that's when a man entered and approached me. It was as if when he entered the establishment, his eyes were scanning around until they fixed on me, and then he made his way over to where I was seated. I can't say for certain, but I don't believe he was homeless. Perhaps he was? He had this odd smell to him, and his clothes were ripped and dirty. He kept his hands buried in his jeans pocket and kept moving them around and swaying back and forth while standing and looking down at me with that unsettling smile he kept smiling. He started talking to me, and I remember that he had that kind of voice that makes you feel gross. He just kept staring at me, and while staring, he randomly started talking about the girl who went missing and was later found dead. It wasn't like a casual topic to talk about, especially with a 13-year-old girl. This started to creep me out even more, and on top of that, there was a certain gleam in his eyes that suggested he found the whole thing exciting, both the event itself and discussing it with a young girl. He went into detail about how he had heard that the circumstances surrounding the girl's situation were related to matters of sexual nature. Now, when you're very young and a strange and unsettling man who appears to not have showered in probably weeks is discussing sexual topics with you and he's using such intense language and emphasis with his words, it's just really unnerving. The entire situation is messed up. I felt uneasy as this guy was standing extremely close to me, practically blocking my side of the booth. It was as if he was aware that unless he stood almost pressed against my side, I would promptly get up and abandon this so-called charming conversation. Luckily, before he could talk more about sex or ask if I've done it before, which is where he was going, my mom saw him. She came over and asked him loudly what he wanted and why he was talking to me. He looked surprised, stepped back really quickly, and left. Some workers rushed down after him to check who he was and what he looked like because they didn't know whether to call the cops or just make sure he never came again. I was really shaken up, and my mom was freaked out too. She said she was gonna buy me mace and stuff to stay safe after that. After that happened, I was always worried I'd run into him again. Small town life, you know? A few times I thought I saw him riding a bike when I'd be in the car with my mom. Another time, I think I saw him in a store we were in, but I was young and scared, so I'm not too sure if it was really him.
I was out camping in a familiar part of the forest near my city. My city is small and honestly has not much to do, so camping is the one thing I found that I really enjoy doing. I'm not a big fan on hiking, though. I prefer the more relaxing aspects of camping, like sitting by a fire and having no responsibilities. The trail I went on was one I'd been to plenty of times. It was only a 30-ish minute walk from the parking area, and the campsite was right by a lake. Having only my small city near the forest, there's only so many people that could possibly be camping at the same time and place as I was. But this time when I got there, a man had a tent already set up. I could see him down by the lake, walking in the sand. He looked like he was in his 40s. He had some generic swimming shorts on and a stained white t-shirt. I walked a little further from where his tent was, then set up mine. I then collected some large stones from nearby and placed them in a ring, prepping for the campfire I was going to have later. As I did, I noticed the man looking at me. Not just like a glance, though. He was standing down by the lake, with his body turned completely toward me, and was watching me. I tried to ignore it, but every time I looked back, he was in that same spot, and still staring at me. It got really creepy, so I ended up waving at him to see if he was maybe wanting to say hi or something. But after I waved, he turned around and continued walking along the lake. Whatever that was, I didn't like it. It gave me an uncomfortable feeling about that guy, so I tried to keep an eye on him. For a while, nothing else really happened, but after 20 minutes, he walked away from the lake and into the forest behind his tent. I thought there might have been a trail back there, or he could have just been walking around, but whatever the case, I was just glad he was gone for now. I put my chair down by the lake and relaxed. I was down there for an hour or so before picking my chair back up and moving it back to my tent. The sun was setting, so I lit up my campfire. As I sat there and looked around at the forest, I suddenly spotted something. Far out, there was a shape next to one of the trees. I squinted, trying to get a clearer view. All I could make out was what looked like a white shirt. It was that guy again, and he was just standing far behind my campsite and staring in my direction. Now this was getting really creepy. How long was he watching me for? I moved my chair to the other side of the campfire so that I was now facing him, just so I didn't lose sight of him. He stayed there for a good 30 or 40 minutes, watching me from far out in the forest before it started to get dark out. The shadows everywhere started making it hard to see him anymore, and after a while, I couldn't even make out his shape. I could only look in the general direction he was in. Yet with my campfire lighting up my sight, I knew he could still see me. Knowing he was still out there staring at me, yet not being able to see anything, I started getting really anxious. I mean, what the hell was this guy doing? He had a tent here, like he was camping, but in the hours that I'd been here, I never once saw him go to it. With everything getting to my head, I debated packing up and leaving, but at this point, I was worried the guy would follow me out. So, I sat there and tended the fire, making sure it didn't go out, and I just waited. Several long, tiring hours passed, and I didn't see anything. He never came back to his tent, or came close enough for me to see him. When the sun started coming up, I looked all around and saw no signs of him. I packed up my gear and booked it back to my car. It's hard to know that guy's intentions. If I hadn't stayed awake and been cautious of him from the start, who knows where I'd be right now. I go camping with my dad every summer. He's done it his whole life, and recently I've gotten into it as well. I'm 16, and last year my dad and I went out on our seasonal camping trip. We found the spot online together while looking for a new camping area to try out for the summer. There's no pictures of the area, but the map was easy to follow, and the description of the trail was that it was easy and uncrowded. We set out on Friday morning, parking on the side of the road and beginning down the trail. After the first quarter mile, it was clear that the description wasn't very accurate. It was pretty steep in some parts, and a lot of the trail was muddy or overgrown, which made it actually really hard. Already being there, though, we just pushed through and eventually got to the campsite. It looked no different than the woods on the trail that we had been walking on for the past 2 hours. There were trees everywhere, and just a plot of overgrown grass to set our stuff up on. No cool views or anything. We pitched our tents and made lunch. My dad was a bit of a talker, so the rest of the day we were just in conversation. Once the sun was starting to set, we walked around the trees near the campsite and collected some dry sticks to make a fire with. In the middle of us talking, though, we were interrupted by a loud voice behind us. We both stopped talking and spun around. The woods were suddenly quiet again, and we didn't see anyone there. It sounded not too far away though, like maybe a mile out. Neither of us said anything for 30 seconds, just staring at the trees and trying to spot any movement. Then it came again. Someone, a man's voice, yelling. It sent chills through me. There was a pain and harshness to the scream, like they were in trouble. I looked up at my dad, who looked really conflicted and worried. He turned me around and led me back to the campsite, quickly starting the fire. The screams kept coming though, and eventually I asked my dad if we should help them. I could tell my dad was thinking of every option. He faced me and told me to stay by the fire and wait. His face was serious, and he said he was going to run a little ways toward the voice and just see what he could see, and that if I saw anyone, to not let them near me. I agreed and watched him run toward the man's voice. After a minute, he was out of sight. Honestly, I wasn't sure what I would have done if I were in my dad's shoes. Leaving someone in need of serious help would make me feel horrible, but we were also in the middle of the woods, so if something happens, well, I don't know. After 10 minutes, I started to get a little worried. The sun felt like it was dropping fast, and there was still no sign of my dad. But then, suddenly, the screaming stopped. The whole forest was now quiet again. I wondered if my dad had found him and was helping him, or if something else happened. Still, after another 10 minutes, my dad was nowhere in sight. With the blanket of darkness starting to cover the forest, I grew more and more nervous. I stood up and walked a little bit away from the campsite and toward where my dad had gone. There were still no signs of him, so I walked a little more, and then, finally, I heard footsteps from up ahead. I still couldn't see anything, but as the sound of his steps started getting closer and closer, an eerie, almost disturbing feeling came over me. Then, just before I thought they would come into my sight, a voice to my left called my name. It was my dad running toward me and yelling at me to go back. There was urgency and worry in his voice, so I hurried to the campsite and my dad followed behind me. He quickly packed the essentials into his backpack. The look on my dad's face is something I still remember vividly. It was complete fear and distraught. We left the tents and ran for the first mile, then fast-walked back to our car. On the drive home, I asked him what he saw out there, who the man was, and why he was screaming. My dad said nothing. Even to this day, he never brings it up or says anything of what he saw. Every time I so much as mention that day, his entire demeanor changes and his face falls flat. So I just stopped asking. All I can think about now is those footsteps that I heard walking toward me, and what would have happened if my dad hadn't shown up in time. I was with my 2 college friends doing a weekend camping trip in the woods near us. I'll use different names for their privacy, so I'll call them Ryan and Jamie. Ryan and I aren't experienced in outdoor activities, so it was Jamie leading us through it all. He had a small spot by the river that he led us to. It was a couple miles through the woods, but there was a huge field just on the edge of the river that we would set up camp at. When we got there, nobody else was there. We set everything up right in the middle of the field, between the woods and the river, then brought out the beers and sat around a campfire. A little while after getting there, I happened to see some people out by the tree line. They looked like hunters, having dirty clothes and backpacks, like they were blending into the woods, but I didn't see any rifles. They were pretty far though, so maybe I just couldn't see them. I pointed them out to my friends, but Jamie had a puzzled look. He said hunting in these woods was illegal, and it wasn't even hunting season anyway. He seemed really concerned that they were out here. Ryan joked that he was taking it too seriously, and we went back to our random conversations. A few more hours later, we agreed to call it a night. The sun had been down for a while at this point, and the hike had really worn us out. We all went into our tents, but not being used to it, I found it really hard to fall asleep. Something about being out in the open, in a tiny tent, and laying on a thin blow-up mattress just had me feeling off. I must have laid there for a whole 2 hours, and at that point, I was just hoping I could at least get a few hours of sleep. But then something instantly made me wide awake. Footsteps coming toward our tents. At first, I thought it had to be Ryan or Jamie, probably coming back from using the bathroom, but I swear I would have heard them unzipping their tent and walking out. Only a few seconds later, though, I realized there were more than just one set of footsteps. There were 2 or 3, maybe even more, all walking in a line. I looked at the thin wall of my tent, thinking I should be able to see their lights coming toward us, but there weren't any lights at all. Surely whoever was out there had to have seen our tents set up in the middle of an open field, and nobody in their right mind would just walk past us like this. I didn't know what to do though. I just pretended to be asleep, quietly listening to them getting closer. The line of people came probably just a few feet from us, walking right past our tents. As soon as they were far enough away, I quietly unzipped my tent and looked out. Just when I did, Ryan unzipped his tent too. We both looked at each other with alarmed faces, then looked out at the group. They were barely visible, but definitely still walking away. I slipped out of my tent and opened Jamie's, waking him up. Both of us explained what happened, and surprisingly, he seemed even more horrified than either of us, likely because he'd been camping plenty of times and knew how odd this was. We started packing up our stuff, feeling way too uneasy to stay the rest of the night. While packing, Jamie suddenly told us with a shaky voice to hurry. We looked up at him, then followed his gaze. In the tree line, the group of what now looks like 5 or 6 people were standing and looking over at us. My adrenaline was pumping now, and I shoved everything into my bag, and we all sprinted for the trail. We left our lights off to hopefully not be seen, so the rest of the walk we were barely able to see anything. Luckily we made it back, but what that group is doing out there is unknown. Based on everything though, I don't think our encounter with them was any sort of accident.
I used to work at Subway years back. The job was exactly what you would expect, and I liked it. I remember that something really creepy happened one time though. I still randomly think about it here and there. One time I was working a closing shift. I think we closed at like 9 p.m. or something like that, and I had been working since sometime in the afternoon. Our Subway location was in a good spot and would get really busy during certain times. At around 5 p.m. it started to get busy, and by 6 there were lots of people in line. I remember that I was kept very busy during this time and was making sandwiches. On this night, I believe that we had 3 of us working, and then 2 of us would be there until the close. So we had 2 people making the subs and 1 person on the register at this particular moment. Still, even with this, the line was kept somewhat long for quite a while. I remember that the restaurant was overall crowded, But I looked up and I noticed this guy in line that was just staring at me. It wasn't like he was just looking at me or in my direction, but intensely staring at me. I did not recognize the guy, and I didn't look at him for very long before looking away. Then I focused back on what I was doing. Sometime later, maybe like 5 minutes, I looked up again randomly, and I noticed the guy still staring. I looked away again, and was not looking forward to when it would be his turn in line. However, like 10 minutes at least went by, and I didn't have to make a sandwich for the guy. After a while, I looked around, and I noticed that he was not in line anymore. But unfortunately, he was still inside of the restaurant, and he was still staring at me. I just looked away again and went back to work. We were all so busy that I didn't have time to point him out to a coworker or anything. I barely had time to wonder why this guy was staring at me. I just knew that I didn't know who he was or why he was looking at me. Finally, a while later, things quieted down a little bit. I realized the man was still there, and I decided to take my break. So I went into the back for a while, and when I came back out to work, the man was gone. I thought that was the end of it. At that point, I only had a couple of hours of work left. Things were very quiet for the rest of the night. There were a few customers here and there, but not many. It was just me and another coworker that were there until close. At probably like 20 or 30 minutes before closing time, I remember that the guy was back, but this time he was outside of the restaurant. There are big windows at the front of the Subway, and the guy was staring right inside. When I noticed him, I got so creeped out. During this time, I was alone behind the counter, and my coworker was in the back. The man outside was just staring at me like before, and this was several hours after he had last been there. I was so creeped out by this that I went into the back to get my coworker. When we both came out, the man was gone. We closed up a short time later without getting any more customers. Then when we left, I looked around the parking lot for the guy in case he was staring at me someplace else, but he wasn't. I didn't notice him, and we left after that. I was a part-time employee, so I did not work every day, and I remember I don't think I worked for the next few days after that. When I returned to work, I did not see the guy again. I still don't know who he was or what he was doing.
I'm keeping some of these details vague because I seriously don't want the host to find out that I published this story. I don't think they would approve. I hope that is alright, and I'll try to make it as comprehensive as possible. I spent a year studying in Mexico recently, and as you do on exchange, I tried to travel as much as I could. Between the semesters, there was a big break, and me and my buddy that I spent the most time with during the exchange decided that we'd go on a longer backpacking trip to Mexico together. We had a rough plan on where to go and what we wanted to see, but we hadn't even booked our flight back yet, nor were we sure from where we would take it from. We wanted to keep it flexible. We had an amazing time, and a few days before our trip ended, we finally decided we would take our flight from a city that was close and had really cheap flights, but the city itself didn't really have anything to offer. Then on Airbnb, we found a room very close to the airport in a house with a pool, and we thought we'd just treat ourselves to a relaxed pool day at the end of the trip. It turned out that the hosts were a family. The husband was Mexican and the wife was from Europe, could even speak our native language. So we arranged that we would take a bus to the airport and that they would pick us up from there. When we finally arrived to the city, it was already dark, and the bus driver refused to drive us to the airport since it was not directly on his route, so he just dropped us off on the highway. That was already a pretty shitty situation to begin with, standing with our backpacks at the side of the road in the middle of nowhere in a not-so-safe city in Mexico. But I called the host and sent them our GPS location, and they say no problem and that they will come get us. So the husband came to pick us up, and it was a very uncomfortable situation getting into the car with a stranger in the night, in the middle of nowhere. It also didn't help that the guy looked like Danny Trejo without a mustache, and as I tried to make small talk with him, he only gave monosyllabic answers or straight out ignored me. Well, he's just not a big talker, I thought, and I hoped we would arrive soon. Looking back, I can see a million red flags, but for some reason at that time, we just didn't see them. Either we were too tired, or to be honest, we didn't really have any other choice than going along anyway, so. But yes, we arrive, and that should have immediately set alarms off. We were in the middle of nowhere. There were fields with sheep and goats around, and all of a sudden, a gravel road branches off from the paved road, and along that gravel road, there are about 6 huge mansions, all with 2-meter walls around them, topped with NATO fence huge gates and at least 2 gigantic guard dogs per house. When we entered their house, we were greeted by the wife, a bubbly middle-aged woman that was very talkative but pleasant. She had actually cooked dinner for us, and we ate while exchanging small talk. The husband just sat at the table not saying a single word. After dinner, we more or less went directly to bed because it had gotten late, and we were tired from a long day. The next morning, we saw that the weather was not that good, so we decided to go into town and just see a few touristy things it had to offer, instead of spending it at the pool. When we came back, it was already dark, but we decided to jump into the pool anyways to cool off, because it was really hot and humid. The wife joined us, and at some point, my friend made the mistake to ask how they were able to afford such a house. It didn't really match the price range of the jobs they were telling us that they were doing. And she deflected a bit and added that her husband was very handy because he had grown up in the streets and basically built a house himself. We realized that it was maybe not the best topic, and we broke the conversation off. That was the last day of our trip, and we had our flight back home early in the morning. We still had some weed left that we had brought on the trip, and we thought it would be nice to smoke one, since it was our last night. But as this was a family home and they had kids around, we thought it would be better to speak to our hosts if they would mind. So later in the evening, we asked the wife if it would be okay if we smoked on the property, which for some reason she found quite amusing and started laughing. She shouted to her husband, who was lying on the couch watching TV, "My love, the boys asked if it would be okay if they smoked some weed. What do you think?" And he just laughed but didn't give an answer. He looked at her with a dumbfounded expression as she told us sure, just go ahead. So we went to the terrace and started smoking our joint. Later, they joined us and we just had a chat. And this is where things got really fucked up. For some reason, they started asking all sorts of questions about the weed. Where we got it, how much it was, who we got it from, and how much we would have to pay for that back in Europe. They just seemed way too interested in the weed, and at one point, the wife just nonchalantly revealed to us, yes, we thought about doing that as a source of income, selling weed, but too many people die doing that, because the cartels don't like that. Actually, my husband used to kill people for doing that. I immediately felt sober. Did she just say... And as if he read my mind, her husband added, yes, when I was about 16, I killed a lot of people for the cartel for money. And he said it in a tone as if he had just used to mow lawns when he was a teenager. I still thought I must have misunderstood, so I texted my friend who was sitting across the table from me, trying not to make eye contact, because I knew we would freak each other out. He confirmed that I had indeed understood right. We discussed what we should do and agreed that there's no immediate threat and that we should just stay. We don't have anywhere else to go anyways, and it's already late. But things got even crazier. We tried to keep our composure and not completely freak out while still making conversation with our hosts. A few minutes later, though, the husband got up and went inside to get something. And he came back with a literal kilo of weed, pressed into a brick. He proceeded to break bits off the brick and roll them into a joint that would probably have knocked out Snoop Dogg. It was about the size of my thumb, and I guess it had about 2 grams of weed in there. Of course, he offered the joint to us, but we politely declined, saying that we were already pretty stoned. He seemed a little offended, but fortunately, he bought our excuse. But it got even worse. A few minutes later, we hear a couple of loud bangs. The wife became a bit uneasy and asked, "What was that?" To which he answered calmly, 9mm. To confirm my suspicion, that had indeed been shots. I would say it was around 7 or something shots, fired pretty quickly after each other. The wife got nervous and asked if we should maybe go inside. What do you think they are shooting at in the air? At cows? At people? But he just shrugged it off and we stayed outside. Again, a few minutes later, there were more shots, but this time even closer. The wife got even more upset and asked again, "Should we go inside? What do you think they are shooting at? We need to go inside." And I think I'll never forget when he answered in the calmest way imaginable, "No, everything's okay. I didn't hear any screams yet." I don't know why, but the way he just calmly said that freaked me out, and it is still making my heart beat whenever I think about it. After that, we quickly excused ourselves and went to our room. When we could finally talk, we basically both lost it and panicked. What the hell were we supposed to do? We are locked in a house with a contract killer in the middle of absolutely nowhere. People are shooting outside. We decided it was probably our best bet to stay because we thought, well, we are his guests and he is not going to harm us. And it's better to have walls and dogs and a serial killer in between us than people shooting around. So we barricaded ourselves into the room and didn't sleep a second until the morning, when we noped the hell out of there and went to the airport. I was never so happy to be patted down as security my whole life. Growing up, I lived with my emotionally and mentally abusive helicopter mom, and misogynistic stepdad, and my brother. When I turned 18, my grandparents were kind enough to let me move in with them since they lived so close to my college. This was my way out, away from that clown show at home, and I was incredibly grateful for them. I sometimes wonder if my parents hadn't been so hard on me, if this would have ever even happened. But I was an adult and I made these decisions. Luckily, I learned from them. Once I was free, so to speak, and had much more freedom, I naturally started to rebel a bit more while I was trying to find my way. I rebelled in everything from clothing, music, tattoos, and even dating. Specifically, I wanted to date the most out there person to prove a point, I guess. If I could go back to my 18-year-old self, I would punch myself in the face for these decisions. I was on a local MySpace forum and I saw James. I went to high school with James and we got on fine, but I hadn't seen him in a couple of years. It turns out that James had suffered some childhood trauma and went to go live with a relative about 8 hours away in another state and was seemingly living a more stable life now. We started messaging back and forth and I liked James a lot. He was different, quirky and edgy even. I started to speak with James more and more frequently and messages became texts, and somehow in the mix, it became a relationship that I regret to this day. Every day, non-stop texting, and sometimes it would turn dark and James would say things to me that are forever ingrained in my head. He would often talk about his childhood trauma and some seriously disturbing things. Of course, this is a red flag and I'm unsure why I continue to stick around. After a couple of months, James came to visit me. We stayed a few days in a hotel and it seemed like a whirlwind. I truly cared about him, but looking back, I don't know if I would have necessarily called it love or simply just having a good time. But at the time, I was convinced that it was love and that I felt like he was the one for me. There was an instance where I had come out of the bathroom at the hotel and I remember the hotel room being in disarray, clothes strewn everywhere, and it was just a giant mess. But James stood there smiling. He got down on one knee and proposed with a small sapphire and diamond ring. I said yes, but it just didn't feel real, or something about it was unsettling. When I think about it, I feel nauseous. I guess it's a bit of an embarrassment that still lingers. Towards the end of James' visit, we sobbed together and we were unsure of how we were going to make this work. What other options did I have other than to move? I withdrew from my classes and moved to his area. I remember when I told my parents, my mom was extremely upset that I never discussed this with her or my stepdad. But I think that conversation fueled me to really stick it out and make it work. In my mind, I was an adult and this was a huge adult decision and I didn't need to discuss anything with anyone, and no one would tell me anything different. We lived in a small room at James' grandmother's house, and we never really left. He would act very strange when I mentioned wanting friends or wanting to get a job so I could leave the house, or even wanting to leave the house in general. I mentioned earlier in the past that James had his quirks and would sometimes do odd things. For example, he had become a huge Insane Clown Posse fan during our relationship. I knew that he liked them, but not to the extent of borderline obsession. They weren't my cup of tea, but I'm not going to tell someone what they can and can't listen to. But things just got weird. James had become such a fan that he got a giant tattoo that represented his love for the Insane Clown Posse. He started to solely listen to their music, and he started to paint his face, often in clown makeup. It became so much of an obsession that he would try to force me to paint my face, and would get irrationally upset and would scream at me. He shoved me and tried to trap me into a closet when I told him that I just didn't want to. It was something that really set him off, and I'm unsure why. As the days went by, I started to feel more and more isolated, just staying in our room in this house, and I could only really ever leave the bedroom to eat or use the bathroom. Otherwise, we just stayed in the room. When I did get to leave the house, James had to be with me and we would just go to his other relative's house or to dinner. I had no friends and I wasn't allowed to get a job and I had no support system. James kept a notebook that he would journal in and would openly read some of his entries that seemed pretty mild. I shouldn't have invaded his privacy on that particular day, but I think it saved my life. James was getting ready for work and had his notebook on the bed. He had been acting strange and cold towards me, so I looked into the journal. Some of his entries mentioned how he wanted to cut me on my privates with a box cutter, and he tiptoed around the idea of me not being alive, and this was my out. My parents and I were somewhat speaking at this time, and my aunt lived a couple of hours from me. I had told everyone that I was coming home and what I had just read. My aunt packed up and started heading my way, just in case and to make sure I could safely leave. I told James that I saw what he wrote and that I was going to go back home, and that this relationship isn't going to work out. James fell to his knees in tears, begging me not to leave, saying that he loved me, but that all quickly changed into anger when he wanted to lock me in his closet so I couldn't leave. Lucky for me, he had to go to work before he could really do anything. While he was gone, I packed up my things while listening to his grandma scream at me, and I left. Unfortunately, the story doesn't end here. A few months had gone by and James and I had become friends, and I had come to visit him, which was the last visit. Nothing bad happened. It wasn't even a bad time or anything, but I just knew that I had to cut him out. Years had gone by after that visit, I would say maybe 3 or 4, and I had heard through mutual friends that James had gotten married. I had moved across the country for school and should just explore a new area and have the freedom that I should have gotten on the first go without being so crazy. James would occasionally try to speak with me on social media, and I would just not reply, or the replies would be a few and far in between. I'm 32 now and I recently got married. I've started to settle down, and my husband and I are trying for our first baby, which is very exciting. James hasn't been a thought in my mind over the past several years at this point. Until recently. He found me on Facebook, and to be honest, I didn't think he had social media anymore. At this point, I expressed to him that we are not friends, and it's really inappropriate to keep messaging me. I said, "Can you please stop?" And he replied, "No." Fair enough, so I blocked him. Another few months go by and I get a Snapchat from him. Blocked. Another few months go by and he followed me on Instagram. I kept my Instagram open because I like to post about my travels and fitness stuff, and I really have nothing to hide, or anything to really be private about, until he started following me. I went to block his account, and I noticed that this was a brand new account. No followers, and he only followed me. I have since made everything private, blocked all accounts, went to those sites like Ben Verified, and had all of my information removed from those databases. I feel like I made a grave mistake as a teenager, and I was able to move on from that, and wanting to live a normal life. I'm unsure why he still lurks around trying to antagonize me and be involved in my life.
This happened back when I was a kid. I was pretty young, I think about 7 years old or so. I remember that when I was a kid, I always loved going to Toys R Us. My parents didn't really go there too much, but whenever they did, I was sure to go along. I have a younger sister, and during this time, she would have been about 3 or 4 years old. One time, I went with my mom and sister to the local Toys R Us. I don't remember the exact reason why we were there. I don't think that I was supposed to be getting anything though. Still, I was glad to go with and look at all the toys. It was really the only toy store that I remember going to as a kid. So we got there, and I was walking around following my mom and sister and looking at everything. Most of the time we would go to a store, there would be 1 or 2 aisles of toys, and here it was the entire place. The store really was not that busy. I don't remember exactly what day of the week we went on or what time it was, but I do remember there being not that many other people around. So after following my mom and sister for a while, I found this area of toys that I was really interested in. My mom knew that I liked it, and she was going to go to another part of the store with my sister. I remember she asked me if I wanted to stay in that area or come with her, and obviously I chose to stay, because I think she was going to one of the girl aisles for my sister. She then told me where she would be and said she would come back to get me. Then her and my sister left. I stayed where I was, and nobody else was in the immediate area. After a while though, I wanted to go back to my mom. I don't remember exactly why, but I did. I should have just stayed where I was and waited for her to come back. But I was young, so I remember that I left the area to go and find my mom. I figured that it would be really easy. Unfortunately for me, it was not. I got lost pretty quickly and didn't really know where in the store I was. Then I started to get worried that I would not be able to find my mom at all. After walking around for a short time, this nice woman approached me. I'm not really sure how long she saw me wandering around, but she came up to me and asked if I was okay. She was very friendly, and she asked me if I was looking for my mom, and I told her yes. She told me that she had seen my mom and knew where she was. I don't know why, but I completely believed her. So the woman told me to follow her, and I started walking next to her. We went down a few random aisles. I remember the next thing I knew, we were near the front of the store and the entrance. It appeared as though this woman was just going to walk right out the doors with me. As we got closer, I remember seeing this man just standing by the doors. He was alone, and I remember he looked at me and also looked at the woman. We were walking closer and closer to him. Now, I knew that my mom hadn't left. She definitely would have come and found me before, and certainly wouldn't have gone outside without me. I remember telling the woman that my mom was at the girls' aisle, but the woman just completely ignored me. I had to have told her that like 2 or 3 times in a row. She did not stop walking and did not say anything. So when we got within like 30 feet of the door, I just stopped. I then turned around and just ran in the other direction. The woman did not run after me. I went as far into the store as I could, and as I continued to walk around, I remember finally noticing all the pink from the girls' aisles. So I went over there, and I actually found my mom. I remember that after that, I did not see the woman or the man inside the store, and they must have left. I also did not go far away from my mom for the rest of the time we were there. I'm a female, and this took place one night about 20 years ago.
Yo, chat. Good morning, chat. Happy Wednesday, chat. I hope y'all slept good. I hope y'all enjoyed sleep stream. I'm getting ready to go clean. And hopefully I can get cleaning done sooner than I did yesterday, so that way we can start GTA stream and do Fortnite stream today. But yeah, chat, I'm gonna try to hurry just so I can go live again, bro. So I hope you guys enjoyed sleep stream. Make sure you guys follow up. Make sure you guys have live notifications on, as I am live all the time. And if you guys turn the notifications on, you guys will be the first to know anytime I go live. If you guys don't like the ads, make sure y'all sub up, bro. All my subscribers have no ads, bro. No ads at all. But, yeah, chat. I love y'all. Happy Wednesday. Have a good ass day, chat. I'll be live in probably a few hours. Y'all know. Y'all will know if y'all got them notifications on. I love y'all, chat. Have a good Wednesday.